Chapter 126, Collective Slumber. The black-feathered monster didn't rush to attack Ji Changfeng, intending to wait for Sunan's return and eliminate them all at once. The white-feathered monster laughed, "I almost forgot about the other one, big brother, you really think everything through." As they spoke, the black-feathered monster noticed something and suddenly looked towards Turtle King Lake, saying, "Here he comes." Hearing this, the other two monsters also looked in that direction. They saw a figure rapidly approaching. It was Sunan, who had disguised himself as Zhang Yang. Upon seeing Sunan, Song Ji was initially overjoyed, but then he remembered something and hurriedly said, "Brother Zhang Yang, you should leave quickly, you're no match for them." Cheng Dao also quickly said, "There are 3 late-stage spirit-level demons here, you mustn't come over and throw your life away." "Humph! Since you've arrived, don't leave." The grey-feathered monster sneered and darted towards Sunan like lightning at an incredible speed. Sunan's expression remained calm, his foreknowledge from the panel had already run its course, and he had planned the outcome for the monster. As the rapidly approaching monster neared, Sunan waved his hand and a double-winged fire snake emerged. "Those 3 guys were counting on you to save them. I thought you'd be a big fish, but you're just an early-stage spirit-level small fry." Seeing Sunan's fire snake, the monster sneered with disdain in its eyes. However, before its words fell, a hint of azure appeared amidst the crimson fire snake and rapidly spread, covering more than half the fire snake's body in the blink of an eye. At the same time, streaks of electric light burst forth from the fire snake's body. Water, fire, and lightning, the 3 powers combined, instantly consuming half of Sunan's mana. From his previous foreknowledge, he knew that this amount of mana was just enough to deal with the current monster. A violent aura surged from the fire snake, and the power of the originally only spirit-level early-stage fire snake shot up several times in an instant. "What is this?" Feeling the terror in the fire snake's aura, the monster's expression changed, and it instantly tried to dodge to the side. However, as it moved, a sudden pain shot through its head, as if a sharp arrow had pierced its brain, leaving its consciousness blank. In the instant of blank consciousness, the grey-feathered monster was filled with both confusion and terror, not understanding the attack it had just suffered. It didn't understand how the human in front of it, who was clearly a spellcaster warrior, could use the power of Divine Soul. The silent power of the Divine Soul went unnoticed by everyone except the attacked grey-feathered monster. Without using the Berserk Netherworld body, Sunan's power of Divine Soul wasn't very effective against the peak spirit-level demon, merely leaving its consciousness blank for a moment. But in that brief instant, by the time the monster regained consciousness and wanted to shout, its entire field of vision was filled with the red and blue interwoven double-winged fire snake. It tried to dodge again, but it was too late. Boom! The grey-feathered monster hadn't even managed to speak when it was engulfed by the fire snake. The flames soared, and even the other 2 monsters, who were far away, could feel the terrifying power that made their hearts tremble. The 2 monsters' expressions changed, and when the flames disappeared, they saw the grey-feathered demon's head had burst. "Second brother! Brother!" The 2 monsters glared at each other, unable to believe that what they were seeing was real. It wasn't until the grey-feathered monster's corpse fell that they had no choice but to accept the reality in front of them. When they looked at Sunan again, their faces were twisted with rage, and their eyes filled with murderous intent. This, with shock on their faces, the trio of Song Ji stared blankly at the scene. That was not an ordinary early-stage spirit-level demon, but a peak spirit-level demon. Even at their peak, the 3 of them could only barely handle one with their combined strength. Now, in Sunan's hands, such a demon had been instantly obliterated, completely shattering their perception. Even Ji Changfeng's eyes flashed with surprise, and his gaze towards Sunan was full of delight. "Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Hunt a Spirit-Level Monster, 15 demon points have been issued. Current available demonic power, 15 points. Of the 3 tasks refreshed with the daily task refresh card, besides escort Ji Changfeng to Tianyun City, the other 2 tasks were completed. Damn human, you dare kill my second brother, I swear I will skin you alive today." The white-feathered monster roared, suddenly transforming into a white giant bird and zooming towards Sunan with its wings shaking like a sharp sword. Its speed was so fast that it produced a breaking sound. Sunan's expression remained unchanged, and he followed suit. With the preemptive power of Divine Soul, the 3 forces of water, fire, and lightning surged, and the red and blue intertwined double-winged fire snake condensed once more. The previous attack had consumed half of his mana, and this time his mana was completely depleted. Boom! Again, the fire snake burst apart, scattering white feathers everywhere. Seemingly sensing Sunan's declining strength, at that moment, the black-feathered monster attacked as well. It had been waiting for this exact moment when Sunan's mana was depleted. For any other spellcaster warrior, facing this situation with depleted mana was like being a lamb awaiting slaughter. But Sunan was no ordinary spellcaster warrior. With the explosive force of primordial chi and essence energy, Sunan's consumed fire and water mana was instantly replenished. Although only 2 forces were present, it was enough. This time, Sunan didn't hold back at all, letting the fire and water powers flow out with full force. The third double-winged fire snake emerged. Compared to the first 2, this one lacked the power of lightning, but the power it contained was not much different. It's impossible, how do you still have mana? The last black-feathered monster cried out in horror. Flee! As long as it could dodge this attack, the monster would still have an opportunity to turn the tables. Having witnessed the power of the fire serpent, the monster didn't hesitate to turn and flee. However, just like the previous 2 monsters, as soon as it made a move, Sunan's divine soul attack arrived. With a loud boom, engulfed by fire and black feathers, the monster fell to the ground. Run! Everyone, run! Seeing their 3 bosses fall, the mortal-level demons were frightened and desperately fled. That's all of them. Songji, Changdao and Miao Hong exchanged glances, faces filled with disbelief, and stared at Sunan as if they'd seen a ghost. We were really saved! Songji exclaimed, his face showing the relief of a narrow escape. Are you all right? Sunan asked as he approached. So strong, brother Zhang Yang, are you really just at the spirit level? Miao Hong asked with doubt on his face. Sunan smiled and said, of course, I am a genuine spirit level. That doesn't make sense. I'm a law enforcer too, but why am I nowhere near your level when we compare? Changdao asked with confusion on his face. At this moment, Ji Changfeng came over and said, if I'm not mistaken, you just used some kind of racial talent, right? Racial talent? Upon hearing this, Songji's trio was taken aback. Then, the 3 of them seemed to think of something and couldn't help exclaiming, Brother Zhang Yang, did you merge with an ancient demon bloodline? That's right, I had good luck and found an ancient demon bloodline. Sunan didn't intend to hide it. Only in this way could it be explained why his strength was so formidable. It really is an ancient demon bloodline. Getting Sunan's affirmative reply. Songji's trio showed envy on their faces. Sunan didn't linger on this topic and changed the subject, the resentful demon has already left, we can continue on our way. It left? That's great. The trio didn't ask any further. According to Ji Changfeng, the resentful demon's appearance wouldn't last long, so it was normal for it to leave now. Sunan collected the corpses of the 3 monsters, and after a short rest, the group continued on their way. Although there were some unexpected events this time, the delay wasn't too long. In the carriage, Songji's trio looked at Sunan with a different light in their eyes, showing a trace of admiration. Looking at Ji Changfeng, Sunan had an idea and took out a dragon turtle egg, saying, Senior, I got this egg by accident a year ago, but I haven't been able to hatch it. Do you know why? Ji Changfeng had reached the late Xian stage, so he had vast experience and knowledge, perhaps he could learn how to hatch the dragon turtle egg from him. This egg? Seeing the dragon turtle egg that looked like a stone, Ji Changfeng showed a strange expression in his eyes and immediately took it for a closer examination. Changdao and Miao Hong were also curious and gathered around to take a look. A moment later, Ji Changfeng said, one can't tell what kind of beast this egg is from, but I am certain that it's not from an ordinary beast. It's verily an egg from a Demon King level demon. A Demon King level demon egg. Hearing this, the trio of Songji was taken aback. However, right after, Ji Changfeng shook his head and regretfully said, what a pity, there is no life force left in this egg. It's completely dead. A dead egg. Songji's trio also showed regret as well as Sunan, but in his heart, he didn't think so. Obviously, Ji Changfeng didn't notice the scant life force left in the egg. This was normal because the life force in the egg was too weak to be sensed. When Sunan got the egg, he didn't notice any life force in it either, and it could even be mistaken for a stone. If it weren't for the game's introduction, ordinary people would have never discovered the hidden life force within. Ji Changfeng returned the dragon turtle egg to Sunan and said, "If there were even a trace of life force left, it might have been possible to save it, but it's such a pity." Sunan took back the dragon turtle egg and curiously asked, "Even with just a trace of life force, it can still be saved? How can it be saved?" Ji Changfeng said, "It's quite simple, as long as you find something that can replenish vitality, it's possible." After thinking for a moment, he continued, "There's a medicinal liquid called Jingling Dew that can do this. As long as you soak the demon egg in it, its vitality will slowly be restored." Soaking it? A glint passed through Sunan's eyes. He didn't have Jingling Dew, but he had another treasure to replenish vitality. The life essence. The first-ranking reward from the survival task, a treasure formed by the pure power of life itself. If he used it to soak the dragon turtle egg, it would surely be thousands of times better than the Jingling Dew. Although he only had one drop, he could dilute it for use. Thinking about this, Sunan was eager to try it out. However, it was not possible at the moment, so he would have to wait until they arrived in Tianyun City. As the spirit breath horses raced on, everyone in the carriage was recovering quickly, including Sunan. After killing 3 spirit-level monsters, he may have appeared relaxed, but in reality, the power of law control system and secret power system were both entirely depleted. If he were to encounter another monster now, he would either not make a move or rely solely on his physical strength. However, that would undoubtedly expose his secret of being able to merge different bloodline systems, which was absolutely impossible. Most importantly, he was running out of foreknowledge times. He only had 2 times left to use today. Yet, whatever one fears the most always happens. In the next 2 hours of their journey, the group encountered demons one after another. A total of more than a dozen. The only consolation was that these demons were all of mortal level, and Song Ji's trio resolved them without Sunan having to take action. Ji Changfeng's face was heavy, and he said, "It seems that the damage to the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition is getting more and more severe, and the suppression of demon beasts is getting weaker." Sunan listened silently without expressing any opinions. He was not worried about this problem. The day after tomorrow, a full 10 million players would descend. Even if only 1/9 came to Dongchen State like last time, there would be more than 900,000 of them. With the growth rate of the players, it would only take a month for them to easily deal with mortal-level demons. No matter how many demons there were, it wouldn't affect him much. The carriage sped on, and 2 hours later, Ji Changfeng suddenly reminded, "Be careful, everyone. We are approaching Giant Peak." Giant Peak, the second of the 3 dangerous places. Sunan looked ahead and saw 3 huge mountain peaks in a row several miles away, like 3 giants. Each peak was separated by several miles, with towering ancient trees and lush forests. Looking at the remaining 2 foreknowledge on his panel, Sunan hesitated, wondering whether or not to predict. It would be another 2 hours before arriving at Tianyun City. Besides the giant peak here, there would be another dangerous place. If he used up all his foresight here, the next part would be dangerous. 2 chances for foreknowledge. If I really encounter great danger, it's not enough. Let's get through here first, he thought. Looking at the approaching mountain range, Sunan didn't rush to predict. Only when the giant's peak was only 1 kilometer away did he start predicting. "You and Ji Changfeng's group of 4 are riding in a carriage up to the giant peak. There are 3 connected mountain peaks, and legend has it that there are 3 powerful demons living atop these peaks. 1 minute later, you arrive at the foot of the first mountain peak of the giant peak. Everything is calm here, and nothing happens. 2 minutes later, you arrive at the foot of the second mountain peak, still not encountering any danger. 3 minutes later, you arrive at the foot of the third mountain peak, where everything is still unusually quiet, and only the sound of galloping hooves can be heard on the official road. Unbeknownst to you, a pair of eyes watch you as you pass by the third mountain peak. End of the first prediction. Do you want to continue? Being targeted by a demon again? Is his luck that bad?" Sunan's heart sank. He had been targeted at Turtle King Lake and had used a lot of foresight to resolve the situation. If he was targeted again this time, he wouldn't know what to do. Continue. It's the last opportunity today. If it doesn't work, he can only ask his companions to stop and wait until the game refreshes after midnight. On the third mountain peak of the giant peak, a gigantic creature over 5 meters tall is watching you. You're lucky, it seems that the demon isn't interested in you, and doesn't attack you. 1 minute later, you leave the giant peak and continue towards Tianyun City. 2 minutes later, everything is normal around you, with no danger appearing. 3 minutes later, you encounter a mortal level demon again, and you kill it with a water arrow. The demon of the giant peak didn't attack them? Sunan sighed with relief. Although he wasted 2 chances of foresight, it eased his mind quite a bit. The carriage jolted. Songji controlled the carriage while being highly alert to any changes in their surroundings. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, another hour had gone by. Sunan leaned against the carriage, feeling drowsy and couldn't help but fall deeply asleep. He didn't know how long it had been when the carriage suddenly jolted violently, startling him awake from his deep sleep. Sunan opened his eyes, and the next moment, the scene before him instantly sobered him up. He found that not only himself, but the others had also fallen asleep. Even Ji Changfeng and the carriage driver, Songji, had fallen asleep. For some unknown reason, none of them had woken up yet. Something's wrong. Sunan's face changed drastically as he immediately realized that there was a problem. Chapter 127 The Inescapable Tiger Roar Town. If he was the only one who fell asleep, it wouldn't have been strange. But the entire carriage, everyone fell asleep, that definitely meant trouble. Not to mention the fact that Songji, the carriage driver, was also asleep. The carriage had stopped at some unknown point, and Sunan, not having the time for more than a quick thought, immediately pushed Chang Dao, who was closest to him. Wake up! Wake up quickly! However, Chang Dao was sound asleep, and despite Sunan's vigorous shaking he did not wake up. Sunan quickly tried shaking Ji Changfeng as well. Fortunately, under his vigorous shaking, Ji Changfeng groggily opened his eyes. What's the matter? Ji Changfeng muttered subconsciously. There's been an accident. Everyone has fallen asleep, Sunan said urgently. What? Upon hearing this, Ji Changfeng was instantly alert. He glanced around, and noticing that the other 3, including Chang Dao, were still unconscious, he moved over and slapped each one on the face. Ji Changfeng's slaps were not light, but Chang Dao showed no signs of waking. Once again, Ji Changfeng moved over to Miao Hong and slapped him, but the result was still the same. Without wasting any more time, Ji Changfeng exited the carriage and approached Songji, who was driving the carriage, and slapped him as well. Each of the 3 people had been slapped hard by Ji Changfeng. Yet, the outcome made both Sunan and Ji Changfeng feel disheartened, not a single one of them woke up. If it were not for their steady breathing, Sunan might have thought that all 3 of them were dead. Senior, what exactly is going on? Sunan asked, his expression tense. Unfortunately, he had no opportunity for foreknowledge at the moment. Otherwise, he could have known immediately what had happened if he had foreknowledge. Ji Changfeng had a grim look on his face. It was clear that he had not expected such a thing to happen. He did not answer Sunan immediately but instead looked around. Sunan, too, began to carefully observe his surroundings. Previously, he had been too focused on trying to wake the others and had not had the time to observe. It was only upon looking around that he realized they had ended up in a marketplace, with people hustling and bustling around on the streets and vendors selling various commodities on both sides. Where are we? Sunan asked, more incredulous. The current situation was utterly strange. After a sweeping glance around, Ji Changfeng thought for a moment and said. In a grave voice, we are in danger. This is Tiger Roar Town. Tiger Roar Town. Sunan shuddered. His heart seemed to have plummeted to the depths. Tiger Roar Town, the third of the 3 dangerous places. He had just left Giant Peak not long ago, and now there was a problem in Tiger Roar Town. He couldn't help but bemoan the complexity of this escort mission in his heart. If he had foreknowledge, he wouldn't panic in the face of such a situation. But now that he had no foreknowledge, he could either quit the game or just wait. Quitting the game was out of the question. If he were to quit, he would be safe, but what about Ji Changfeng and the others? Ji Changfeng said, according to our original route, Tiger Roar Town was supposed to be the safest of the 3 dangerous areas because we would only pass by 5 miles from it and not come anywhere near Tiger Roar Town, let alone enter it. But we woke up to find ourselves in Tiger Roar Town, which indicates that we have been targeted by a demon long ago. The demon caused us all to plunge deep asleep and brought us here. Sunan nodded, he had also thought of this. Senior, what exactly is the situation with Tiger Roar Town? At the moment, he was still unfamiliar with Tiger Roar Town. The most important thing now was apparently to first understand what Tiger Roar Town was. As he looked around, his brow furrowed. He noticed that while the people on the street seemed no different from normal people, but somehow, they all felt strange to him. Something was off. However, even after looking closely, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Ji Changfeng quickly picked up the unconscious Song Ji and returned to the carriage, then said in a low voice. 20 years ago, Tiger Roar Town was just an ordinary town. But then something happened that turned it into a very dangerous place. The town is called Tiger Roar Town because there is a tiger demon on a hill behind the town. Every time the tiger demon roars, the people of Tiger Roar Town can hear it clearly. Upon hearing this, Sunan looked out of the carriage window towards the distance. As it turned out, to the north of the small town was a small mountain range. It wasn't very high, but it stretched for thousands of miles. At first, the tiger demon did not harm people. But then something happened that made it extremely aggressive. In a single night, it devoured all the people in Tiger Roar Town, over 3,000 of them. Upon hearing this, Sunan shuddered. 3,000 people were eaten? The people here now. They're not real people. Ji Changfeng shook his head, his expression grim. Not human? Then what are they? Ji Changfeng's voice dropped even lower, seemingly afraid that the people on the street might hear him. They are ghosts. The tiger demon is not an ordinary demon. Its bloodline is unique and possesses a certain racial talent. It can condense the resentment of the prey it has consumed into ghosts to control. The people we see now are the ghosts formed from the resentment of those who were eaten. These ghosts are unique. They not only retain the memory of their past lives, but they even retain their lifestyle and habits. Upon hearing these words, Sunan felt a tumult in his heart. Senior, are you implying that the entire town we are seeing now is composed of ghosts? Ji Changfeng nodded solemnly. These ghosts may not be demons, but each one possesses the strength of a mortal level. As Sunan took another look at the people on the outside street, a chill went down his spine. 3,000 mortal warriors, and these were only the minions of one demon. I cannot imagine how powerful the tiger demon that created these ghosts must be. King level? Or emperor level? Ji Changfeng continued. After the incident occurred, the whole Tianyun county was shaken, and even the county magistrate himself led the team to exterminate the tiger demon. I also participated in that event. At that time, I had just entered the Xian level realm, and there were 2 other bureau chiefs of the Demon Hunting Bureau. As a result, the battle was extremely fierce, and as soon as we arrived at Tiger Roar Town, we were besieged by these ghosts. Although these ghosts only have mortal level strength, they are immortal. As long as the tiger demon is alive, they can be continuously created. Moreover, the strength of the tiger demon is incredibly astonishing. Although it is only at king level, its terrifying power is no less than that of an emperor level powerhouse. In that battle, the county magistrate was seriously injured, and one of the 2 bureau chiefs who were with me was killed. After hearing Ji Changfeng's words, Sunan was once again secretly shocked. Comparable to emperor level strength. What about 20 years later? How powerful is that tiger demon now? Sunan asked, what should we do now? Ji Changfeng shook his head and said, it's easy to get in here, but difficult to get out. Under the influence of the tiger demon, this town has undergone tremendous changes. No matter which direction we go, we will eventually return to the initial point. Once trapped in here, even if it was during my peak state, it would not be easy to leave. Ji Changfeng sighed, his old face filled with anxiety and helplessness. He originally planned to quickly reach Tianyun City and snatch back the green gold stone, but now that they have inexplicably entered Tiger Roar Town, his plan is disrupted. We must be prepared to be trapped here for a long time. For a long time. Sunan's face darkened. The ghosts occupy Tiger Roar Town, so there might not be any demons here. No demons mean it would be difficult for him to obtain demon power. The consequences of being trapped here for an extended period are obvious. These ghosts are immortal, and killing them certainly won't yield any demon power. I wonder if using Across the Heavens shift can get us out of here. Sunan pondered. Unfortunately, he had already used up his 2 chances for today when he stole the green gold stone, so he could only wait for the game to refresh before trying again. He glanced at the game timer, and there was only a little more than half an hour left before midnight. Ji Changfeng looked at the 3 people who were still asleep and said, "We must have been affected by the power of divine soul of some demon just now. You were the first to wake up because your divine soul power is stronger, while their divine soul power is the weakest." As he said this, Ji Changfeng took out a dagger and grabbed Song Ji's hand, ruthlessly plunging the dagger into the center of his palm. Agonizing pain instantly spread throughout Song Ji's body, and he suddenly woke up. "How did I end up in the carriage? What just happened to me?" Song Ji asked in confusion. Without explaining, Ji Changfeng used the same method to wake up Chang Dao and Miao Hong. The 2 were startled awake by the intense pain, and when they saw the current situation, they were at a loss. Ji Changfeng explained the situation once more. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them looked extremely grim. Looking at the pedestrians on the street outside, their scalps tingled. "We can't stay on the street any longer, we must find a place to stay first." Ji Changfeng scanned the surroundings and quickly set his sights on a nearby inn. "Let's go there." Ji Changfeng got off the carriage and headed straight for the inn. Song Ji led the spirit breath horse while the others followed Ji Changfeng to the inn. "Would you like to dine or stay?" As soon as they entered the inn, a young waiter in his 20s greeted them. Ji Changfeng said, "Stay. How many rooms do you need?" "Only 1. Under the current circumstances, it's safer for several people to stay together." Although it was a bit strange for 5 people to share one room, the waiter didn't ask any further questions. "Please follow me." The group followed the waiter upstairs. By coincidence, as they were climbing the stairs, they encountered several young men descending. At first, Sunan didn't pay much attention, but suddenly he noticed an unusual gaze from one of them and looked back. He was a young man in his early 20s with average looks, wearing black clothes, and there was nothing special about him at first glance. But Sunan saw a different expression in the other person's eyes than the others. It was astonishment. What kind of person would show astonishment when seeing him in such a place? Definitely not ghosts, nor martial artists. If it were an ordinary martial artist, they wouldn't just show astonishment to him alone, but to Ji Changfeng and the others as well. A player. Sunan instantly realized the young man's identity, revealing a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect to encounter a player in such a place. Then he thought of something and a subtle smile appeared on his lips. Having a player meant that he could use the other person to obtain demon power. His demon power was only 5 points short of upgrading the Nether Wolf scripture to great perfection. In that case, he would have 3 foreknowledge opportunities again. Now he continued to use the foreknowledge opportunity to obtain more information about Tiger Roar Town. There were 7 people together with the black-clothed youth, and Lang 13 still had a task to hunt players today. Sunan followed the waiter upstairs while several players went downstairs. When Sunan's figure disappeared around the corner of the staircase, the black-clothed youth looked at the second floor again, his eyes thoughtful. Someone nearby noticed the strangeness of the black-clothed youth and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, brother yet? Did you discover something?" The black-clothed youth said, "Did you notice the young man among those 5 just now?" Several people shook their heads, and one of them said, "I didn't pay attention, everyone here is a ghost, what's there to pay attention to?" The black-clothed youth said, "That person is Zhang Yang." Zhang Yang? The one ranked 3rd on the ranking list. Hearing this name, the young men were all shocked, and then couldn't help but exclaim. "Who else could it be? How did he get here? Did he get the same task as you, brother yet?" Someone asked. The black-clothed youth shook his head, "It shouldn't be. That task is very difficult to trigger, and I have already completed the first stage. Others can't trigger it." Zhang Yang was followed by 4 martial artists. From their expressions, they must have entered here by mistake. Entered by mistake. The others exchanged glances, seemingly thinking of something. One of them said with schadenfreude. "If he really entered this place by mistake, it means that he doesn't have a way to leave, and he's going to be trapped here forever, right? Ha ha ha, I really want to see what it feels like for the 3rd-ranked great god to be trapped here, unable to leave or gain demon power." The few laughed, seemingly having seen the scene of Zhang Yang slowly falling from the pedestal. One of them thought of something and asked, "Did he recognize you, brother Yet?" The black-clothed youth shook his head, "There's no picture of me on the forum, and he won't notice me. After all, I'm only ranked 6th, which is still a bit of a gap compared to him. However, he should already know that we are players too." A player smiled, "Hee, what if he's 3rd, he'll definitely have to come and ask brother Ye for help if he wants to leave." "That's right, just wait. It won't be long before he comes to ask brother Ye for help." A look of expectation appeared in their eyes. What they didn't know was that at this moment, Sunan was also eyeing them. 2nd floor. Under the guidance of the waiter, Sunan and the others were already in a guest room. When the waiter left, Sunan looked at Ji Changfeng and said, "Senior, I found some outsiders. I suspect they have a way to leave this place. I plan to ask them." "Outsiders? Are they the ones just now?" Ji Changfeng asked. "Yes." Sunan nodded. Song Ji was curious, "Brother Zhang Yang, how could you be sure that they are outsiders?" "Because I am an outsider too." Sunan didn't hide it. His identity was public anyway. As long as he continued to deal with the Demon Hunting Bureau using Zhang Yang's identity, he would be found out sooner or later. It was better to reveal the truth now. After all, he couldn't stay logged into the game all the time. After revealing his identity, he could freely quit the game in front of them. Even if he changed his appearance and disappeared in the future, he could use quitting the game as an excuse. Chapter 128, Copy Task. Sunan revealed his identity. Ji Changfeng was only slightly surprised, but not overly shocked. Miao Hong still couldn't believe it. "Brother Zhang Yang, you are really an outsider? How is that possible?" "As far as I know, although outsiders improve quickly in strength, it has not even been a month since outsiders arrived. If you really are an outsider, how can you be so strong?" Everyone had witnessed the strength Sunan had shown. The 3 of them knew that even if they were in their prime, they were no match for Sunan. Cheng Dao nodded in agreement, "Although outsiders cannot be killed, their strengths are not particularly strong either. So far, I haven't even met a single spirit-level outsider." As he spoke, he suddenly thought of a possibility. "Could it be that you, brother Zhang Yang, are one of the top 3 on the ranking list? I heard from an outsider the day before yesterday that someone on their ranking list has stepped into spirit level. Search, Noon0L, on Google." Sunan nodded, "That's right, I'm currently ranked 3rd. You really are an outsider." Song Ji and the others looked at each other again, their eyes filled with shock. They were astonished by the speed at which Sunan had improved his strength. It took Sunan less than a month to surpass their decades of cultivation. The trio couldn't help but gasp, looking at Sunan with envy in their eyes. Ji Changfeng laughed instead, "Young friend, it's even better that you are an outsider. Since the outsiders arrived, the various major forces have been cultivating some of them. If you could join our Demon Hunting Bureau, we would surely do our best to cultivate you in the future." Song Ji's eyes brightened, "Yes, brother Zhang Yang, you've already merged with an ancient demon bloodline at the mortal level. If you join us, you'll undoubtedly grow even stronger." Sunan smiled, "It would be an honor to join the Demon Hunting Bureau, but now isn't the time to discuss this matter. The priority is to find a way to leave this place." Reminded by Sunan, the trio of Song Ji quickly calmed down, saying, "Brother Zhang Yang, can you be sure that those people from earlier have a method to leave this place?" Sunan shook his head, "I'm not certain. But if they've been here for a long time, they must have gathered some information, which might include what we're looking for." Ji Changfeng nodded, "Go ahead, but be careful." "Don't worry, senior, you wait here, I'll be back soon." Sunan turned and left. Tiger Roar town's streets were busy with people coming and going. Vendors' shouts resounded constantly. If it weren't known that these people were all ghosts, one could hardly imagine how terrifying and dangerous this seemingly ordinary town actually was. "Brother Yet, there's only half an hour left before the game refreshes. Shall we go to that place now?" Several players standing in front of the inn looked at the people on the street. "Nothing to worry about, just wait a little longer," said the black-clothed youth. With that, he looked back at the 2nd floor of the inn once again. Seeing him do so, one of them asked, "Brother Yet, are you waiting for that Zhang Yang?" The black-clothed youth nodded, "Since Zhang Yang discovered us, he's bound to come looking for us. His strength is greater than ours, we might be able to use his strength to complete the task. The other players understood the black-clothed youth's idea and their eyes lit up. Brother Ye is truly remarkable. This idea is great. When Zhang Yang wants to leave this place, he has to listen to Brother Ye obediently. When he's told to go east, he'll have to go east. As they talked, the black-clothed youth spotted something. He's coming. Sunan walked downstairs and spotted the group outside the inn at a glance. His heart stirred, and he approached them. It seems you've been waiting for me. Zhang Yang, I didn't expect we'd meet here, said the black-clothed youth. You are. Sunan wasn't surprised that the group knew him. He was a public figure now, so even if they hadn't met him in person, they had seen his picture. Li Ye, the black-clothed youth said calmly. Li Ye. Sunan instantly remembered the youth's identity and couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. So you are that player who's ranked 6th on the leaderboard. If it were someone else outside the top 10, he might not have recognized them. But he clearly remembered the top 10, especially Li Ye. Comparatively, this Li Ye was truly a rising star. Previously, hardly anyone knew who he was, but he suddenly emerged just before the end of the survival task and leaped into the top 10. Zhang Yang, you should know by now that it's easy to enter this place, but difficult to leave. If you want to leave, I can help you, Li Ye said straightforwardly. Oh? You have a way to leave this place? Sunan was surprised. He didn't expect Li Ye to be so direct. Tell me, what are your conditions? Sunan asked directly as well. He didn't believe that the other party would tell him the method for nothing. Li Ye said, I want you to help me complete a task. As long as the task is completed, I will tell you my method of leaving. As expected, it was a task. Sunan nodded secretly, understanding that Li Ye and his group were here for a specific task, unlike him who had accidentally entered this place. He wondered what kind of task could involve such a dangerous place like this. So, what's the task you want me to help you with? Instead of answering directly, Li Ye asked, how much do you know about Tiger Roar Town? I don't know much about Tiger Roar Town. Sunan roughly relayed the information he had learned from Ji Changfeng not long ago. These were all basic information, and since Li Ye knew even how to leave, it was impossible for him not to know this. Hearing this, surprise flickered in Li Ye's eyes. He obviously didn't expect Sunan to know so much. Li Ye said meaningfully, it seems that the martial artist you've been following isn't simple. You know quite a lot. Sunan stared at Li Ye and said, tell me, what exactly do you want me to do? We need to enter the back mountain of Tiger Roar Town, and I want your help to get in there. Enter the back mountain. Are you out of your mind? There is an entity equivalent to an emperor-level great monster in that back mountain. You may want to die, but don't take me with you. Sunan said gravely. Li Ye said, don't worry, the tiger demon spends most of its time in deep sleep. Search, Noon 0L, on Google. As long as we don't wake it up, there won't be a problem. The tiger demon is in deep sleep? Sunan pondered and said, in that case, no one stops you from entering the back mountain. Why do you need my help? Li Ye glanced at the ghosts on the main street and whispered, these ghosts seem harmless now, but once someone approaches the back mountain, they'll turn vicious. If I want to enter the back mountain, I need someone to help me stop these ghosts. Sunan understood Li Ye's point and his face darkened. You want me to block these ghosts for you? Are you joking? All these ghosts, even an Xian level expert can't handle them. Li Ye remained calm, as if he knew Sunan would react like this. He said indifferently, if it weren't for this, I wouldn't have looked for you. Sunan shook his head, you are overestimating me. I don't have the ability to help you withstand, you better look for someone else. He outrightly refused. Upon hearing this, before Li Ye could even respond, a few players couldn't help but say. Zhang Yang, without our brother Yes Wei, you wouldn't be able to leave here at all. Exactly, think about it carefully. There are no demons for you to kill here. If you are stuck here and can't acquire demon power, you should know the consequences. You are now ranked 3rd, but Qian Yu will soon reach the spirit level. You don't want to be pushed down from your 3rd place, do you? A few of them acted as if they had taken Sunan for granted. Sunan glanced at them and said, you don't need to worry about my affairs. After saying this, he turned around and went back to the 2nd floor. Seeing Sunan's blatant disregard, a few of them were secretly angry. Li Ye, however, remained calm, as if he had anticipated Sunan's reaction. They didn't notice that after Sunan disappeared from the staircase corner, an old man's figure identical to those on the main street emerged from the corner of the stairs. The old man was Sunan in disguise. Sunan shuffled to a place not too far from them and looked down the main street as if expecting someone. Li Ye and his party didn't pay attention to Sunan's transformed ghost figure. One of the players once again glanced at the second floor and said, "What should we do, brother Ye? This Zhang Yang is being so ungrateful. We're willing to show him a way to leave, but he doesn't appreciate it." Li Ye said confidently, "No rush, he just arrived here and doesn't know how hard it is to leave. Once he has exhausted all his methods and still can't leave, he will naturally change his mind." Hearing this, an unnoticed smirk flashed in Sunan's eyes. As for being trapped here, he was not particularly worried. He has the Across the Heavens shift. This ability is a divine ability, it's not as simple as moving for a kilometer. Moreover, even if Across the Heavens shift doesn't work, he has other ways. He still has the Perfect Death Resurrection card. The Perfect Death Resurrection card allows resurrection at a designated location after death. He doesn't believe that this town can render this game prop useless. Clearly, Li Ye doesn't know about this. At this moment, Li Ye also thought of possible methods that Sunan might have and said solemnly. "However, he was able to enter the top 3, there must be methods we don't know about. We can't put all our hopes on him, we still have to proceed as planned." Some people didn't seem to care, so what if he's third? "Brother Ye, your first and second phases of this task are both 4-star. Just the reward from the first phase made you skyrocket. If you complete the whole task, you'll definitely have a place in the top 3. 4-star mainline?" Hearing this, Sunan couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart, and a thought occurred to him instantly. What would happen if he copied Li Ye's task? Walk others' paths, and leave them with nowhere to go? Once this thought came up, Sunan couldn't suppress the idea of copying the task any longer, and he quickly made up his mind. A silent black main quest replication card appeared in his hand. At the same time, he switched his role to Wang Nan, preparing to use this character, Wang Nan, to copy the task. At present, of the 3 characters, only Wang Nan doesn't have a mainline. Although, as long as he could get the mainline, regardless of which characters, it was meat cooked in his pot. But there were still some differences if obtained by different characters. The biggest difference was the reward of the Bloodline Demon Sutra. The Bloodline Demon Sutra rewarded by the mainline task was the same system as the player, and now he lacked a source of physique Bloodline Demon Sutra, so naturally he wanted Wang Nan to get the task. The main quest replication card needs to come into contact with the player being duplicated to work. Sunan quietly moved behind Li Ye. Suddenly, he seemed to stagger and bump into Li Ye next to him. Suddenly bumped into someone without warning, Li Ye's face changed, and he subconsciously wanted to fight back. But when he saw that the person who bumped into him was a ghost, Li Ye quickly smiled and said, "Old man, are you alright?" Li Ye was obviously afraid of offending the old man transformed by Sunan, and spoke very politely. Sunan waved his hand and didn't say much, continuing to walk down the street and eventually disappearing into the crowd. On his panel, a message pops up. "Would you like to use the main quest replication card on target Li Ye?" "Yes." Detected that target Li Ye has 2 mainline tasks, please choose one to copy. Mainline Task 1, Wrath of the Demon King. Mainline Task 2, Curse of Demonic Thought. 2 mainlines. Sunan was surprised because mainline tasks were not easily obtained. Apart from novice tasks, they can only be obtained by triggering special events. If he didn't count the Dragon Turtle Legacy that he obtained by actively using Chi Luck not long ago, he had only triggered 1 special event. Li Ye had 2 mainlines, and one of them was obviously obtained through triggering a special event. These 2 tasks don't seem simple. Sunan's eyes showed a different color, and he couldn't decide which one to choose for a while. At first glance, neither of the tasks seemed to have a direct relationship with the current situation in Tiger Roar Town, but upon further analysis, both were possible. First of all, the first task, Wrath of the Demon King. If the Demon King here refers to the Tiger Demon, it is not impossible. Although the Tiger Demon had the strength comparable to an Emperor level 20 years ago, who could be sure that it would have stepped into the Emperor level after 20 years? As for the second task, Curse of Demonic Thought. This task is interesting, as it should be related to demon beasts judging from its name. Ji Changfeng had said that the tiger demon was normal 20 years ago, but there was a change in its temperament due to an incident. If the tiger demon's temperament changed because it was affected by the demonic qi of a demon beast, this is also not impossible. Why think so much, just go back and ask Ji Changfeng. Finding a place where no one was around, Sunan transformed into a young-looking ghost and returned to the inn. Li Yet and others hadn't left and were still discussing something. Listening carefully, Sunan found that they were discussing entering the back mountain. Sunan ignored them, quickly went up to the second floor, and then transformed back into Zhang Yang's appearance and returned to the guest room. So, brother Zhang Yang, do those outsiders know how to leave? Song Ji asked eagerly. They know, but it's difficult for them to tell us, Sunan repeated the conditions mentioned by Li Yet. Upon hearing this, Ji Changfeng immediately said, we cannot agree to their conditions. Once we let them enter the back mountain, the tiger demon could be disturbed, and none of us will be able to escape from here. The burly Song Ji angrily said, it's not up to them whether they want to say or not. I'll go and catch them now, kill them once a day, and see if they will tell. Ji Changfeng shook his head again, it's no use, if they don't want to say it, they won't say it even more if you do that. We can't afford to waste time. Sunan looked at Ji Changfeng and said, Senior, what exactly caused the sudden change in the tiger demon's temperament 20 years ago? Ji Changfeng thought for a moment and said, the old man doesn't know why the tiger demon's temperament changed 20 years ago, but I've heard the governor say that it might have something to do with demon beasts. Demon beast? Having an answer, Sunan looked at the two options on the panel and made a choice. Chapter 129, Curse of Demonic Thought. Congratulations on successfully replicating Li Yes mainline task Curse of Demonic Thought. Do you choose to synchronize the progress of the mainline task? Yes. Sunan did not hesitate and chose to synchronize directly. Li Yes' task had already reached the second phase, and if the task was not synchronized, he would be one phase slower than Li Yet, and the consequences of that would be unpredictable. Moreover, if the location of the first phase task was in Tiger Roar Town, it wouldn't be a problem, but if it wasn't in Tiger Roar Town, then it would be troublesome. Mainline task, Curse of Demonic Thought. In ancient times, a powerful demon beast fell, and its condensed evil energy turned into an indestructible demonic thought. Fortunately, a human expert found the demonic thought in time and suppressed it by laying down a formation to grind it away. Over the course of 10,000 years, the demonic thought was mostly destroyed with the passage of time. However, the formation laid down by the ancient powerhouse was also slowly corroded by time, losing its ability to destroy demonic thoughts. 20 years ago, the last trace of demonic thought finally escaped from the corroded formation and tried to possess a powerful tiger demon. However, the tiger demon was too strong for it to succeed, so it went into hiding within the tiger demon's body, which changed its temperament due to demonic thought's influence. To resist the demonic thought's possession, the tiger demon spent most of its time in deep sleep, contending with the demonic thought. However, this method could not truly prevent the possession, and it was only a matter of time before the tiger demon would be completely possessed by the demonic thought. Second phase task, enter the back mountain of Tiger Roar Town and use the demonic stone to draw out the demonic thought. Task difficulty, 4-star. Task rewards, mortal level bloodline, mortal level demon sutra, 30 demon points 1 drop of demon blood. Task countdown, 5 days. Since it was a replication, the task difficulty and task rewards did not change because Sunan was at the spirit level. The rewards were still mortal level bloodline and mortal level demon sutra. However, these were not important. The important thing was the second phase task. Not only do I need to enter the back mountain of Tiger Roar Town, but I also need to use the demonic stone to draw out the demonic thought. What is a demonic stone? Sunan frowned slightly. According to the requirements of the second phase task, he could already roughly guess the first phase task. It could be certain that the first phase task must be related to the demonic stone, and Li Ye must have already gotten the demonic stone. If I don't have a demonic stone, wouldn't I be unable to complete this task? Sunan's heart sank. It took great effort to use a precious main quest replication card, and the result was that the replicated task was impossible to complete. It was like a joke. Seeing Sunan's abnormal expression, Ji Changfeng asked, "Young friend, have you thought of something?" Sunan thought for a moment and said, "Senior, the outsiders who wanted to enter the back mountain should be related to the demon beast. Related to the demon beast? Ji Changfeng's expression changed, and he said with a solemn expression, "Young friend, what have you heard? I heard that the reason the tiger demon's temperament has changed so much is that it was influenced by a trace of demonic thought. They found a piece of demonic stone and wanted to use it to draw out the demonic thought." Sunan told some information mentioned in the mission. What is demonic thought? And what is a demonic stone? Songji and the others had never heard of demonic stone, so they looked curious. Ji Changfeng looked surprised. "I have long heard that you outsiders have the ability to know many hidden pieces of information, but I didn't expect you to know even these." Ad assistant looking at Songji and the others, Ji Changfeng explained, "Demonic thought is a kind of soul-like substance formed by the concentrated evil energy of the demon beast after its death. Demonic stone is a stone formed after the death of a demon beast, where its remaining demonic chi gathers and, after tens of thousands of years, forms a stone containing pure demonic chi. It is a treasure for demon beasts to enhance their realms." Containing pure demonic chi? Sunan suddenly thought of something and immediately asked, "Senior, can a demonic stone really attract demonic thought just because it contains pure demonic chi?" Ji Changfeng nodded. "Although demonic thought is different from demon beasts, pure demonic chi still greatly benefits them. It's not impossible for those outsiders to want to use the demonic stone to draw out the demon." Hearing this, Sunan's eyes lit up. If it's just that, then he might have a way. He had two things containing demonic chi on him. The first one was the ancient demon sword, and the second one was the demonic source pearl he obtained not long ago. He didn't know how much attraction the demonic source pearl had to demon beasts, but he did know that the attraction of the demon sword to them was absolutely enormous. The demonic stone, formed by the condensed demonic chi from a dead demon beast, simply couldn't compare to the demon sword in any aspect. Perhaps he could use the demon sword as a substitute for the demonic stone to draw out the demonic thought. Ji Changfeng looked at Sunan and continued, "If what you heard is all true, maybe we should help those outsiders. If they can really draw out the demonic thought from the tiger demon's body, it would be a good thing for us, too." Sunan nodded, but he was secretly calculating in his heart. Li Ye couldn't get to the back mountain, but he was different. He could transform into ghosts and also have the across the heavens shift. Although each across the heavens shift could only cover a range of kilometers, 2 attempts would cover about 80% of the back mountain's area. This meant that the climbing obstacles Li Ye faced did not exist for him. It seemed that this seemingly difficult task was not challenging for him at all. The only thing he needed to worry about was finding the tiger demon before he could draw out the demonic thought from its body. With this in mind, Sunan said, "Indeed, helping them enter the back mountain is also a good thing for us. I'll go find them and discuss it." Sunan left the guest room and went to the first floor. At the entrance of the inn, Li Ye and the others had already left. Did they really go to the back mountain? Sunan thought of a possibility. Unexpectedly, another thought emerged in him, "That's good, maybe I can take this opportunity to gain some demon power." A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Before, he had wanted to hunt some people to gain demon power. If it weren't for the fear that stirring things up at the entrance of the inn might alert those ghosts, causing a chain reaction, he would have taken action long ago. Now the opportunity has arrived. If those people were really determined to enter the back mountain, they would undoubtedly be attacked by the ghosts. He could take advantage of the chaos to make his move. Looking for a secluded place, he transformed himself into the appearance of a ghost once again and quickly moved toward Back Mountain. At the border between Tiger Roar Town and Back Mountain, there lay a vast wasteland. Li Ye led several players, standing on a huge rock and scanning the surroundings, as they were looking for ghosts. After a moment, they hadn't found a single ghost. Their eyes revealed their delight. As expected, there are no ghosts at this time. This was their second attempt to enter the Back Mountain. Last time, they did not know that climbing the mountain would lead to ghosts attacking them, and they suffered a huge loss. Afterward, they summed up their experiences, guarding this place for a whole day. Finally, they discovered one phenomenon. There were no ghosts at this point in time, making it the perfect time to enter the Back Mountain. "Brother Ye, don't worry. Even if it costs us a death count, we'll help you defend this place till the last moment," they said resolutely. "All right, as long as we succeed this time, I, Li Ye, will definitely not let you down." Li Ye took a deep breath. Although it was a pity that Zhang Yang didn't make a move, he still saw hope for success at present. Without any hesitation, he suddenly charged up the mountain. The moment he started climbing, it was as if he triggered some switch. The ghosts in the distant town shook simultaneously and then, like mad, rushed toward Back Mountain. Is this? Li Ye has already made a move. Seeing this scene, Sunan, who was on his way to Back Mountain, immediately understood what was going on. Without thinking too much, he hurried toward Back Mountain with the fastest speed. Here they come! Stop them! At the foot of the mountain, several players saw two leading ghosts coming first and swiftly took action. Each of them possessed two bloodlines and wasn't weak in strength. The first two ghosts that arrived were rapidly defeated and turned into a wisp of smoke by the joint efforts of the players. But before they could rejoice, they suddenly saw a figure moving much faster than the other ghosts approaching them. Watch out! Without thinking, they instinctively attacked the incoming ghost. But immediately after, their expressions changed abruptly. A tremendous force struck them, rendering them unable to resist at all. With one punch each, Sunan instantly killed all of the players. Until their deaths, they never understood when there appeared to be such a powerful ghost in Tiger Roar Town. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Hunt 5 Outsiders. 5 Demon Power Points have been awarded. Currently available Demon Power, 20 points. Enough to raise the Nether Wolf scripture to great perfection. Without any hesitation, he immediately chose to upgrade. With 20 Demon Power Points consumed, the Nether Wolf scripture reached great perfection. Congratulations, you have fully upgraded a Demon Sutra to great perfection, which further enhances your ability to survive in this world. Your talent to foresee the future has been strengthened, adding 3 extra uses per day. The usable number of times had reached 30. Finally, there are 4 knowledges I can use again. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. Having become accustomed to foreknowledge, he felt uneasy without it. Although several players died, the ghosts didn't stop. The arriving ghosts surged up the mountain like a tidal wave, moving extremely fast. Sunan didn't immediately follow the ghosts up, instead, he looked at his personal information panel. You transform yourself into the appearance of a ghost, intending to follow the other ghosts up the mountain. Unfortunately, although your transformation art can perfectly disguise your appearance as a ghost, you are not a real ghost. As soon as you climb up the mountain, the ghosts who were originally capturing another outsider will swarm toward you, intending to tear you to pieces. However, you are powerful and are not hindered at all by the ghosts. You no longer pay attention to the other ghosts and try to rush up the mountain relying on your speed. Your speed is incredibly fast, and no ghosts can catch up with you, leaving them all behind within a moment. 1 minute later, you arrive at the top of Back Mountain and follow the mountain range eastward, searching for the Tiger Demon. 2 minutes later, you haven't found the Tiger Demon. The entire Back Mountain has been occupied by ghosts, and countless ghosts surround you, leaving you no escape. 3 minutes later, your strength is depleted, and you're killed by a massive number of ghosts. You died. Bone shifting can't deceive ghosts. Sunan was surprised. Thinking about it, he came to terms with it. Ghosts were not demons but beings formed of resentment by the Tiger Demon. It was clear that they had their way of identifying their kind, and merely disguising his appearance wasn't enough to fool them. Climbing the mountain wouldn't be an issue for me, and it's not a problem for me to find the Tiger Demon. It seems that there really isn't much difficulty in this task for me, it's just a matter of wasting some foreknowledge uses. Chapter 130, Searching for the Tiger Demon. For Li Ye, the difficulty of the second phase of the Curse of Demonic Thought mission lies in how to climb the Back Mountain under the siege of numerous ghosts, and find the Tiger Demon affected by demonic thought. However, this is not a problem for the current Sunan. This will be the fastest mainline task I have ever completed. Sunan laughed, feeling that there was not much difference between this task and giving it away for free. Looking at the remaining 2 foreknowledge opportunities, he waited for the cooling time of foreknowledge to end and then continued to use it. He didn't choose to leave Tiger Roar Town, but decided to continue searching for the Tiger Demon. As long as he could resolve the demonic thought within the Tiger Demon, it would be easy to leave Tiger Roar Town. A Tiger Demon sleeps on the Back Mountain of Tiger Roar Town, and you want to find it and draw out the demonic thought within it. You follow the ghosts up the mountain, and as soon as you step on the Back Mountain, a large number of ghosts surround you, trying to tear you apart. After casually killing 2 ghosts, you want to rush up the mountain as fast as possible, but you are blocked by ghosts that have already filled the mountain forest. Unable to do anything, you can only kill the ghosts while continuing to move up the mountain. The back mountain of Tiger Roar Town stretches 3,000 meters from west to east. You know that there is no trace of the tiger demon within a 200-meter radius of Tiger Roar Town, so you head straight for the area 200 meters away. A minute later, you finally arrive at the side of the mountain 200 meters away from Tiger Roar Town, under the siege of numerous ghosts. 2 minutes later, you can barely search within a 100-meter radius of the mountain while facing the siege of ghosts, and your strength is already exhausted. You died. Compared to the first time, due to the large number of ghosts on the back mountain now, his actions had been obstructed. He died after only 2 minutes of foreknowledge. Now, my secret power system and control law system power haven't recovered yet, and I can't use across the heavens shift, so I can't even unleash half of my strength. Continuing foreknowledge like this probably won't yield much results, but fortunately, the game is about to refresh soon. He looked at the time in the game, and more than 10 minutes later, it would be midnight. What he needed to do now was to wait for the game refresh. I still have 1 foreknowledge opportunity left, and it would be a waste not to use it. I'll continue to search as much as I can. The back mountain of Tiger Roar Town has been filled with numerous ghosts, who are searching for the intruder. You know that climbing the mountain now would undoubtedly result in death, but you still resolutely choose to do so. A minute later, you arrive at a location 200 meters from Tiger Roar Town, surrounded by a large number of ghosts, and you struggle to move forward. You don't dare to waste time and continue to head straight for the mountain area 300 meters from Tiger Roar Town. Several breaths later, you finally come to a position 300 meters away from Tiger Roar Town, and your strength is about to be completely depleted. You continue to search, and suddenly, a black figure lying next to an ancient tree not far away attracts your attention. It's the outsider who climbed up the mountain not long ago. To your amazement, the ghosts around don't attack him, as if they haven't noticed him at all. You observe carefully and find that his eyes are closed tightly, motionless, with no breath on his body, as if he is just a corpse. To think that Li Ye actually has the ability to avoid detection by the ghosts. No wonder he is ranked 6th among the players. He even has such a strange and special method. I just don't know if it can fool the demon as well. Sunan's eyes revealed an unusual look. Of course, Li Ye wasn't really dead. Dead players wouldn't leave a corpse. He suspected that Li Ye might be using the ability rewarded by the first phase of the 4-star task. However, as he could see from the information of foreknowledge, the ability Li Ye used had some considerable drawbacks. Unable to move. It seemed that Li Ye could make his breath disappear and disguise himself as a corpse, but he lost the ability to move casually as well. While you resist the attacks of the ghosts, you observe him, and notice that in his hands he is holding a black crystal. On that crystal, a familiar yet frightening breath emanates, and it feels like demonic chi. You realize that the stone in his hand is a demonic stone, and he wants to attract demonic thought by the chi emitted by the stone. This method would indeed work, but unfortunately, the tiger demon influenced by demonic thought is not nearby, and the demonic chi emitted by the stone is too weak. It would take at least half an hour to attract the attention of the demonic thought. He also notices you and turns to look at you, but you don't pay any attention and continue searching forward. A few more breaths later, your strength is completely exhausted. You died. Even without finding the tiger demon, the demonic stone can still attract the demonic thought. Sunan's eyes revealed surprise, as he originally thought that the demonic stone would only work if the tiger demon was found and used it to draw out the demonic thought. Now it seemed that as long as they weren't too far from the tiger demon, they could use the demonic stone, with the only difference being the waiting time. What a strategy of sitting and waiting for the rabbit. Faking death to deceive the ghosts, this task is basically completed for Li Ye, now it's just a matter of time. Too bad he has met me. Sunan sneered. Whether or not Li Ye would be able to complete the mission without duplicating his task, it wouldn't affect Sunan. But now, he couldn't let Li Ye complete the mission. It would take half an hour for the demonic stone's emitted chi to attract the attention of the demonic thought, but with my foreknowledge, I would have already found the tiger demon. Sunan wasn't in a hurry, he looked at the time in the game and silently waited. At the same time, on a mountain 300 meters away from him, a large number of ghosts had already surrounded Li Ye, but rather than feeling fear, he seemed relieved. This isn't the ideal place, but we have no choice, it has to be here. Li Ye took out the demonic stone, then quickly laid down and closed his eyes. The next moment, his breath disappeared instantly, even his breathing seemed to halt. At the moment when his breath completely disappeared, the surrounding ghosts, who had lost sight of their target, began to wander aimlessly like headless flies. Noticing the change in the ghosts around him, Li Ye breathed a sigh of relief, his nervousness disappeared, replaced by anticipation. I'm just one step away from success. All he had to do now was wait for the demonic thought to be attracted by the aura emitted by the demonic stone. At the foot of the mountain, Sunan had already changed back into Zhongyang. The outbreak of the ghosts naturally attracted the attention of Ji Changfeng and others. Ji Changfeng led Song Ji and two others to the bottom of the back mountain. Chang Dao quickly asked, "Brother Zhongyang, what happened? Did those outsiders climb the mountain?" Sunan nodded. Most of those outsiders were killed by the ghosts, but one of them has already gone up the mountain. I'm afraid it won't be long before the curse of demonic thought is drawn out, and we'll be able to leave. Really? That's great. The eyes of Song Ji and the other two lit up, now they were hoping that Li Ye would succeed. Ji Changfeng also nodded, if this really happens, we really have to thank them. Sunan just smiled, saying nothing, he couldn't very well tell them that he was planning to steal the task. Over 10 minutes later. Time arrived at midnight. Game refresh. All the consumed strength in Sunan's body instantly recovered, and the usage count of foreseeing the future and across the heavens shift was also refreshed simultaneously. He looked at his daily tasks first thing. First was Zhang Yang's task. In addition to hunt a spirit-level monster and escort Ji Changfeng to Tianyun City, a new task appeared in Zhang Yang's daily tasks. Task 3, Escape from Tiger Roar Town. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task reward, 30 demon power points. 3-star task, not bad, this task reward is practically free. A smile came to Sunan's face. This task was similar to the second phase of the curse of demonic thought. It was difficult for others, but not for him. Running the life wheel scripture, he glanced at Sunan's tasks. In addition to hunting mortal-level demons and spirit-level monsters, a task related to Tiger Roar Town also appeared. Task 3, Clear the ghosts in Tiger Roar Town. Task difficulty, 4 stars. Task reward, 45 demon power points. This task is tricky. Ghosts are not easy to clear, not to mention their sheer numbers, the mere fact of their immortality alone, is not something he can deal with. What's more, behind the ghosts is a tiger demon. He shook his head in disappointment, he had no desire for this task at all. Continuing to switch roles to Lang 13. Task 1, Hunt down 5 outsiders. Task 2, Hunt down 30 outsiders. Task 3, Hunt down one of the top 100 Chi Luck outsiders. Lang 13's daily tasks had no changes, still the same 3 different levels of hunting players' tasks. Glancing at it, Sunan did not mind. At this moment, several figures appeared consecutively not far away. It was the players he had killed logging in. The few of them saw Sunan, exchanged glances but directly approached him. One of them laughed and said, "Zhang Yang, you should have refreshed the task of escaping from Tiger Roar Town by now. Unfortunately, even if you want to agree to Brother Ye's conditions for a method of escape now, it's too late." Another nodded, Brother Ye has successfully climbed the mountain. It won't be long before the task is completed. It's not a problem for you to know now, Brother Ye's current mainline task is 4-star. The others also chipped in, a 4-star mainline task. Once it's completed, the demon power he'll get is enough for Brother Ye to step into the spirit level. By that time, your third place might not be guaranteed. The group of them went back and forth, very smug, as if the one about to complete the task was not Li Ye, but them. Song Ji and the others were confused, having no idea what was going on. However, they understood the last thing they heard. Song Ji immediately showed his concern, "Brother Zhang Yang, what did they mean by saying that your third position is not safe?" Sunan glanced at several players and said indifferently, "Don't worry, if I don't want to, no one can take my place." He ignored the few players, his eyes landing on the personal information panel. On it, the text of his foresight was rapidly changing. You use across the heavens shift and arrive instantly 400 meters away from Tiger Roar Town on a mountain, intending to find the tiger demon influenced by demonic thought. There are many ghosts wandering on the mountain. They are looking for another outsider. Your arrival instantly makes you the target of all the ghosts. Hundreds of ghosts surround you. You remain calm and unafraid. Electrical lights shoot out from your hand, and the ghosts in front of you are killed. 1 minute later, you are surrounded by ghosts, only exploring 100 meters in all directions on the mountain. 2 minutes later, you explore another 100 meters on the mountain. The number of ghosts around has not decreased with your attacks, but has instead increased. 3 minutes later, you have explored a 300 meters radius area of the mountain, reaching a spot 700 meters away from Tiger Roar Town, but regretfully you still haven't found the tiger demon. End of first prediction. Do you wish to continue? Continue. 3 minutes later, you are located 1,000 meters away from Tiger Roar Town, and you have yet to find traces of the tiger demon. End of second prediction. Do you wish to continue? Continue. 3 minutes later, you arrive at a place 1,300 meters away from Tiger Roar Town. After continuous searching for 9 minutes, you have killed a large number of ghosts. Your strength is seriously depleted. If you continue, you will not be able to hold on for much longer. End of third prediction. Do you wish to continue foretelling? No. With his strength about to run out, it would be better to restart than to waste a chance at prediction. Foot of the mountain. Everyone except for Sunan is staring at the endless mountain peak 3,000 meters away, waiting for Li Ye to draw out the demonic thought. The cooldown period for foresight is up. Sunan begins predicting again. You use across the heavens shift twice in succession and arrive at a place 1,300 meters away from Tiger Roar Town, intending to find the tiger demon influenced by demonic thought. In the following time, Sunan keeps foretelling. He is not in a rush. His previous prediction told him that it would take Li Ye at least half an hour to draw out the demonic thought. It has only been over 10 minutes now, they have plenty of time. Time passes. 3 minutes were gone in the blink of an eye. Sunan has predicted 9 times in total. In these predictions, he has reached a place 3,100 meters away from Tiger Roar Town, almost at the end of the mountain. However, what makes him frown is that he still hasn't found the tiger demon. What's going on? Could it be that the tiger demon isn't on the mountain? Sunan finds the current situation strange and completely unexpected. He predicts once more, searching another 300 meters. This time, he finally finishes exploring the last part of the mountain behind Tiger Roar Town. The result makes his face darken. He still hasn't found the tiger demon. That's wrong. Since the location of the task is in the back mountain, the tiger demon must be in the back mountain. I just haven't found it yet. Perhaps I should switch my method, like Li Ye did. Sunan pondered, and came up with a method. When the cooldown period for foresight ended, he immediately started predicting again. This time he planned to imitate Li Ye, and use demonic qi to attract the demonic thought inside the tiger demon. As for the source of the demonic qi, he chose the demonic source pearl. This item seemed to be of no use to him for the time being, so it was perfect for an experiment. After using across the heavens shift twice, you arrive in the central location 1,500 meters behind Tiger Roar Town. You take out the demonic source pearl, planning to use the demonic qi exuded by the pearl to attract the demonic thought inside the tiger demon. Your plan is very successful. Several breaths after the demonic source pearl is taken out, you hear a loud, resonant tiger's roar. You follow the direction from where the sound is coming from. A minute later, you arrive at a basin located 1,600 meters away from Tiger Roar Town. To your surprise, a large cave has appeared in the originally empty basin. It's found. Chapter 131, Goodbye to the 5-star task. Sunan was both shocked and delighted. The delight was that after wasting more than a dozen chances for foreknowledge, he finally found the tiger demon. The shock was the attraction of the demonic source pearl to the demon beasts. Even though he was mentally prepared and knew that the effects of the demonic source pearl might be really good, he still didn't expect them to be this obvious. You don't hesitate and quickly enter the cave that mysteriously appeared with the demonic source pearl in hand. The cave is huge, with smooth and flat rock walls all around, as if blasted by a powerful force, extending downwards at an angle. 2 minutes later, you arrive at the end of the cave, and suddenly a vast underground space opens up before you, with a colossal creature that is 4 meters high and has blood-red eyes. You notice that under the tiger demon's body is a stone platform covered with densely packed patterns. This used to be a place where ancient powerhouses suppressed demonic thoughts, and the tiger demon wanted to use the remaining force of the formation to suppress the demonic thoughts. Seeing the demonic source pearl in your hand, the reason of the tiger demon, which was dominated by demonic thoughts, completely disappeared, and it could no longer control the desire in its heart, suddenly pouncing at you. You died. This, Sunan's expression darkened. What happened to using an item containing demonic chi to draw out demonic thoughts? This wasn't according to the script. Could it be that the demonic source pearl can't really draw out demonic thoughts? Or did it have to be a demonic stone? A bad possibility appeared in his mind. If that's the case, then he could only try to find a way to snatch the magical stone from Li Ye's hand. No, it shouldn't be a problem with the demonic source pearl. The demonic source pearl is just a catalyst. Sunan suddenly thought of another bigger possibility and shook his head secretly. The tiger demon was just one step away from being completely controlled by the demonic thoughts, and at this time, whether it's a demonic stone or a demonic source pearl, it can cause a stimulation to the tiger demon, leading to it being completely controlled. Upon thinking about this, he suddenly realized that he had underestimated the difficulty of the task before. Climbing the back mountain and finding the tiger demon did not mean that one could draw out the demonic thoughts. How to draw out the demonic thoughts was the biggest challenge. Since the demonic source pearl will stimulate the tiger demon, then just don't use the demonic source pearl. As his thoughts turned, Sunan had an idea. When the cooling time of foreknowledge ended, he started foreknowledge again. You know that just relying on the demonic source pearl will not be enough to draw out the demonic thoughts inside the tiger demon, and you also need the cooperation of the tiger demon. Using across the heavens shift twice, you arrive at a depression about 100 or 200 meters away from Tiger Roar town. There are no traces of the tiger demon in the depression, and as you take out the demonic source pearl, accompanied by the roar of the tiger demon, a huge cave appears before you. You quickly put away the demonic source pearl and entered the cave. 2 minutes later, you arrive in the underground space at the end of the cave and see the blood-red-eyed tiger demon. The tiger demon didn't attack you immediately, and you quickly state your purpose. When it hears that you have a way to draw out the demonic thoughts from its body, the tiger demon not only doesn't get excited but instead attacks you. You died. Just before you die, you see distrust in the eyes of the tiger demon, and you realize that it doesn't trust humans, even though it's on the verge of being controlled by the demonic thoughts. Sure enough, the tiger demon was affected last time, and it's not because the demonic source pearl can't draw out the demonic thoughts. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a problem with the demonic source pearl, things would be easier. As for the problem that appeared in this foreknowledge, he didn't care about it. The fact that the tiger demon didn't trust humans was definitely a headache for other players, but it wasn't for him. Since the tiger demon didn't trust humans, he could just turn into a demon himself. You operate the life wheel scripture and use bone shifting to change your appearance to that of a wolf demon, then once again arrive at the depression. When you enter the cave, the tiger demon doesn't attack you immediately, and you quickly state your purpose. When it hears that you have a way to draw out the demonic thoughts from its body, the tiger demon becomes very excited. You tell your counterpart that in order to draw out the demonic thoughts, you must use an item containing pure demonic chi, and when using an item containing demonic chi, it can cause loss of control, so they need to cooperate. After listening to you, the tiger demon expresses its willingness to cooperate and tells you that it will put itself into a deep sleep. In that state, even if it was attacked, it wouldn't wake up, and it could only be awakened by a specific method. After a brief exchange, you quickly reach a consensus, and the tiger demon begins to put itself into a deep sleep. 3 minutes later, the tiger demon completely falls into a deep sleep. End of first prediction. Do you wish to continue? Continue. Sunan didn't hesitate at all, the situation was developing in the best possible direction. The tiger demon cooperates with you, putting itself into a deep sleep, and tells you the method to wake it up. You take out the demonic source pearl again and try to attract the demonic thoughts in the tiger demon's body. As soon as you take out the demonic source pearl, the sleeping tiger demon is stimulated, its eyelids twitch, and there is a sign of it waking up. Fortunately, the tiger demon is in a very deep sleep, and even after a full minute has passed, it hasn't actually woken up. You breathe a sigh of relief, but at this moment, you see that a black mist suddenly surges out from the tiger demon's body. You realize that it is the demonic thoughts. The demonic thoughts shoot rapidly toward the demonic source pearl in your hand, and you dare not continue to hold the demonic source pearl, so you immediately discard it. The demonic source pearl falls on the ground, and the demonic thoughts, like hungry jackals, madly burrow into the demonic source pearl. 2 minutes later, the demonic thoughts completely burrow into the demonic source pearl, and everything returns to calm. You didn't dare to be careless, so you waited another minute before attempting to wake up the tiger demon. The second foreknowledge ends. Do you want to continue? Success. Sunan sighed in relief, and a smile appeared on his lips. This task, it had consumed a lot of his foreknowledge attempts, yet it was all worth it. Continue with the foreknowledge. In order to be on the safe side, he didn't hold back on using foreknowledge and decided to use it once more. At the foot of the mountain. Upon seeing the smile on Sunan's lips, Songji, who was standing beside him, asked, "Brother Zhongyang, what's making you so happy?" Sunan looked at them and said, "I'm sorry, but I have to return to my world for a moment." "Return to your world?" Cheng Dao and the others were stunned before realizing that Sunan was an outsider as well. They slowly reacted to this. "Brother Zhongyang, don't worry about us, just take care of your business. We're temporarily safe here," Cheng Dao reassured Sunan. Sunan nodded and said, "Be careful, I'll be back in a few minutes." As he finished speaking, his figure disappeared in front of them. The abilities of outsiders are really amazing. I wonder how they can do that. Cheng Dao and others marveled as they watched Sunan vanish. At the same time, the players who saw Sunan's disappearance were baffled. Why did Zhongyang quit the game? Who cares? He definitely knows that our Brother Yes task will be completed soon. He's probably regretful for not agreeing to Brother Yes terms before, so he's too ashamed to stay here now. I wonder what his expression will be like when he comes back to find that Brother Ye has already surpassed him. The players laughed, as if they could already envision Sunan being pushed out of the third place. Little did they know, Sunan was using the Across the Heavens shift to teleport to a mountain forest a kilometer away at that moment. The Across the Heavens shift could only cover a maximum distance of 1 kilometer, and even though he could use it twice without hesitation in his foresight, he needed to be more careful in reality. A minute or two later, a sudden roar of a tiger echoed through the forest. The forest shook, and even at a considerable distance away, everyone could feel the frightening power contained within the roar. Is the tiger demon about to show up? The eyes of the several players lit up. They were not afraid, but excited. Meanwhile, Li Ye, who was still lying still like a corpse, heard the tiger's roar and his body shuddered. Is it finally coming? Li Ye's face was filled with anticipation, as he continued to wait quietly for the arrival of the tiger demon. Then, a horde of ghosts swiftly swarmed around Sunan, trying to tear him apart. Sunan paid no attention to them. He retrieved the demonic source pearl and activated the life wheel scripture. As he switched his role to Lang 13, his appearance also changed accordingly. Only after completing these steps did he head towards the newly emerged cave. Tiger King Sr., I'm here to help you get rid of the demonic thoughts. Just as Sunan, now in the form of a wolf demon, arrived at the end of the cave and saw the enormous tiger demon, he quickly spoke. Hearing Sunan's words, the tiger demon instantly became excited. Its blood-red eyes were filled with both expectation and doubt. You're here to help me? How can a little spirit-level demon like you help me? Sunan reacted quickly, recounting the entire matter as he had seen it in his foresight. After hearing the explanations, the tiger demon grew ecstatic. Excellent. I'll cooperate with you, of course. As long as you can truly draw the demonic thoughts out of me, I won't let you down, the tiger demon said excitedly. From then on, in Tianyun County, nay, in the entire Dongshan state, no demon would dare to lay a finger on you, with me watching over, the tiger demon exclaimed. Hearing this, Sunan couldn't help but feel overjoyed. If he could really receive the protection of the tiger demon, wouldn't it be like a fish in water for him to move around the demon clan while under the identity of Lang 13? Bearing in mind, the current tiger demon was already in existence comparable to an emperor-level powerhouse 20 years ago, its word carried a lot of weight. Perhaps helping this tiger demon and gaining its protection would be his greatest harvest this time. With this thought, Sunan's eyes shone brightly. The rest of the events unfolded as he had seen it in his foresight. The tiger demon put itself into a deep sleep and shared the secret with Sunan on how to wake it up. The method of waking it up was surprisingly straightforward. By pricking the bottom of the tiger demon's foot with a sharp object, it could be woken up. As the tiger demon slept, Sunan quickly swung into action. He took out the demonic source pearl, and the demonic thoughts within the sleeping tiger demon's body were stimulated, causing its eyelids to twitch. Without changing his expression, Sunan switched his role back to Zhongyang and patiently waited. 1 minute later, a strand of black smoke finally seemed unable to withstand the thirst for the demonic source pearl, and quickly drilled out of the tiger demon's body. Seeing this, Sunan didn't dare to hold the demonic source pearl any longer and immediately threw it to the side. The demonic thought suddenly went towards the demonic source pearl, enveloping it. After another minute, that strand of demonic thought finally completely drilled into the demonic source pearl. At the moment when the demonic thought completely entered the demonic source pearl, the task completion prompt popped up in front of Sunan's eyes. Congratulations, you have completed the first phase of the mainline task Curse of Demonic Thought. Do you wish to claim your reward immediately? Claim it. Congratulations, you have obtained Immortal Level Demon Sutra. Congratulations, you have obtained Immortal Level Bloodline. Congratulations, you have obtained 30 Demon Points. Congratulations, you have obtained a drop of demonic blood. The second phase of the mainline task is now open, please check the task list. Out of the 4 rewards, besides the demonic blood, there was nothing noteworthy. Sunan didn't take out the demonic blood right away. He knew without looking that it must contain demonic chi. If he took it out now and caused the demonic thoughts to change, it would be more harm than good. Mainline task, Curse of Demonic Thought. Task 3rd phase, completely eliminate demonic thought. Task difficulty, 5-star. Task reward, Spirit Grade Demon Technique, Spirit Grade Bloodline, 45. Demon Power Points, Technique Seeds, a Spirit Treasure. Task countdown, 30 days. Another 5-star task. Sunan's body shook, and his eyes revealed surprise. The last 5-star task was to hunt demon beasts, this time it's to eliminate demonic thoughts. It seems that as long as it involves demonic beasts, the task's star level is quite high, which should be due to the elusive nature of these creatures. Sunan wasn't pleased about getting another 5-star task. Instead, he looked serious. Last time, if it wasn't for the demon monarch altar, that demon beast wouldn't be within his capabilities to handle. This time, it obviously won't be that easy either. Fortunately, the countdown is long this time, a full month, so there's no hurry. After switching his role back to Lang 13, he finally awakened the tiger demon. The dagger pierced the tiger demon's foot, and it lazily opened its blurry eyes, seemingly just waking up. Sunan quickly said, "Senior Tiger King, the demonic thoughts inside your body have been drawn out." So fast. The Tiger King instantly sobered up, and its huge body suddenly stood up. It closed its eyes, feeling the changes in its body. After a few breaths, the tiger demon's eyes opened, filled with joy. Gone. The damned demonic thought is really gone. Ha ha ha, after 20 years, this king has finally gotten rid of that damned demonic thought. The tiger demon's hearty laughter echoed through the underground space, shaking Sunan's ears. After a while, the tiger demon gradually calmed his excitement. The massive body rapidly shrank and transformed, eventually turning into a sturdy middle-aged man. Hu Xiaotian slapped Sunan's shoulder, excitedly saying, "Brother, from now on, you call me Big Brother, and you are my brother. In Tianyun County, if any demon dares to offend my brother, it means they are crossing me." The tiger demon was carefree, and perhaps overly excited, he directly acknowledged the wolf demon, which Sunan had transformed into, as his brother. "By the way, this king is called Hu Xiaotian, what's your name, brother?" Not one to be impolite, Sunan naturally didn't refuse since the tiger demon treated him as a brother. He smiled and said, "Big brother, your little brother is Lang Wu." He continued to use his previous fake name. "Lang Wu? Brother, your name isn't domineering enough, you should be called Lang Zhentian." Sunan's mouth twitched, and he quickly changed the subject. "Big brother, those demonic thoughts are still in that bead. Do you have a way to eliminate them?" Hearing about the demonic thoughts, Hu Xiaoshan's gaze followed Sunan's and fell on the demonic source pearl, instantly becoming serious. That demonic thought is the condensation of a powerful ancient demon upon its death. Even the strong in ancient times couldn't eliminate it, it's not something I can eliminate. Hu Xiaotian shook his head. After a pause, he became even more solemn. If I'm not mistaken, that bead you used should have been formed by a large amount of pure demonic qi. Now that the demonic thoughts have entered the bead, they are nourished by the demonic qi inside, and they will quickly recover. It's not about eliminating them, being able to think of a way to suppress them would be good enough. Hearing this, Sunan's heart tightened and asked, what should we do? Should we throw it away directly? Chapter 132, The Role of the Director. Though the demonic thoughts pertained to a 5-star mission, it could not be completed without one's life intact. Demonic thoughts were unlike anything else. If one was affected, their physical body in reality could face detrimental effects. It was extremely dangerous. No way. Hu Xiaotian immediately shook his head. These demonic thoughts have been battling within me for 20 years, I despise them from the core of my being. If I allow them to recover, they will come back for me sooner or later. With that, he took out a storage ring, waved his hand, and a surge of energy swept the demonic source pearl into the ring before passing it to Sunan. I will keep the pearl in this storage ring for now. As long as you don't open the ring, the demonic thoughts, even if they recover, won't be able to break free within a month. I'll find a way to deal with what comes after. The confinement would only last a month? Sunan felt a sinking feeling in his heart, suddenly understanding why the countdown for the task was a month. If no solution to the demonic thoughts was found in a month, they would break free on their own. Nonetheless, he was not overly worried. It's just a 5-star task. If it came down to it, he wouldn't do it. If the countdown to the task was about to end and Hu Xiaotian found a solution, then helping him complete a 5-star mission would obviously be best. Otherwise, if no solution was found, he would just throw the ring far away. After all, Hu Xiaotian was the one who would be out of luck. With these thoughts in mind, Sunan accepted the ring. And that marked the end of the matter with the demonic thoughts, for the time being. It's been a long time since I've been out and about, I wonder if those old-timers still remember me, Hu Xiaotian mused, a look of anticipation in his eyes. Young friend, it's been over 20 years since I've been out, I need to meet some old friends. I'll take my leave first. If you need anything, you can find me in Tianyun City, he said. Without waiting for Sunan to respond, Hu Xiaotian disappeared from the cave. Tianyun City? That's perfect, Sunan nodded. Upon leaving the cave, the ghosts that had been scattered across the mountain forest had completely vanished, evidently taken away by Hu Xiaotian. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain, precisely when the ghosts vanished, Ji Changfeng and others instantly sensed that something was off. All the ghosts have vanished. Could it be that the outsider was successful? Ji Changfeng speculated. That quickly. Song Ji and the others were even more surprised. In their opinion, the tiger demon was a king-level great demon. Even if the outsider had a way to draw out the demonic thoughts, it was not something that could be achieved in a short while. If it was really that easy, the tiger demon wouldn't have been troubled for so many years. The three exchanged glances, eventually sighing at the outsider's unusual methods. Brother Ye must have succeeded. Quickly, check the ranking list. I wonder how much Brother Ye's ranking will increase this time. He's definitely going to reach the spirit level. On the other side, several players were overjoyed. At this moment, Sunan changed back into his persona as Zhang Yang. Using the across the heavens shift, he appeared out of thin air at the place he had previously vanished from. Seeing him appear, a few players bragged, Zhang Yang, you've come at the perfect time. Brother Ye's task has already been completed. Is that so? Then, congratulations to him, Sunan smiled. The few players were even more smug. They did not know that at this moment, Li Ye was incredibly grim-faced. The moment he heard the tiger's roar, his mind was on edge, a mix of anxiety and anticipation. He was prepared to face the tiger demon at any time. But wait as he might, instead of the tiger demon, he was met with a prompt from the game. The second phase of your mainline task, Curse of Demonic Thought, has been completed by another player. The third phase has started. Please check your task panel. Completed by another player. Li Ye was startled for a moment, taking a while to grasp the meaning behind the prompt. A breath later, he was jolted awake, realizing the implications of the notification. Impossible. How could anyone besides me trigger this task? And is there any other player on this mountain besides me? Ignoring the wandering ghosts around him, Li Ye abruptly stood up, his eyes reflecting disbelief. Hastily opening his task panel and seeing that the second phase of his Curse of Demonic Thought task had truly disappeared, he was completely stunned. The changes in his tasks did not afford him the luxury of disbelief. So, what exactly is happening? Li Ye was in shock, and he even started suspecting whether the game had a bug. However, it wasn't over yet. Not long after, he noticed that the wandering ghosts around him seemed to be recalled, disappearing into smoke. In the blink of an eye, the ghosts that had filled the mountain forest completely vanished. Such changes were clearly telling him that it wasn't a game bug, but rather that his task had indeed been completed by someone else. Did someone trigger this task before me and reach Tiger Roar Town even earlier? Li Ye was not willing to accept this, but he had no choice but to accept the reality in front of him. No matter who you are, since you've taken my task, this isn't over. Li Ye's face was dark, his gaze landed on another mainline task, a look of determination in his eyes. The Curse of Demonic Thought task had nothing to do with him anymore, and he could only rely on another task now. Li Ye descended the mountain in a daze. Seeing him return, a few players quickly rushed over. Congratulations on completing the task, brother Ye. Li Ye didn't pay any attention to them, instead, his gaze landed on Sunan, and a thought suddenly sprang up in his mind. Could it be him? Li Ye was doubtful, but he immediately shook his head, negating this possibility. In his view, Sunan had accidentally arrived in Tiger Roar Town, he couldn't possibly trigger the Curse of Demonic Thought task. He had no idea that there was such a thing as the main quest replication card in this game. Unfortunately, only the first and second place players have such a thing, and he was destined not to know. Li Ye said solemnly, "Have you seen anyone else coming down from the mountain?" Others? No. Several people shook their heads, wondering why Li Ye would ask this. Sunan walked over and laughed, "Li Ye, I heard you completed a 4-star task, congratulations." Ji Changfeng said, "Young friend, I have to thank you again for this. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't know how long we would be trapped here." Song Ji patted Li Ye on the shoulder and said, "You are Li Ye, right? We owe you a favor this time. If you need help in the future, you can come to the Demon Hunting Bureau in 9 Pavilion County to find me." Li Ye looked gloomy and didn't say anything. He wouldn't admit that he hadn't dealt with the tiger demon himself, as that would undoubtedly be a slap in his own face. With the departure of Hu Xiaotian, the strange power that had trapped them in Tiger Roar Town disappeared. Sunan and the others found their carriage again and continued towards Tianyun City. The moment he left the range of Tiger Roar Town, the task completion prompt appeared in front of him. "Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Escape Tiger Roar Town, and 30 demon points have been issued. Usable demon points, 60 points." With 60 points, he had enough to upgrade 1 Demon Sutra to perfection. Of the 3 roles, both Wang Nan and Lang 13's Demon Sutras had already reached great perfection, and to further improve, they could only fuse with bloodlines. Now he could only upgrade the character Zhang Yang. Li Ye just had his task stolen and must be looking for the one who stole it. Upgrading now would make it hard not to arouse his suspicion. "Forget it, let's wait." The carriage returned to the official road leading to Tianyun City. After the delay caused by Tiger Roar Town, the original 3-hour journey now needed 4 hours. On the carriage, Ji Changfeng's expression grew even heavier after leaving Tiger Roar Town. "We are not far from Tianyun City now. If nothing goes wrong, we'll be there in half an hour. We were influenced by a demon's power before, causing us to enter Tiger Roar Town. That demon must be no ordinary one, and it's very likely it hasn't left yet. Everyone, be careful." Sunan didn't dare to be careless either and used up his 3 foreknowledge opportunities directly. Song Ji and the others, having learned their lesson, each took out a dagger, ready to pierce their palms in case they fell asleep again. Fortunately, no accidents occurred this time. An hour later, the group saw a huge city from afar. Finally, they had arrived in Tianyun City. "We've finally arrived." Song Ji and the others let out a sigh of relief. The grand and towering walls of Tianyun City deserved to be the center of the entire Tianyun County. Even from a distance, one could feel its oppressing presence. In comparison, the originally bustling 9 Pavilion County seemed minuscule in front of Tianyun City. The carriage did not stop and headed straight to the governor's mansion in the city center. As they entered Tianyun City, another task completion prompt appeared. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task escort Ji Changfeng to Tianyun City, and 30 demon points have been issued. Usable demon points, 90 points. With another 3-star task completed, Sunan smiled. Looking at the ranking list, he saw that Qian Yu had also entered the spirit level, ranking behind Zhang Yang. And following Qian Yu, Li Longfei, Li Ye, Zhou Cheng, and Yang Zheng had all reached great perfection of 4 demon classics. It was evident that the rewards of survival tasks had greatly enhanced them. Almost, it's time to upgrade now. Sunan no longer hesitated. With a full 80 demon points consumed, the double-winged snake bloodline went from not yet started to great perfection in a single breath. He gained another bloodline combat skill, and the number of foreknowledge opportunities increased by 3, reaching 33 times. More than 10 minutes later, the carriage stopped in front of the governor's mansion. Ji Changfeng quickly got off the carriage and said, "You guys wait here, I'll go in and report to the governor first." Song Ji and the others nodded, dismounting their carriages and waiting. After one incense stick burned, Ji Changfeng walked out of the governor's mansion and said to Sunan, "Young friend, come with me. The governor wants to see you." "All right." Sunan didn't hesitate and followed Ji Changfeng into the governor's mansion. The governor's mansion was astonishingly large and heavily guarded, even more so than the Sky Wolf clan's Wolf King Palace that he had seen before. Sunan followed Ji Changfeng into a majestic grand hall. An old man with crane-like hair and the appearance of a child, aged 67, sat on a high platform. Even sitting there quietly, he exuded an aura of authority. The old man looked at Sunan and said, "Are you the outsider ranked 3rd?" "Indeed I am." Sunan replied. The old man nodded. "Old man was made aware of your deeds by Changfeng. Let me ask you now, are you willing to join the demon hunting bureau of my great Yu dynasty?" "Willing." "Good. Considering your merits in escorting Changfeng and that you are an outsider with strength comparable to the Xian level, I can make an exception for you to become." He paused for a moment, then continued, "I can make an exception for you to become the bureau chief of the demon hunting bureau of Tianyun City. Are you willing?" "The bureau chief of the demon hunting bureau?" Sunan was somewhat surprised. This position was not low. Ji Changfeng, who was in the late Xian stage, was only a bureau chief of a county. Now, the governor of Tianyun County intended to directly make him the bureau chief of the demon hunting bureau in Tianyun City. Sunan wondered what he was planning. For a moment, Sunan hesitated, unsure whether to accept this position or not. On the side, Ji Changfeng saw the old man's offer to Sunan, and his eyes also revealed surprise. He did not expect the old man to let Sunan directly assume the position of the bureau chief. However, he soon thought of something, didn't say anything, and turned to look at Sunan, waiting for Sunan's response. Sunan's thoughts raced. He wanted Zhang Yang's identity to join the demon hunting bureau to prepare for the upcoming all-area major mission. If the mission was indeed related to repairing the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition, then joining the Demon Hunting Bureau would certainly give him a great advantage over ordinary players. After all, the Great Yu dynasty was taking the lead in this matter. Seeing Sunan's hesitation, the old man fell silent for a moment and said, "You don't have to think too much about it. The reason why one want you to be the bureau chief is not only due to the tremendous increase of the outsider's strength, but more importantly because you cannot die." When he said cannot die, the old man deliberately emphasized it a bit. Hearing this, Sunan's heart stirred, and he came to a decision, saying, "Since the governor holds me in such high regard, I should not disobey." "Good, I haven't misjudged you." A smile appeared on the old man's face. After that, the old man made some arrangements for the green gold stone matter, directly appointing 2 Xian-level experts to leave with Ji Changfeng. As for Sunan, he was led by an officer named Tianhe to the Demon Hunting Bureau. 6. On their way, Tianhe warned, "Bureau Chief Zhang, the waters in Tianyun City are deep. It's true that the bureau chief is a high-ranking position, but the accompanying risks are also enormous. You must be cautious." Sunan asked, "Officer Tian, is there a problem with the Demon Hunting Bureau of Tianyun City?" Instead of directly answering, Tianhe asked, "Do you know how the last bureau chief of the Demon Hunting Bureau of Tianyun City died?" Sunan's heart stirred and said, "Could it be a demon?" "Correct." Tianhe nodded solemnly. Tianyun City may seem to be under the control of our human clan, with many strong individuals, but secretly it is also a gathering place for demons. There are even 2 demon kings openly residing in the city. Not only the previous bureau chief, but even several of his predecessors were ambushed and killed by demons. The longest-serving one lasted for no more than a year, while the shortest didn't even make it past 7 days. So that's how it is. Sunan realized why the governor would ask him to take over the previous bureau chief's position. However, he didn't feel afraid either. As a player, being able to resurrect was one aspect, but more importantly, he had another identity. He could fully use his identity as a wolf demon to infiltrate the demons within Tianyun City and learn their plans. At that time, who would be the hunter and who would be the prey would still be uncertain. Thinking about this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Sunan's mouth. Looking back at Tianhe, Sunan said with a smile, "Thank you, Officer Tian, for telling me all this. If you need anything in the future, just say the word." Tianhe replied, "Bureau Chief Zhang, you're too polite. I just didn't want to see you die without knowing the reason." Chapter 133, Condensing the Servant Seal. Tianyun City's Demon Hunting Bureau is located in the east of the city, separated by 4 or 5 streets from the governor's mansion. Under Tianhe's guidance, Sunan arrived at the Demon Hunting Bureau. As soon as they entered the Demon Hunting Bureau, a middle-aged man came out to meet them. "What wind blew you here, Leader Tian?" Tianhe introduced Sunan, "Director Zhang, this is Zhu Chen, one of the 3 peak spirit level team leaders in the Demon Hunting Bureau." Then Tianhe introduced Zhu Chen, "This is Director Zhang Yang, he is the new director appointed by the governor." New director? Zhu Chen was startled, and there was a surprise in his eyes as he looked at Sunan. Looking at Sunan's realm, the expression on his face was even more strange. Hearing their conversation, the other martial artists in the Demon Hunting Bureau also came out to see. When they saw Sunan, they all looked surprised. "Am I seeing this right? He's just at the spirit level." "You're not mistaken, he's not only at the spirit level, but also at the early stage." "How long do you think he'll survive?" "A week. No, 5 days. If you ask me, he could last 3 days at most." "3 days? You're giving him too much credit, he's only at the early stage of the spirit level, whether he can survive today is a question." Among the heated discussions of the martial artists, when they heard that, Zhu Chen immediately scolded, "What are you saying? Get back to your posts." Scolded by Zhu Chen, no one dared to speak anymore, and they all backed away. Tianhe said, "Director Zhang, now that I've brought you here, I have a task to do, so I won't disturb you." Sunan nodded. After saying goodbye to Tianhe, he turned to Zhu Chen and said, "Captain Zhu, we are colleagues now, please take care of me in the future." Zhu Chen laughed and said, "Where do Director Zhang's words come from? It should be us who need your care." Then, he made a pleased gesture and said, "Director Zhang, you've just arrived, I'll take you to see where you're going to live." "Okay." Sunan nodded. He knew he would have to stay here for a while, so naturally, he would need a place to live. A few minutes later, under Zhu Chen's guidance, Sunan came to a small courtyard. It was clear that the courtyard had been unoccupied for a long time, as it was overgrown with weeds. Zhu Chen said, "This has been the residence of the bureau chiefs. Because there has been no bureau chief for more than 2 years, no one has lived here. I'll have someone clean it up immediately. There's no rush." Sunan waved his hand and said, "Captain Zhu, first tell me about the current situation in the Demon Hunting Bureau." Since he was now the bureau chief, he naturally had to understand the situation in the Demon Hunting Bureau. Zhu Chen thought about it and said, "Our Tianyun City's Demon Hunting Bureau has a total of 120 people, among which only 10 are at the spirit level, the rest are mortal warriors. Among them, besides me at the peak of the spirit level, there are 2 others who are also at the peak spirit level. They are a man and a woman, the man is Ma Qiang and the woman is Chen Su, they are both team leaders like me. Only 10 martial artists at the spirit level? So few." Sunan frowned. If these numbers were in 9 Pavilion County, it would definitely be a significant force. But in Tianyun City, which had 2 demon kings, it was clearly not enough. Zhu Chen sighed and said, "Yeah, it's too few. We in the Demon Hunting Bureau deal with demons all day long, and the death rate is high. Few martial artists are willing to join us. Ever since the Heavenly Dome divine prohibition was broken, there are more and more demons in the city, and we are seriously understaffed. While saying this, his eyes twinkle. Suddenly he said, Director Zhang, do you have any way to increase our forces? Zhu Chen was hopeful, but not certain. In his view, Sunan was able to be appointed as the bureau chief by the governor with his early-stage spirit-level realm. Although his strength may not be impressive, he must have some unique qualities. Expand the forces? There is a way. Sunan muttered under his breath. Perhaps the players could be of help. The second public beta test would start tomorrow, at which time many players would definitely come to Tianyun City. If he could get those players to join the Demon Hunting Bureau, it would be easy to expand the Bureau's strength. Thinking of this, Sunan's eyes shone brightly. You don't need to worry about the martial artists, tell me more about the situation with the demons in the city. Do you really have a way? Zhu Chen was startled, he didn't expect Sunan to actually have a solution, and he couldn't help but doubt. However, Sunan did not wish to elaborate further. Zhu Chen didn't feel it was proper to ask more. After thinking for a while he spoke. Director Zhang, you must have heard, that there are two great Demon King powers in this city, the Green Wolf Demon King in the South City, and the White Water Demon King in the North City. White Water Demon King. Sunan's heart tightened, he had heard this name more than once. The Black Cloud Pig Demon he killed before was a minion of the White Water Demon King. Not long ago, the three peak spirit level demons he encountered at Turtle King Lake were also under the White Water Demon King. Evidently, the influence of this White Water Demon King in Tianyun County is not small. Our governor had reached an agreement with the two great demon kings that as long as their demons do not harm people, we won't take action against them. It's only the demons that harm or even kill people that we are allowed to apprehend and kill. Sunan nodded, finally understanding why so many demons could live in Tianyun City and yet so many humans could still live here. If there are two great demon kings on the surface, there should be even more hidden, right? Zhu Chen's expression became serious as he nodded, right, there are rumors that in addition to the Green Wolf Demon King and White Water Demon King, there are 3 other demon kings, but they keep a very low profile and are not well known. 80% of the demons in the city are under the Green Wolf Demon King and White Water Demon King's command, among which there are over 100 spirit-level demons. Over 100. Sunan was astonished, with so many demons, what can the Demon Hunting Bureau really do with such a small number of people? Zhu Chen's bitter smile revealed, our Demon Hunting Bureau can only handle some low-level cases, once it exceeds the spirit level, it's not under our jurisdiction anymore. When the former director was still in office, even ordinary Xian-level demons could be dealt with. Now, even late-stage spirit-level demons are difficult for us to handle. There are already more than 40 spirit-level cases we can't handle right now, originally waiting for the new director to take up the post, but now, Zhu Chen didn't continue, the meaning was already quite clear. Sunan's expression remained unchanged, since I am the director now, leave those cases for me to handle. Captain Zhu, fetch me the case files so I can take a look. These are all demon power, which must not be missed. Where did this young bumpkin come from? Isn't he afraid of death? Zhu Chen hesitated, secretly muttered in his heart. He didn't expect Sunan to take the cases from him just after mentioning them. After thinking for a moment, Zhu Chen said, Director Zhang, you've just arrived, how could we let you do it yourself? Let us handle it. Sunan could easily see through his thoughts, don't worry, I just want to take a look, go fetch the case files for me. This, all right. Zhu Chen hesitated for a moment before finally turning around to leave. As he left the small courtyard, he secretly shook his head and couldn't help but mutter, it's the first time I've seen someone so eager to die. Soon, a case file was delivered to Sunan's hands. On March 7, the Su Mao family of 6 disappeared in Guyang Street. An investigation revealed it was the doing of the White Water Demon King's subordinate, Fiery Bird Demon. On April 28, 3 young girls disappeared from Qingfeng Tower. An investigation found it was the doing of White Water Demon King's subordinate, Long-Tailed Rat Demon. On June 13 after a brief look, Sunan found the case files, ranging from last March to now, involved a total of 42 incidents. Many of them were committed by the same demon multiple times, adding up to 23 demons that haven't been eliminated by the Demon Hunting Bureau. Sunan silently took note of these cases. Since he is now openly the director of the Demon Hunting Bureau, he can't recklessly kill demons in public. These demons, who have violated the agreement between the county magistrate and the Demon King, are the perfect targets. Of course, he didn't plan to make a move in public either. Sunan returned the case file to Zhu Chen, and at this moment a man and woman entered the small courtyard. The man was about 26 or 27 years old, handsome. The woman was about 40 years old, yet still charming. I heard our demon hunting bureau has a new director. Zhu Chen immediately introduced Sunan, Director Zhang. These two are Ma Qiang and Chen Su I mentioned before. It's true. Seeing Sunan, Chen Su and Ma Qiang exchanged glances, their faces filled with surprise. When they received the news earlier that the Demon Hunting Bureau had a new spirit-level early-stage director, they thought it was false information. Yet now it turned out to be true, and as they looked at Sunan, sympathy appeared in their eyes. Sunan could clearly see their meaning, but remained calm and indifferent. Afterward, he exchanged some pleasantries with the three of them. Eventually, Sunan found an excuse to leave the Demon Hunting Bureau. Having gathered the information he needed, it was time to get down to business. After he departed, Ma Qiang looked at the case file in Zhu Chen's hand and sneered. These cases we can't solve, and we rely on him, a spirit-level early stage, to meddle? He really doesn't know how to spell the word death. Chen Su chimed in, if he wants to seek death, then let him go. I want to see how many days he can hold up. Zhu Chen said solemnly, don't speak without thinking, he was appointed by the governor himself, it's not for you or me to discuss. Moreover, I have a feeling our new director might not be as simple as he appears on the surface. Compared to Tiangong Pavilion in 9 Pavilion County, Tianyun City's Tiangong Pavilion is more than 3 times larger. From time to time, martial artists came to Tiangong Pavilion to buy items, and Sunan even saw demons coming in and out. This Tiangong Pavilion is really something, doing even the business of demons. Finding a secluded place, Sunan changed his appearance and entered Tiangong Pavilion. As soon as he entered, a young girl came forward and asked, young master, what do you need to buy? Sunan directly asked, I heard that you have divine power veins here. What's their price in essence blood? I'm sorry, young master, but the divine power veins are auction items. If you want to buy them, you need to participate in our auction. There will be one in 3 days. Auction items. Sunan's brow slightly furrowed. He knew without asking that once things went to auction, the prices would be high. As a result, his interest in buying the divine power veins waned a lot. Do you have any bloodline servant imprints of the demon clan here? The young girl said, we do have bloodline servant imprints, but they can only be used by the demon clan. It's useless for you even if you buy it. We also have another kind of servant imprint, which, although not as domineering as the bloodline servant imprint, can be used by humans. How much essence blood? 1000 drops of mortal grade essence blood. What about the bloodline servant imprint? 100 drops of mortal grade essence blood. I still want the bloodline servant imprint. Sunan said without thinking. The effect isn't as good as the bloodline servant imprint, but it's so expensive just because humans can use it. After a moment, the young girl brought him a jade plate similar to those used to record demon techniques. Sunan didn't rush to pay. He continued, I need a spirit-level physique system demon technique and bloodline. 2 drops of spirit-grade essence blood for the spirit-level bloodline, and 10 drops of spirit-grade essence blood for the spirit-level demon technique. Bloodline requires 2 drops of essence blood as well? Sunan was surprised, and couldn't help but curse the greed of the Tiangong Pavilion in his heart. However, he ultimately gritted his teeth and made the purchase. The last time he was at the mortal level, his main source of bloodlines was the mainline task, and he had no choice. Now that he has a choice, he plans to stick to a single path, fusing all physique series bloodlines with an emphasis on strength. For the secret power system, he'll focus on bloodlines that primarily control primordial chi power. For the time being, he'll focus on bloodlines that primarily control fire power for the law-controlling class. The power of primordial chi is versatile, capable of amplifying any kind of power, and has many uses. As for integrating the power of fire, it's because he has the Li Fire Essence. The Li Fire Essence can significantly increase the power of flame. Although he hasn't refined it yet, it's only a matter of time. He bought 1 set of techniques and bloodlines for each of the 3 systems, totaling 36 drops of spirit-grade essence blood. Plus the bloodline servant imprint, that's 46 drops of spirit-grade essence blood in total. In the end, Sunan paid with the corpses of 12 peak spirit-level demons and the corpses of 2 spirit-level early-stage demons. Now I have only 10 spirit-level peak demon corpses left. Looking at the remaining demon corpses in the storage ring, Sunan couldn't help but sigh. Last time at Skywolf Valley's mysterious cave, he got 26 demon corpses. Later, at the Tiangong Pavilion in 9 Pavilion County, he used up the corpses of 7 demons. At Turtle King Lake, he also harvested 3 peak spirit-level demon corpses. Luckily, besides the spirit-level peak demon corpses, he still has 1 late Xian stage corpse and 1 king-level corpse of unknown rank. Will these be enough to buy the divine power veins? Sunan was not quite sure. If it's not enough, I'll have to see if I can hunt a few more in the next 2 days. After leaving the Tiangong Pavilion, Sunan didn't return to the Demon Hunting Bureau. Instead, he chose to stay in an inn and rent a room. He planned to first use the Bloodline Servant imprint to control the 2 demons in the Cosmic Ring and then try to infiltrate the demons in Tianyun County. With the jade plate that contained the Bloodline Servant imprint, a large amount of information entered his mind. After a moment, his eyes opened, shining brightly. Applying the Bloodline Servant imprint wasn't complicated. All he needed to do was condense a mark within his body first and then imprint it into the demon he wanted to brand. However, there's one very important point in this process. The demon being imprinted must willingly cooperate, otherwise, it wouldn't work. This wasn't difficult for Sunan. He used bone shifting, changing his appearance and simultaneously switched his role to Lang 13 with the life wheel scripture. About 10 minutes later, 2 bizarre blood-colored patterns formed on his palm. Is this the Bloodline Servant imprint? Sunan's eyes flashed with a different color. Now, he could try to control the demons. A bull-headed human and a demon covered in red scale armor appeared in the room. The bull-headed demon curiously asked, "Where are we, Master?" Without answering the 2 demons, Sunan sternly said, "If you don't want to die, cooperate with me now and let me imprint this servant mark into your bodies." Bloodline Servant imprint. The 2 demons were startled, but they soon resigned themselves and said, "Master, please do it." Sunan didn't hesitate and controlled the 2 servant imprints to enter the 2 demons' bodies. As soon as the Bloodline Servant imprints entered their bodies, the 2 demons instinctively tried to resist the imprints. Their bloodlines boiled, attempting to expel the servant imprints from their bodies. For a moment, the imprints couldn't enter the 2 demons' bodies any further. "You'd better cooperate obediently, or you know the consequences." As Sunan's voice thundered, the 2 demons shuddered. They knew that, at this moment, if they truly expelled the servant imprints from their bodies, only death awaited them. The 2 demons gritted their teeth, suppressing their body's instinctive rejection and forcing themselves to accept the imprints. Their efforts paid off, and the 2 servant imprints continued to embed themselves into the demons' bodies. 2 minutes later, the Bloodline Servant imprints were finally completely branded inside the bodies of the 2 demons. At the very moment when the Bloodline Servant imprints took root inside the demons, Sunan immediately felt an intangible connection with the 2 demons. He had a feeling that with just a single thought, he could make the 2 demons explode and die. He could even clearly sense the emotions of the 2 demons at this moment. He had successfully controlled the 2 demons. "Very good, you are now my subordinates, and I will not treat you badly." Sunan's mouth curled in a smile. Although the strength of the 2 demons was not strong, only at the mid-stage spirit level, they were his first batch of subordinates in this world. In the future, he would rely on them to expand his influence. "What are your names?" Sunan asked. The bull-headed demon replied, "Master, my name is Niu Dadan." The demon with a red-scaled face said, "Master, my name is Old Hjia." Sunan nodded and said, "You are now in Tianyun City. I want you to investigate the distribution of demons in this area for me." Tianyun City. The 2 demons were taken aback before answering, "Yes, Master." After the 2 demons left, Sunan glanced at the time and logged out of the game. Today, at midnight, the second public beta test would begin. Players who had obtained qualifications were sharpening their knives. New posts were flooding the forum every minute. He woke up at 8 a.m. After eating some breakfast, Sunan browsed the forum without any specific goal. 9 Heavens Guild is recruiting a large number of members, no limits. If you're our brother, come join us. Location, Red Mountain Prefecture. Deification Guild is recruiting. Join us and you'll have a chance to join the Dion Seeing sect. Location, Tianyun County. War King Guild. It seemed that all major guilds wanted to cash in on the public beta test, and they jumped out once again to recruit members in large numbers. Even the Dream Guild, to Sunan's surprise, was recruiting members as well. Moreover, because Bai Mengmeng was among the top 10 in the rankings, there were quite a few players who wanted to join. It seemed that Bai Mengmeng wanted to create a guild mainly for female players, with only a few exceptionally talented male players having a chance to be accepted. This caused many male players to rack their brains, trying to join in. But what surprised Sunan even more was that in the discussion under the Dream Guild's post, the most talked about topic was not Bai Mengmeng. It was about him. I heard that deity Wang Nan is also in Donglan City. I wonder if Bai Mengmeng knows him. I'm sure that Bai Mengmeng and Wang Nan must know each other. Maybe Wang Nan is the reason Bai Mengmeng made it into the top 10. Wang Nan is so mysterious. It seems that no one has seen him in the game. You upstairs don't know, Wang Nan is now being madly sought by the officials. I heard that to find him, Donglan City has been turned upside down. I heard that in order to find Wang Nan, the officials are now preparing to check every resident in Donglan City one by one. One by one? A chill ran down Sunan's spine. He had to admit that the officials' move, though time-consuming and laborious, was effective. As the officials had mastered a method to distinguish between ordinary people and bloodline warriors, it would be easy to find him once they started checking everyone. It seems it's time to leave soon, Sunan murmured. According to his plan, he should have left Donglan City today. However, the game warehouse was too big to be taken away. At the same time, he had 2 game bracelets on him. If he tried to leave through normal channels, he would inevitably be searched. But if he didn't leave through normal channels and just disappeared mysteriously, it would be no different than directly telling others that he was Wang Nan. I still have to wait for the public beta test to exchange the storage ring. The game notice mentioned exchange, but I wonder how it will be exchanged? With demon power, essence, and blood, or something else. Log into the game. The time in demon world was completely opposite to that in the real world. While it was daytime in reality, night had fallen in the game. Sunan took out the Li Fire essence and began his daily feeding. After reaching bloodline great perfection with his double-winged snake bloodline, his fire power had increased dramatically. He was now able to feed for 5 minutes instead of the previous 3. 5 minutes later, the fire powers from his 2 bloodlines in his body were completely consumed, and his essence energy quickly helped him recover his fire power. Invisibly, his connection with the Li Fire essence was strengthened once again. The flame wrapped in the crystal jumped like a flame sprite, bringing joy to Sunan. Anyway, now he had many opportunities for foreknowledge. Sunan did not hesitate to try refining it again. Unfortunately, without surprises, he failed. I don't know if there are any methods or treasures to speed up the refining. With the previous 2 examples, Sunan was not disappointed, put away the Li Fire essence, and took out another thing. Dragon Turtle Egg. Previously, always following Ji Changfeng and others, he didn't have time to try to replenish the vitality of a few eggs. Now he finally has a chance. He first found a wooden basin large enough to hold 6 turtle eggs, followed by adding clear water that submerged the eggs, then he took out the life essence reward from the survival task. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. With his eyes on the panel, he began his foreknowledge. Life essence is extremely precious, so naturally, it cannot be wasted without confidence. You know that to incubate the 6 near-lifeless dragon turtle eggs, you must first replenish their vitality. You take out the life essence, intending to dilute it and use it as an object to replenish vitality for the 6 dragon turtle eggs. Life essence is the solidification of pure life force. As soon as a drop enters the water, the rich vitality instantly emanates from the water. Your attempt worked. 1 minute later, you find that there was a change in the 6 dragon turtle eggs, slowly absorbing the vitality from the water. 2 minutes later, the vitality is replenished to a certain extent, and the speed of the 6 dragon turtle eggs absorbing vitality begins to increase. 3 minutes later, the 6 dragon turtle eggs become extremely greedy, crazily devouring the vitality from the water. End of the first foreknowledge. Do you want to continue? It's feasible. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief, hesitated no more, and the crystal containing the life essence shattered, emerald green liquid dripped into the water, and a vast life aura surged out. He waited quietly. 3 minutes later, the 6 stone-like dragon turtle eggs had their petrified surfaces smoothed a lot. There was still plenty of vitality in the water, and the 6 dragon turtle eggs continued to greedily devour it. It took more than 10 minutes for the speed at which the 6 turtle eggs devoured vitality to gradually slow down. It wasn't due to a lack of vitality in the water, but that the 6 turtle eggs had eaten their fill. When the 6 turtle eggs stopped absorbing vitality, Sunan picked up one of them, and saw that it was now completely different from before. The stone-like shell had turned snow-white, and an intense vitality could be felt clearly within it. Dragon turtle egg, a dragon turtle egg that could not hatch for hundreds of years, its vitality replenished by life essence, can now be hatched if a suitable location is found. The introduction of the dragon turtle egg had changed, and it was no longer a nearly lifeless one. The first step is completed. Sunan sighed with relief. Fortunately, he had life essence, otherwise, he didn't know how long it would take to complete this step. After putting away all 6 eggs, looking at the clear water that had soaked the eggs, Sunan's eyes moved. Although most of the vitality in the water had been absorbed by the 6 dragon turtle eggs, there was still a small part left. But don't underestimate this part, the vitality is so rich that it is tens of times stronger than the medicines he saw in Heavenly Gong Pavilion of 9 Pavilion that was used to replenish vitality. He couldn't help but take a sip. Instantly, the intense vitality exploded within him, and with each breath, he felt refreshed. You can imagine that if he was seriously injured right now, he would recover quickly. The vitality surged within him, seemingly looking for a place where it was needed, and eventually flowed to his essence power. Essence power did not decline either, swallowing all the vitality like discovering delicious food. In a moment, his essence power had grown by a little half. Vitality can be transformed into essence power. Sunan's eyes shone brightly. Although essence power could not rival primordial chi, it was not much worse. In other secret power system martial artists, essence power was mainly used to recover physical strength, heal wounds, restore primordial chi, and divine soul power. But for him, it is more useful. He could completely increase the recovery of his other powers by mutual conversion between essence and primordial chi. Not bad, this is great stuff. In the future, when fighting against demons, as long as I have enough vitality, I won't be afraid of exhausting my strength. Looking at the clear water in the basin, Sunan plans to buy a few jade bottles. The wooden basin cannot prevent the dissipation of vitality from the water, so it is better to store it in a jade bottle. Temporarily putting away the wooden basin and changing his appearance, he heads towards the Tiangong Pavilion once again. The nighttime Tianyun city is like a completely opposite city compared to the daytime. The more lively it is during the day, the quieter it becomes at night. The streets are empty and deserted, with no pedestrians, as if it is a dead city. Even when a few people appear occasionally, they are martial artists. The Tiangong Pavilion is one of the few places still operating at night, but it is vastly different compared to the daytime. Over 10 minutes later, Sunan leaves the Tiangong Pavilion once more. In his hand, he holds a piece of paper, and in his storage ring, there are 2 fewer corpses of spirit-level monsters. In ancient times, there were 12 auspicious beasts, born from the celestial fortune. Due to the limited heaven and earth, auspicious beasts are unique, and as each type of auspicious beast can only exist as a single entity, a new one can only be born after the death of the old one. The Xian turtle is one of the 12 auspicious beasts. It is born from the power of water and possesses the ability to control the origin of water. Compared to the previous introduction of Li Fire Essence, not only is the introduction about the Xian turtle much shorter, but the price is even higher. Auspicious beasts are unique, and there can only be one of each. Doesn't this mean that of my 6 dragon turtle eggs, only one can hatch? After reading the introduction, Sunan's face doesn't look so good. He had just replenished the vitality of all 6 turtle eggs, and now he is being told that only one egg can hatch. Didn't he waste a lot of vitality? Dragon turtles are born from the power of water. It seems I need to find a place with a rich power of water to hatch the dragon turtle egg. Where in Tianyun city can I find such a place? Sunan wants to go back to the Tiangong Pavilion again, but he eventually resists the urge. He has just bought information related to the dragon turtle, and now he wants to buy a place with a rich power of water. Isn't that openly telling people that he has a dragon turtle egg in his possession? Even changing his appearance won't work, as it is very easy for others to make the connection. I wonder whereabouts in the vicinity of Tianyun City there are lakes or large rivers. Although he doesn't know where the power of water is strong, he is sure that such places must be lakes or large rivers. As he is thinking, suddenly, he senses a sense of fear coming through the connection between him and the two demons, Niu Dadan and Old Eight Jia. What happened? Did the two demons encounter danger? Sunan frowns. To make two mid-stage spirit-level demons fear, there must be at least a spirit-level peak existence. Well, I haven't done my daily demon hunting today. Let me see which demon is so reckless and dares to mess with my people. After changing into Lang 13's appearance, he quickly follows the connection to the two demons. At the same time, he cautiously uses a foreknowledge opportunity. In the north of Tianyun City, on a street called Wen Star Road, a two-horned demon stops two other demons. I have seen all the spirit-level demons of Tianyun County City, you two are not from here. Where did you come from? The two stopped demons are Niu Dadan and Old Eight Jia. Niu Dadan says, we are just here under our master's orders and happened to pass by. Senior, why must you make things difficult for us? Your master. Hearing this, the two-horned demon is surprised. The two demons are both spirit level, and to be the master of two demons, there is a high possibility of being Xian level. Who is your master? The two-horned demon asks. The two demons exchange glances and say, our master comes from the Sky Wolf clan. They don't mention Sunan's name because they know that even if they were to say it, the other party would not have heard of him. Instead, the name of the Sky Wolf clan is more useful. Chapter 135, The Identity of the Green Wolf Demon King. As expected, upon hearing the name Sky Wolf clan, the two-horned demon couldn't help but be startled. The Sky Wolf clan was a large demon clan with numerous demon kings and even demonic emperor-level powerhouses, definitely not something he could provoke. Then, he thought of something and sneered, so what if it's the Sky Wolf clan? They couldn't even defeat the Dianxing sect and now they're just homeless dogs. As he spoke, suddenly, loud laughter sounded. Ha ha ha, old goat, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue from talking big? Even if the Sky Wolf clan is severely weakened now, it's not something you can discuss. As the words echoed, a large black bird stirred up a fierce wind and landed on a willow tree nearby, transforming into a winged youth. Eagle High, you've crossed the boundary. This is my territory. The demon called Old Goat's face darkened upon seeing the youth. Unfazed, the youth named Eagle High retorted, you must have forgotten that our Green Wolf Demon King is closely related to the Sky Wolf clan. If the Green Wolf Demon King knew you said that, well. Hearing this, Old Goat's face changed, as he had indeed forgotten that fact. But soon, he recalled something and said, as far as I know, the Green Wolf Demon King and the Sky Wolf clan have severed their ties long ago. Otherwise, the Green Wolf Demon King wouldn't have just sat by when the Dianxing sect attacked the Sky Wolf clan last time. Old Goat, you still won't admit that you're clueless. Even if the relationship is severed, the Green Wolf Demon King is undeniably from the Sky Wolf clan. Just for that fact alone, it's not something you and I can judge. With that, he looked at Niu Dadan and Old Eight Jia and said, you two are new here and don't know our rules in Tianyun City. Don't be afraid, with me here, this old goat won't dare to do anything to you. Hearing this, Old Goat snorted coldly, humph. These two intruders trespassed into my territory, how they are dealt with should be my decision. Even if I kill them now, the Green Wolf Lord can't say anything. Oh really? Eagle High's lips curled in disdain, I dare to bet that you definitely won't dare to touch them. Are you provoking me? Oh? I didn't expect you to have a brain today. Eagle High was surprised, then continued. Even if I provoke you, it's not like you'd dare to act. Eagle High, don't think that just because you have wings I can't do anything to you. Old Goat's eyes were filled with rage. As they were speaking, both demons suddenly sensed something and looked towards a path not far away. On the path, a wolf-headed humanoid demon was slowly walking towards them. It was Lang 13, transformed by Sunan. Master. Sighting Sunan, both Niu Dadan and Old Eight Jia sighed with relief. Hearing the two demons' words, both Old Goat and Eagle High were stunned, their eyes showing surprise. The master of two mid-stage spirit-level demons was just an early-stage spirit level? Both demons couldn't believe it, you are their master. Sunan glanced at them and asked, who wanted to kill my men just now? Old Goat had been hesitant when hearing that their master was a Sky Wolf clansman. Now, seeing that Sunan was merely a spirit-level early-stage youngster, he felt ashamed for his earlier hesitation. Hearing Sunan's words now, Old Goat's face darkened. It was me. So what, kid? When your people trespassed into my territory, I decide how to deal with them, including you. Seeing that Sunan was only at the spirit-level early stage, even Eagle High on the tree curled his lip. I thought a Xian-level demon had come to our Tianyun city, but it's just a young kid. Boring. Sunan looked at Old Goat with a calm expression and nodded. Very well, since you admit it, that makes things easy. Before his words could fade, he suddenly attacked. Kid, don't think I won't kill you just because you're from the Sky Wolf clan. Seeing Sunan attacking, Old Goat was immediately enraged. He never would have expected such an early-stage spirit-level kid to dare take the initiative against him. Furious, Old Goat slammed his palm fiercely towards Sunan. However, the very next moment, as his palm touched Sunan, his face abruptly changed. He actually felt an overwhelming force far beyond the early-stage spirit level from Sunan's hand. Old Goat's face transformed drastically as he tried to mobilize all his strength to resist, but it was already too late. Bang! With a muffled sound, Old Goat was sent flying. In this blow, Sunan didn't use heaven-breaking strike, only his bloodline combat skill and the amplification of primordial chi power. Even so, with just one strike, he sent the spirit-level peak Old Goat flying. How's that possible? You're not an early-stage spirit level. Eagle High was shocked. Realizing the danger, he instinctively wanted to transform into his true form and fly away. Did I let you go? With an electric gaze, Sunan's power of divine soul suddenly transformed into a long spear and shot forward. Ah! With a miserable scream, Eagle High suddenly fell from the tree. Power of divine soul. You can actually use the power of divine soul. Freeing himself from the influence of the power of divine soul, Eagle High was both astonished and furious. This kid is too strange. Let's work together. Old Goat quickly suggested. All right. Eagle High decisively agreed. The two originally opposed demons quickly united against Sunan at this moment. With an unchanged expression, Sunan continued to attack. Old Goat was a physique-type demon, while Eagle High was a law-controlling type monster. One attacked from afar and the other fought close range. Their cooperation was excellent. However, their opponent was Sunan, who possessed the powers of all three systems simultaneously. Sunan controlled his own attack style, and this time he didn't even use his racial talent. Both Heaven-Breaking Strike and Berserk Netherworld Body were used as a last resort and should not be used easily. As for Destructive Snake Dance, it was even more impossible. He planned to use it only when he assumed the identity of Zhongyang in the future. Because the features were too obvious, it would be hard for people not to associate him with it if he used it too. How is this possible? Are you really at the spirit level early stage? 2 or 3 minutes later, the fight stopped. Old Black and Eagle High fell to the ground, one more miserable than the other. Both demons looked at Sunan like they had seen a ghost, their faces full of disbelief. Sunan stood in front of the two demons, and where was their previous arrogance? You can't kill us, we are under King Xiongyan, and if you kill us, King Xiongyan will not let you go. Sunan ignored the threat of the two demons and said coldly, now I give you two choices, either die or let me drive this thing into your body obediently. In Sunan's palm, 2 blood marks were beating. Bloodline Servant Imprint. The two demons recognized the mark in Sunan's hand. Eagle High exclaimed in horror, never. Forget it. Even if I die, I won't be controlled by you. In that case, go to hell. Sunan's eyes grew colder, and he threw a punch at Eagle High's head. Stop. At the last moment, Eagle High still backed down. He glared at Sunan, but in the end, he still gave up and said, I'm willing. Sunan revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth, and then turned to look at Old Goat, what about you? Old Goat looked at Eagle High and said bitterly, do I have any other choice? Very well, now cooperate with me to imprint these marks into your body. With a wave of his hand, the 2 marks were shot at the 2 demons. It wasn't that he didn't kill the 2 demons on impulse, but in his foreknowledge, after killing the 2 demons, he was chased by another Xian-level demon. That was the superior of the 2 demons. A mid-Xian-level demon called Bear Rock. He is not a match for such a demon now. As the bloodline servant imprint entered the bodies of the 2 demons, their bodies immediately wanted to reject the imprint. However, in the end, they gritted their teeth and accepted the imprint. Seeing Sunan control the two demons in such a manipulative way, Niu Dadan and old Jia showed a happy and pleased look. Having witnessed Sunan's strength, the grudges in their hearts over being controlled had become much smaller. Finally, the two bloodline servant imprints took root completely in the bodies of the two demons. Master! Old Goat and Eagle Eye reluctantly said. Although they were still somewhat resistant at the moment, the situation had already been set and they had no choice. Sunan looked at Old Goat and said, "What did you mean when you said that this place was your territory earlier? Does every place in Tianyun City have an owner?" Old Goat nodded and said, "Yes, Master, most of the markets, streets, and rivers in Tianyun County City have their own affiliation. This Wen Star Road is my territory." Eagle High said, "My territory is the Golden Wine House next door. We and the other 5 spirit-level demons are all under King Xiongyan. And King Xiongyan and the other 8 kings are all under the Green Wolf Demon King. There are 9 Xian-level demons under the Green Wolf Demon King." Sunan was astonished, and now he understood that the demons in Tianyun County had clear levels, with 2 main demons. The 2 great demon kings controlled some Xian-level demons, and below the Xian-level demons were these spirit-level demons that controlled each street. Eagle High's eyes shifted and said, "Master, since you are from the Sky Wolf clan, you must have come to join the Green Wolf Demon King, right? Why would you think that? And what is the relationship between the Green Wolf Demon King and the Sky Wolf clan?" Sunan's heart moved, suddenly thinking of the princess in his cosmic ring. The princess had once mentioned when she was in a coma that she needed to be taken to Li Mansion in Tianyun County City. "Master, don't you know?" The 2 demons looked surprised. The Green Wolf Demon King is said to be the younger sister of the Sky Wolf Clan princess, but for some unknown reason, she left the Sky Wolf clan. The younger sister of the great princess. Sunan's pupils shrank slightly. Sunan was silent for a moment, then said, "Don't reveal my identity to anyone in the future." He didn't want to get involved with the Green Wolf Demon King. If the other party found out that his sister was on him and had been turned into a subject of the bloodline coexistence technique, it would be strange if they didn't kill him. "Understood, Master." The 4 demons were puzzled but didn't dare to ask more questions. Sunan looked at Old Goat and Eagle High, saying, "You should carry on with what you were doing. From now on, just report the main movements of the demons in this city to me every day." Demon movements. Old Goat and Eagle High exchanged glances, even more curious, not understanding what Sunan wanted to do. The 2 demons didn't dare to ask more questions, nodding in agreement, "Yes, Master." At this time, Eagle High suddenly thought of something and said, "I just received a piece of news that you might be interested in, Master." "What news?" "It's about the Demon Hunting Bureau. Today, a new bureau chief has arrived at the Demon Hunting Bureau. They say his strength is only at the early stage of the spirit level, and now most of the spirit level demons in the city are preparing to hunt him." Sunan's mouth twitched involuntarily. It seemed that he had become a sought-after target. Old Goat also said, "As per tradition, whoever can get the head of the new bureau chief will receive a bloodline spirit fruit. According to the rules set by the human governor and the 2 demon kings, high-level demons cannot attack martial artists below their own realm. In the past, those bureau chiefs were at the Xian level, so it was never our turn. This time, the bureau chief is only at the spirit level, which is a rare opportunity for us." Bloodline spirit fruit. Sunan's heart stirred. He immediately thought of Lang 13's 3rd cycle reward for the mainline task Wrath of the Demon Monarch. The reward for the 3rd cycle task is something called the Bloodline Spirit Fruit. "What is the Bloodline Spirit Fruit?" Sunan asked. Eagle High explained, "It's a treasure that can baptize bloodlines. After taking it, there is a certain probability that our demon clan's bloodline will regress." Bloodline regression. Could it even make the bloodline reach the level of an ancient fiend? It's not impossible, but the probability is small. 1 bloodline spirit fruit is definitely not enough. I heard that both demon kings have already taken several bloodline spirit fruits, but their bloodlines have still not regressed. However, even if it can't regress bloodlines, it's still a precious treasure for our demon race. Each time we consume one, our bloodline will be strengthened to a certain extent, making it easier to advance." Sunan nodded, understanding that the ability to enhance bloodlines was indeed a great temptation for demons. "Don't get involved in this matter, just focus on gathering information for me," Sunan said. Could it be that you're going to act personally, Master? The two demons exchanged glances, seemingly thinking of something, and immediately said, Master, according to the rules, only when the bureau chief enters a demon's territory can the demon take action. If you hastily act, I'm afraid it will provoke discontent from the two demon kings. There's such a rule. Sunan's eyes showed an unusual color. What a great rule! Sunan didn't continue discussing this issue, and instead asked, in this Tianyun city, which Xian level great demon is the weakest? He had only completed 2 of today's daily tasks, and the tasks of hunting mortal level demons and spirit level demons hadn't been done yet. He planned to finish them later. By the time the tasks refresh next time, he might get a task to hunt a profound level demon, so he wanted to explore first today. Eagle High said, if we're talking about the strongest, it would definitely be the nine-tailed king. But if it's the weakest, we really don't know. Old Goat thought for a moment. There are 2 Xian level early stage great demons under the White Water Demon King, and there are also 2 under our Green Wolf Demon King. Give me all the information you have on them. A moment later, Sunan left Wen Star Road and headed towards the eastern part of the city. He held a map of Tianyun City in his hand. It marked the territories of over 100 spirit-level demons and the corresponding scope of the Xian-level Great Demon's influence. There are 23 peak spirit-level demons on the list of the Demon Hunting Bureau who have not been killed. Let's start with them today. He planned to randomly choose 2 lucky ones. Chapter 136, Hunting the Fish Hag. Shuangliu Street. According to the records of the Demon Hunting Bureau, from last May to this month, there have been 7 cases of young girls disappearing one after another on this street. Without exception, all the missing girls were between 17 and 18 years old, causing many families with daughters to move away from this street. The culprit behind the crimes was none other than the master of Shuangliu Street, a peak spirit-level demon named Fish Hag. Looking at the location on the map, Sunan turned back into Zhang Yang's appearance and slowly walked towards Shuangliu Street. However, before he even reached Shuangliu Street, he was already targeted by a demon. You follow Wutong Lane, preparing to go to Shuangliu Street to hunt down the demon responsible for the young girl's disappearance. Unfortunately, as soon as you arrive at Wutong Lane, you are discovered by 2 mortal little monsters, who, although they have never seen you before, possess your portrait. The 2 little demons recognize you and quickly leave to inform their king. A minute later, just as you were about to leave Wutong Lane, a mid-stage spirit-level demon and more than a dozen mortal-level demons blocked your way. You learn from the map that the opponent is a demon named Pigbai, but you don't know that it's also on the Demon Hunting Bureau's hit list. The demon is very excited to see you and immediately leads the other little demons to surround you. You have no intention of wasting time with them, swiftly killing them. The other demons are deterred by your strength and instantly scatter and flee. You continue towards Shuangliu Street. 3 minutes later, you arrive at the Red Stone Square. End of first prediction. Do you want to continue? These demons are really well prepared, they even got my portrait. Sunan muttered under his breath. He had only been in Tianyun City for a day, and had used Zhang Yang's appearance just to visit the Governor Mansion and then the Demon Hunting Bureau. Even so, his portrait had already spread among the demons, which could only mean that the Governor Mansion or Demon Hunting Bureau had always been watched by demons. According to the map, I have to pass through 3 paths to get to Shuangliu Street. If there are demons on each path, do I have to kill 4 demons in total? He glanced at the foreknowledge times, still had a full 13 times, which was plenty. Continue. You follow Red Stone Square towards the direction of Shuangliu Street. 2 minutes later, you reach the end of Red Stone Square. To your surprise, you didn't encounter any demon obstruction on this path. You're unaware that the demon in Red Stone Square had been ready to strike at you when you were surrounded by demons in Wutong Lane. However, when it witnessed how easily you killed the demons, it became fearful and decisively gave up its plan to attack you. 3 minutes later, you arrive at Yumu Street and from afar, you see a group of demons besieging 3 outsiders. End of the second premonition. Do you want to continue? Continue. You approach and find that you know these 3 outsiders. They are the Huang brothers whom you met twice in Whitewater Town. The 3 look miserable, struggling with their last breath. Just then, the eldest brother, Huang Mingfeng, sees you and asks for help. Huang Mingfeng's plea for help attracts the attention of the demons. Several demons recognize you, knowing that they are no match for you, and they scatter and flee. Huang Mingfeng and his brothers are saved, and they are very grateful towards you. Ignoring the three, you continue to move forward. 2 minutes later, just as you are about to leave Yamu Street, the escaped demons return with a late-stage spirit-level demon. The leading demon is very excited to see you and immediately launches an attack on you. You don't hold back, quickly defeating it and killing it in a short time. The incredible strength that you displayed shocked the remaining demons, and they once again scattered and fled. 3 minutes later, you leave Yamu Street, finally arriving at Shuangliu Street. End of third premonition. Do you want to continue? Continue. Compared to the other 3 streets, Shuangliu Street is much larger, and your arrival does not immediately attract the attention of the demons. You continue to walk forward, and a minute later, a demon finally spots you. The demon excitedly shouts, instantly alerting the other demons, who, instead of fearing you, rapidly surround you to prevent your escape. Your arrival is soon known to the master of this area, a demon named Fish Hag. Confirming that you are the new Demon Hunting Bureau chief, she decisively attacks you. You dare not take her lightly, directly using your racial talent Destruction Snake Dance, and with the full power of the Divine Soul, you quickly killed the demon. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the target demon. I did it. Sunan didn't get thrilled, as it was within his expectations. For him, what comes next is the most important part. He looked solemn and continued to read the premonition. The premonition continues. Unfortunately, you killed 3 spirit-level demons in a row, finally angering the Xian-level demon in this area. Without waiting for you to leave, a mid-stage Xian-level demon named Go Lian appears on Shuangliu Street, blocking your way. You use all means to resist, but still fail to defeat the opponent. 3 minutes later, you die. So, I still attracted the attention of the Xian-level demon after all. What happened to higher-level demons not being allowed to attack lower-level martial artists? Now Sunan understood that it was simply impossible to expect these demons to follow the rules. These Xian-level demons clearly had a way of knowing when their subordinates died. In the previous premonition when he killed Old Goat, he was also pursued. This time was no different. However, as a demon killing other demons, even if he killed a spirit-level monster, it would attract a Xian-level demon. Now, in the identity of a human warrior, he only attracted demons after killing 3. This shows that the agreement between the governor and the 2 demon kings still has some effect. If killing 3 doesn't work, then I'll kill 2. Sunan walked unhurriedly with light footsteps. Wutong Lane in the night was dead silent. Suddenly, a loud laughter of a demon broke the silence. The first demon in the foreknowledge appeared. Ha ha ha, it turns out to be the newbie, that yellow-haired kid. At the end of Wutong Lane, a tall demon with a body full of thick hair blocked Sunan's way. Behind him were 5 or 6 mortal little monsters. The demon was holding a portrait, and comparing Sunan to the image on it, his face was full of smiles. However, before he could make a move, the invisible and intangible power of Divine Soul quietly arrived, and a water arrow shot out accompanied by electric light. The next moment, this demon named Pig Bai had his eyes wide open, falling stiffly to the ground. The remaining mortal demons were stunned, it took them a while to react. Great King! Great King! Great King is dead! Run, the Great King is dead! A group of little demons scattered and fled, but Sunan would not let them all escape. After all, he still had the task of hunting mortal demons, even a mosquito is still meat, he couldn't waste it. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Hunt a Spirit-level monster, and 15 demon points have been issued. Current available demonic power, 25 points. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Hunt down and kill a mortal level demon, 5 demon power points have been issued. Current available demonic power, 30 points. After 2 consecutive task completion prompts, both of Zhang Yang's tasks were completed. Switching roles to Wang Nan, he made another move, and another demon was killed. Another 5 points of demonic power were added, and the available demonic power reached 35 points. I wonder if the items exchanged tomorrow need demonic power or not, so I'll keep these demonic powers for now. Putting away the demon corpses, Sunan continued forward. 3 or 4 minutes later, he passed through Redstone Square and arrived at Yamu Street. On the street, the Huang brothers looked desperate, trying to break through the encirclement of the demons. Just as they were about to give up hope, Huang Mingfeng suddenly saw Sunan walking towards them from the end of the street, and his heart was filled with joy. God Zhongyang! God Zhongyang, save us! Huang Mingfeng shouted, which naturally caught the attention of the demons. I'm not seeing things, right? How does he look so much like the new director? You're not seeing things, he is that new director, hurry up and report to the great king. A few demons, after a moment of stunned silence, quickly reacted and scattered in all directions. Seeing this, the Huang brothers were puzzled, they didn't understand why. But soon, they realized that it was because of Sunan. Huang Mingfeng quickly approached Zhongyang and said excitedly, God Zhongyang, it's really great to meet you here. Huang Minjiu asked curiously, God Zhongyang, why do those demons call you bureau chief? Huang Minjiun suddenly thought of something and said, Bureau chief? Is it the head of Demon Hunting Bureau? I just heard that Tianyun City's Demon Hunting Bureau has a new director, is that you? Hearing this, the other two also thought of this possibility, and they were both unsettled. No way? God Zhongyang, you became the head of the Demon Hunting Bureau. Sunan didn't answer their questions and said, if you don't want to die, leave here as soon as possible. With that, he ignored the three of them and continued forward. Before long, the second spirit-level demon appeared. Just like before, Sunan made a quick move. But this time, he didn't kill this demon, but let it go. He had no choice, who made his current identity Zhongyang, otherwise he wouldn't mind collecting it as well. 2 minutes later, he finally arrived at Shuangliu Street. Just as Sunan arrived at Shuangliu Street, the news of his appearance spread like a tidal wave among the monsters in Tianyun City. The spirit-level monsters closest to the several streets received the news first and hurried over, standing on a towering building and looking out. It's a pity that Fishhag has the advantage this time. One monster was very annoyed and couldn't help but want to snatch Sunan away. Another monster said, he didn't come from Wutong Street, where's Pig Bai from there? How could he not have kept this kid? Pig Bai is already dead. This kid seems to be only at the spirit level early stage, but his strength is not weak. Dead? It seems that this kid is not to be trifled with. This is good news, maybe Fishhag won't be able to capture the kid. If he escapes, won't I have an opportunity? How do you know he will run towards you? In my opinion, he will definitely run in my direction. What are you two thinking? In order for this kid to reach your territories, he must pass through mine. Do you think I will let him go? A few monsters had hope in their eyes, and at this moment, they wished Sunan could escape. As expected, not long after, a monster found and recognized Sunan, and immediately shouted excitedly, attracting dozens of mortal-level monsters in a moment. The Huang brothers had not left yet and couldn't help but remind. Be careful, God Zhongyang. I heard that the monster here is a powerful demon beast at the spirit level peak. Sunan said indifferently, I'm here to hunt it. Apparently hearing Sunan's words, a cold sneer suddenly sounded, you're here to hunt me? You yellow-haired kid, you're not very strong, but you talk big. This was a monster that looked like an old hag, hunched over, with a fish tail curling upward behind her. She was the monster known as Fish Hag. Sunan said, there was a guy named Pig Bai who said something similar to you, and now he's dead. You killed Pig Bai. Hearing this, Fish Hag's face darkened, and then she snorted coldly. Humph, that waste Pig Bai has only reached the spirit level midstage after so many years of cultivation. It's good that he's dead. I've gotten tired of eating little girls recently, it's time for a change of taste. I wonder what the Demon Hunting Bureau chief tastes like. Fish Hag stared at Sunan, unable to resist licking her lips. Sunan sneered, and without wasting any more words, he took action. The double-winged fire snake appeared, with 3 different types of mana mixing within its body. The violent aura instantly spread. When facing a spirit-level peak monster, Sunan would be able to kill it without using racial talent. However, that would be time-consuming and laborious. He wanted a quick victory. Is this a bloodline combat skill? Feeling the power within the fire snake, the Huang brothers looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise and disbelief. Fish Hag's pupils also shrank slightly, but she still sneered, no wonder you could kill Pig Bai. Interesting. Let this old hag see what's so special about you. Fish Hag's figure flashed, and in an instant, she arrived 3 meters from Sunan, seemingly about to close in on him. At this moment, Sunan's fire snake moved and attacked her. Fish Hag didn't dare to be careless and tried to dodge with her extreme speed. However, her movements suddenly stopped the next moment. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the fire engulfed the sky. Fish Hag had not yet escaped the influence of the power of Divine Soul when the fire snake engulfed her. When everything calmed down, Fish Hag had fallen to the ground, her body charred and flesh blurry, lifeless. A spirit-level peak monster, under Sunan's racial talent and the assistance of the power of Divine Soul, was killed in one blow. Is she dead? Is this the strength of a top player in the top 3? This is outrageous. It's no wonder that he is a great god who could kill a spirit level at the mortal level. Now that he's at the spirit level, killing a spirit level peak monster is as easy as flipping his hand. Having witnessed the ease with which Sunan killed a spirit level peak monster, the Huang brothers were completely convinced by his method. On the other side, several watching monsters saw this scene and were dumbfounded. It took them a while to react. How is this possible? Fish Hag is dead? And she was killed by a spirit-level early-stage human kid. It's racial talent. That kid is using racial talent. What kind of racial talent is that? It's too strong. Let's go. That kid still has energy left. If we don't leave now, we'll be unlucky. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task of hunt a spirit-level monster and received 15 demon points. Currently available demon power, 50 points. After collecting the monster's corpse, Sunan did not linger and quickly retraced his steps. He didn't know that not long after he left, dozens of powerful monsters appeared at the place where Fish Hag was killed. Chapter 137, The Anomaly on Lotus Street. Dozens of demons were all spirit level, and there were even late-stage spirit level and peak spirit level demons among them. Is that brat really a spirit level early stage? Are you guys sure he's not an Xian level martial artist hiding his strength? That kid killed 2 of us on his first day here, clearly trying to establish power. If he was an Xian level martial artist, he wouldn't have started with Fish Hag, but rather went after those Xian level kings. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. No wonder he was appointed as the bureau chief, that kid is not as simple as he seems on the surface. Fish Hag has long been on the demon hunting bureau's list. Recently she's been even more restless. It seems that the kid is going to settle old accounts and deal with the cases that the Demon Hunting Bureau didn't handle before. One of the demons thought of something and turned to a demonic creature with a leopard head. Leopard Big Head, your name is also on the demon hunting list. Do you think the kid will come after you next? Hearing this, the demon called Leopard Big Head snorted coldly, "Humph, if he doesn't come, I don't care, but if he really dares to come, I will make sure he regrets it." Leopard Big Head dismissed it with his mouth, but his eyes flickered with something that was difficult to detect. Though confident in defeating Fish Hag in a fight to the death, he didn't dare to say he could escape unscathed when facing Sunan, who could kill Fish Hag with one blow. At this moment, a middle-aged man covered in a black robe came walking from the end of Shuangliu Street and arrived in front of all the demons in a moment's notice. At first glance, there was no difference between the middle-aged man's appearance and a human, but upon closer observation, one could see that his hands under the black robe were 2 black hooks. Lord Go Lian. Seeing the middle-aged man, more than 10 demons respectfully greeted him. The middle-aged man glanced at the place where Fish Hag was killed. With a blank expression he said, "This newly appointed bureau chief seems to not bother about me, Go Lian, daring to hurt my people on his arrival." He looked at several demons and finally set his gaze on a one-eyed demon and a four-eared demon. "One eye, double ears, I give you 2 days. If you can't bring back the kid's head, you'll bring back your own." Hearing this, the faces of the 2 demons turned pale, but they accepted the task with gritted teeth. "God Zhongyang, you really became the bureau chief of the Demon Hunting Bureau, how did you do it?" Sunan returned the same way, but the Huang brothers had no intention of leaving, so they followed Sunan. Huang Mingfeng hesitated for a moment and said, "God Zhongyang, can we join the Demon Hunting Bureau?" To them, since Zhongyang was the chief of the Demon Hunting Bureau in Tianyun City now, joining the Demon Hunting Bureau was equivalent to joining Zhongyang's influence. Aside from the mysterious Wang Nan and Lang 13, the highest-ranked person they could access on the ranking list was Zhongyang. Moreover, they realized that joining the Demon Hunting Bureau might be a good choice if the upcoming all-area major mission was related to repairing the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition. "You want to join the Demon Hunting Bureau?" Sunan stopped as he thought about this. Seeing Sunan's reaction, the three brothers' eyes brightened, knowing there must be hope. Absolutely. The three nodded. Sunan was silent for a moment and said, "It's not impossible for you to join the Demon Hunting Bureau, and there is a matter that needs to be handled right now." Huang Mingfeng didn't think twice and said, "God, just say it, no matter what it is, we promise to do it. The public beta test is coming up soon, and I want you to try and get as many players who are about to arrive in Tianyun City to join the Demon Hunting Bureau as possible." He had thought about using players to expand the power of the Demon Hunting Bureau before. Though players' initial strength may be weak, in just 1 or 2 months, they could surpass most ordinary martial artists. He naturally wouldn't do this kind of thing himself, he didn't have the time or the energy. It was just right to entrust it to the Huang brothers. Is God trying to create his influence? The Huang brothers exchanged glances and their eyes brightened. "God Zhongyang, don't worry, we'll handle this task and guarantee its completion. Just do it, it doesn't matter how many people you can recruit." Sunan didn't care about how many players could be recruited. What he did was just a casual gesture. Currently, the only use players had for him besides being hunted was not significant. Seeing the Huang brothers leave, Sunan once again took out the map marking the distribution of demon powers. There were still 10 foreknowledge times today, and not using them would be a waste. He planned to continue according to the plan and explore the bottom of the Xian-level demons. Tianyun City is divided into South City and North City by a straight road running from east to west city gates. Humans ruled the city during the daytime, while demons ruled at night. South City belongs to the White Water Demon King, and North City belongs to the Green Wolf Demon King. Now, Sunan was in the North City. He changed his appearance to a common mortal-level demon in order to move freely in the city. Over 10 minutes later, he smoothly arrived near an abandoned dungeon. According to the map, this seemingly abandoned dungeon was actually the lair of an early-stage Xian-level demon. You arrive in front of an abandoned dungeon, knowing that there's an Xian-level demon inside it, and you plan to try to hunt the demon. There are no demons guarding the entrance of the dungeon, so you easily enter. There are 2 mortal-level demons guarding the hallway in the dungeon. The moment you enter, 2 demons notice you, but you react quickly and immediately use the power of Divine Soul to transform into a Soul Spear attack. Faced with your Divine Soul attack, the 2 mortal-level demons silently fall to the ground. After effortlessly killing the 2 demons, you shapeshift into the appearance of one of them and follow the path deeper into the prison. A minute later, you arrive at the entrance to the 2nd level of the dungeon, where there are also 2 mortal-level demons guarding. You silently kill them and enter the 2nd level. You discover that the prison cells on the 2nd floor have been transformed and no longer resemble their original state. At this time, more than a dozen female demons have gathered here, surrounding a yellow-haired, middle-aged male demon in the center, enjoying fine wine. You know that this demon is the Xian-level demon you're looking for, and none of them seem to notice anything unusual about your presence as they're completely drunk. Silently approaching the Xian-level demon, you use a Divine Soul attack while suddenly unleashing a heaven-breaking strike, hoping to deal a heavy blow in one strike. However, unbeknownst to you, this demon is a secret power-type monster, and your power of Divine Soul has no effect on it. Sensing danger, the demon instantly sobers up and decisively counters your attack with a Divine Soul attack while evading yours. Affected, your attack misses and instead hits another mortal-level demon, killing it. Facing the demon's power of Divine Soul attack, you resolutely activate the Berserk Netherworld body, augmenting your Divine Soul power with both Primordial Chi and Essence power. Your Divine Soul power increases dramatically, barely able to withstand the demon's attacks, and is now on par with a Xian-level demon. You hold nothing back, unleashing your racial talent, Destruction Snake Dance, yet without the assistance of power of Primordial Chi, your Destruction Snake Dance can only grievously wound the demon but not kill it. 2 minutes later, the effect of your Berserk Netherworld body wears off, and your power is greatly reduced, allowing the demon to find an opportunity. You're dead. Not a good start. Although using the Berserk Netherworld body allowed him to fight on par with the demon, and even seriously wound it with the Destruction Snake Dance, his power wouldn't last. The heaven-breaking strike is strong, but it requires the support of Divine Soul power. If Divine Soul power doesn't work, then not only Xian-level demons, but even peak spirit-level demons could avoid it. Sunan shakes his head and decides to find another target. Around 30 minutes later, he arrives at an abandoned ancient street called Lotus Flower Street. Because a massive fire had once erupted here, causing the death of hundreds of people, this street had been deserted since. Now, it had become the nest of another early-stage Xian-level demon under the command of the Green Wolf Demon King. You come to Lotus Flower Street, intending to hunt the great monster in this street. Nobody knows that the demon living here only appears to be at the early stage Xian level, but in reality, its true strength is at the peak of Xian level. Peak of Xian level. What a cunning creature! Sunan couldn't help but comment. As the foreknowledge began, he already knew the outcome. Meeting such a deceitful opponent left him no choice but to accept his bad luck. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop the foreknowledge now. If only he could stop it before his 3 minutes ran out. Lotus Flower Street isn't long. Due to the absence of inhabitants for a long period, it's in ruins, and the traces of the fire remain apparent. Towards the center of the street, no buildings remain, all turned into ashes. Searching through Lotus Flower Street, by 1 minute, you've searched half the street without finding any demons. 2 minutes later, having searched the entire street, you still haven't encountered any demons. You don't give up and continue searching. 3 minutes later, you're still unable to find any demons, but you do notice something peculiar. You realize that compared to other places, the temperature near the center of Lotus Flower Street is slightly higher. The first prediction ends. Would you like to continue? A higher temperature? Could it be that the demon is a law-controlling type with fire power? After hesitating, he looks at the remaining foreknowledge times and chooses to continue. Continue the foreknowledge. Intrigued, you carefully sense the area and eventually confirm that the temperature at the center of the street is indeed higher, although only slightly. Wanting to find out the cause, you stop searching for demons and instead investigate the center of Lotus Flower Street. 1 minute later, you find nothing. 2 minutes later, you still come up empty-handed. Just as you're about to give up, your chi luck takes effect. You suddenly notice that the burnt giant millstone on the side of the street doesn't match the marks left on the ground, showing signs of being moved. Curious, you can't help but try to move the millstone, and as it moves, an entrance to an underground tunnel appears before you. You realize that the Xian-level demon you're looking for might be in the tunnel. Unfortunately, the moment you moved the millstone, the peak Xian-level demon discovered you. You died. There's treasure in the tunnel. With a bright gleam in his eyes, Sunan believes that with the effect of his chi luck, there's a high probability of treasure in the tunnel. Considering the hidden strength demon, he becomes even more certain. That guy clearly has peak Xian level strength but disguises himself as early stage Xian level. It must be hiding something valuable. What could that treasure be? Luckily, it seems that the demon discovered the treasure but still remains hidden, indicating that it's not easy to get, at least until now. Sunan was excited. Originally, he only tried to slay demons, but he didn't expect to find treasure. It was an unexpected delight. Too bad, even knowing there's treasure, he can't do anything about it. With the Xian-level demon around, it's not something he can covet at the moment. After taking the last look at Lotus Flower Street, Sunan turned and left. He moves on to the next one. Among the 9 Xian-level demons under the Green Wolf Demon King, only 2 are in the early stage Xian level, and now it seems there is only 1. Left with no choice, Sunan heads towards South City, venturing into the territory of Whitewater Demon King. 20 minutes later, he begins to use his foreknowledge ability before a book academy. You come to Sky Corner Academy, where you know there is an early Xian stage demon hiding. After entering the academy, you're shocked to see dozens of little demons studying under lamplight, and their teacher is a black bear-looking demon. The demon notices you and suddenly attacks. You react swiftly, using the power of Divine Soul combined with your racial talent Heaven-Breaking Strike. The demon is attacked by your power of Divine Soul, causing it to pause briefly, allowing your strike to land. Unfortunately, this demon is incredibly robust, and your strike, while hitting it square in the chest, fails to cause significant harm. Instead, the demon sends you flying with a slap of its paw. You try again to use the Destruction Snake Dance to no avail. In desperation, you activate your Berserk Netherworld body, enhancing the power of Divine Soul with both Primordial Chi and Essence Energy. Faced with your Divine Soul attack, the demon roars in anger but can't do anything to stop you. 1 minute later, the effects of your Berserk Nether body wear off, and the demon finally gets a chance to counterattack. You die. Wow, it's basically a tank. Sunan sighed, helpless. Although his divine soul power could deal a heavy blow to it, the demon's body was too thick, and he couldn't damage it enough. Unless he uses the demon sword. There's no denying that my demon sword is not an option. Although it's not easy, if I have a weapon that could break through the bear's defenses, it wouldn't be hard to kill it. Sunan mused. Although the bear demon has an exceptionally strong body, its other abilities are not outstanding. As far as hunting it, Sunan only needs a suitable weapon. Perhaps he could find help at Tiangong Pavilion. As Sunan thinks, he heads to the next demon's lair. The last early Xian stage demon is located in the residence of a wealthy merchant surnamed Lu. His panel begins to update with his predictions. Suddenly, Sunan's eyes light up. He realizes that there's a good chance, even a significant one, of successfully slaying this demon. Chapter 138, The Second Public Test Launch. You arrive at LV Mansion and learn that Master LV, who appears to be a rich merchant, is actually a Xian-level demon named LV Ear. LV Ear is a notorious demon on the Demon Hunting Bureau's list, known for feasting on children, and has been hunted multiple times by the former bureau chief. Unfortunately, the demon's incredible speed allows it to easily dodge most attacks and quickly escape, so the former bureau chief has never been successful in capturing it. A demon adept at speed? Upon seeing this, Sunan laughed. To deal with speed-type demons, the most effective methods are lightning power, which also has extremely fast attack speed, or the power of the divine soul. An attack from the power of divine soul can cause the target to momentarily lose consciousness in an instant. Don't underestimate this split-second moment. Often, it's enough time for the situation to change dramatically. This has already happened more than once or twice in Sunan's experience. You jump over the wall into LV Mansion, and a spirit-level demon dressed as a housekeeper discovers you and wants to attack. You use the power of Divine Soul in combination with Water Arrow to easily defeat it, and then disguise yourself as the demon and enter the courtyard. LV Mansion is vast, and after wandering around for a minute, you eventually arrive at a room in the west courtyard. The door to the room is not closed, and you see a fat-faced demon gorging itself. You can vaguely make out a child's foot on the plate in front of the demon. You calmly approach the demon, who doesn't notice your unusual behavior. You suddenly launch a divine soul attack against the demon, and its movements stall for an instant. However, before you can strike with a punch, the demon breaks free from your divine soul attack and immediately counterattacks, sending you flying back. You realize that your divine soul power is too weak and its impact on the demon is too minimal. As the demon prepares to attack you again, you decisively use the Berserk Netherworld body. With the support of powers of Primordial Chi and Essence power, your divine soul power surges, and the demon finally cannot break free from your divine soul attack in time. Seizing the opportunity, you use your racial talent Heaven-Breaking Strike, and this blow successfully inflicts heavy damage on the demon. Striking once, you don't give the demon any chance to react. While attacking again with the divine soul power, you also perform the destructive snake dance. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the demon. Success. As expected, to deal with speed-type demons, the power of divine soul is the way to go. Sunan's mouth curls into a smile as he has a target for his 3-star task. The foreknowledge is not yet complete, it continues. After successfully killing the demon, your Berserk Netherworld body effect disappears, and your strength drastically decreases. At this moment, you suddenly notice a demon with a black tail appearing in LV Mansion, looking at you. You sense trouble and immediately take out the diluted life essence, hoping to restore your strength with it. Unfortunately, while the diluted life essence contains an abundance of vitality, it can't instantly restore your strength. You need time. The demon notices your power exhaustion and hesitates before attacking you. You die. Well, after all the trouble killing the big one, I end up getting killed by a smaller one. Sunan is speechless. It's not surprising, after using Heaven-Breaking Strike and Destructive Snake Dance, he only has secret power left. With his secret power weakened after the end of the Berserk Netherworld body duration, his strength is even inferior to an ordinary spirit-level early stage. At this point, not to mention a spirit-level opponent, even a peak mortal-level demon could kill him. Since you're so eager to die, I'll kill you first next time. Sunan takes out the map and compares it with the identity of the demon. He discovers that the last demon is the owner of the street where LV Mansion is located, a demon named Longtail. Of course, now is not the time to act. Action must wait until the task refresh. There's only one task left to be completed for Lang 13. Where am I supposed to find players at this time of night? After the survival task, only 1/9 of the original players remain, totaling just over 10,000. The remaining players are scattered throughout Dongshan State, making for very few in each area. Of course, there's no doubt that certain guild gathering spots may have a large number of players. I wonder if there are any player guilds in Tianyun City. Zhou Cheng's Deification Guild is naturally the most popular guild in Tianyun County. As a disciple of the Dianxing sect, it is certain that the Deification Guild's headquarters is located near the Dianxing sect, not in Tianyun City. However, as the center of Tianyun County, Tianyun City must have players from the Deification Guild. Sunan roams around the city, looking for players. To his delight, he actually finds a group. On an old street, more than 10 players are besieging a demon. That is an early-stage spirit-level demon. These players are obviously from a guild, with an orderly and coordinated effort that has left the spirit-level early-stage demon severely injured. At this rate, they will soon be able to kill it. Among the tens of people, the leader is a middle-aged man with a stocky frame and a face full of horizontal muscle. Seeing the middle-aged man, Sunan laughs, what a coincidence. He recognizes the short, middle-aged man as the player who jumped out to hunt him in Sky Wolf Valley. Sunan remembers that the player is named Meng Feng, who was ranked in the 90s. This guy is not bad at all. After being plundered of his chi luck by me and having his strength greatly reduced, he not only recovered quickly but even improved. He checked the ranking list and found that Meng Feng's ranking had advanced even further, reaching the 83rd place with the 3rd Demon Sutram Mastery. This was enough to prove that Meng Feng must have some tricks up his sleeve. The monsters kept roaring in anger, but eventually fell unwillingly. Ha ha ha, we're so strong that we can even kill spirit-level monsters. Successfully hunting a spirit-level monster, the dozen or so people were quite proud. However, Meng Feng was somewhat dissatisfied. If it weren't for that damn wolf demon weakening my strength last time, we would be hunting this monster even more easily now. Don't worry, Meng bro, we'll help you take revenge sooner or later. That's right, just give us another month, no, just half a month, and even if that wolf demon is at the peak of the spirit level, we will be able to hunt it down. Hearing this, Meng Feng finally showed a smile on his face and nodded, next time I see that wolf demon, I'll skin it alive. After that, he looked at everyone and asked, how many tasks do you have left to complete today? Meng bro, I haven't finished my monster hunting task yet. Meng bro, I haven't either. Meng Feng waved his hand and said, let's go out of the city and do the tasks. Sunan watched the group leave with a smile on his face. He decided to use these people to grind tasks today. He activated the life wheel scripture, switched his character to Lang 13, and changed his appearance accordingly. Many of these players had already completed one daily task and had the opportunity to log out without restrictions, so he needed to hunt them down as quickly as possible. Quietly following behind the group, he suddenly made a move. Water arrows, fireballs, lightning snakes, 3 kinds of mana surged wildly, and the power of the divine soul was not idle either, as his fists struck one by one. These players with only 2 or 3 merged bloodlines couldn't withstand his attacks, and in the blink of an eye, more than half of them were killed or injured. They didn't even understand what had happened before they were killed. Walking at the front of the line, Meng Feng sensed the commotion behind him and suddenly turned around. When he saw Sunan's transformed wolf demon form, he instantly remembered the previous incident of having his luck plundered and was both shocked and angry. It's you, you damn monster! Meng Feng cursed angrily, but in his heart, he was very honest and decisively wanted to exit the game. But just as the thought popped up in his head, before he could log out, his mind suddenly went blank. Immediately after, a water arrow accurately hit his head and he died. Congratulations, you have hunted a powerful luck person. Do you want to plunder their luck? Plunder. Congratulations, you have gained 3 points of luck. Currently available luck, 69 points. After killing all the players, Sunan's entire process from beginning to end took less than a breath of time. Unfortunately, even so, there were still a few players who reacted swiftly and exited the game at the first opportunity. He only managed to kill 13 players this time. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Slay 5 outsiders, 5 demon power points have been issued. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Slay one of the top 2 Destiny players. 5 demon power points have been issued. Currently available demonic power, 60 points. Of Lang 13's 3 tasks, only 2 have been completed, and the task of hunting 30 players cannot be completed now. Next, he checked Lang 13's mainline task. Adding the players he hunted recently in Tiger Roar Town, a total of 53 out of the 120 required outsiders had been hunted. Out of the 10 players in the top 100 of Destiny, 2 had been accumulated. After the second public beta test, completing this task will be easier. All the daily tasks that could be completed were already done. Checking the time, Sunan transformed back into Zhongyang, left the ancient street, and logged out of the game. In reality, Meng Feng, who had once again had his luck plundered by Sunan, was furious and kicked a hole in the game warehouse. That damn wolf demon actually came to Tianyun County, is he targeting me? No way, I have to find a way to kill that monster, or I won't be able to sleep in peace. 10 at night. As soon as Sunan opened the forum, he saw a post that had been voted up by a large number of players and had become quite popular. Surprise! At the Demon Hunting Bureau in Tianyun City, God Zhongyang has become the bureau chief of the Demon Hunting Bureau. Join the Demon Hunting Bureau quickly if you want to. Seeing this post, Sunan instantly understood who the poster was. Needless to say, it must be the Huang brothers. A bureau chief of a county's Demon Hunting Bureau? Isn't it said that the Demon Hunting Bureau at the county level requires at least Xian level realm? If I join the Demon Hunting Bureau, can I complete daily tasks there? God Zhongyang has also started building influence. If I could complete daily tasks with him, wouldn't that mean I could take off too? I want to join God Zhongyang's Demon Hunting Bureau, and no one can stop me. The players' enthusiasm was high, and they all wanted to join the Demon Hunting Bureau where Sunan belonged. The biggest advantage of joining a guild is being able to do tasks with high-level players. Other games are like this, but it is even more important in this hostile demon world where the opening tasks have a high level of difficulty. Doing tasks as a single player is not as good as joining a guild, and although everyone is tired of grinding monsters together, the task difficulty is significantly reduced. After giving the post a casual glance, Sunan exited it and continued browsing other posts. Time passed. Finally, a new day began. The second public beta test officially begins, with 10 million participating players. The game item exchange to reality functionality is open. Please visit your personal space for more information. All area major mission begins. Please check the task panel for detailed task information. As soon as Sunan logged into the game, the information about the game's public beta test popped up. Immediately afterwards, Sunan noticed that not far from him, almost simultaneously, 2 young men appeared out of thin air. This is the demon world? It's so realistic. The 2 young men were obviously new players, full of curiosity about everything in the game. One of them noticed Sunan and immediately approached him, enthusiastically saying, "Friend, you must be an old-timer from the previous batch, right? May I ask, where is this place?" "Tianyun City," replied Sunan. "Tianyun City?" The 2 newcomers were taken aback, then their faces lit up with joy. "Isn't this where God Zhongyang is? Great! To have landed here, we definitely don't have to worry about our novice tasks." Sunan no longer paid attention to the 2 and, as he turned and left, he quickly opened his task list. All area major mission, human crisis. In ancient times, a powerful human expert established the Heavenly Dome divine prohibition in the 12 states to resist the demon clan. Within the scope of the Heavenly Dome divine prohibition, the strength of all demons would be suppressed to a certain extent. After the ancient era, the human race fell into an unprecedented period of darkness. Without the protection of powerful experts, the Heavenly Dome in the 12 states was successively destroyed on a large scale by the demon clan. To this day, the power of the Heavenly Dome has all but disappeared. The complete destruction of the Heavenly Dome will mark the beginning of the demon clan's complete annihilation of the human race. The major forces of the human race in the 12 states have realized the seriousness of the situation and have finally decided to restore the Heavenly Dome at all costs. However, the demon clan will not let the human race restore the Heavenly Dome unchecked. Under the command of the 12 demon emperors, the demon clan once again launched a large-scale operation to destroy the Heavenly Dome. As expected, it really is about restoring the Heavenly Dome. Upon seeing the introduction of the task, Sunan was not surprised. This task had already been hinted at, and it would have been strange if it hadn't appeared. Task requirements: total contribution over 300 points within 15 days, no more than 10 deaths during the task period. Task difficulty: 3 stars. Task rewards: Spirit Grade Bloodline, Spirit Grade Demon Technique, 30 Demon Points. Failure penalty: permanently deprived of game qualifications. During the task, completing daily tasks and mainline tasks will grant an equal number of task contribution points. During the task, each side can trigger the Human Race Crisis side quests. Completing branch quests will grant a large number of contribution points. During the task, the contribution point mall is open. You can exchange items in the mall using contribution points, which will not reduce total contribution points. During the task contribution points ranking list will be open. The top 100 players on the list at the end of the task will receive a large amount of additional rewards, so all players are encouraged to participate. Completing daily tasks will earn me task contribution points. Sunan's eyes lit up. Chapter 139, Exchange Items. He thought of something: Daily Task Refresh Card. A daily task refresh card allows for a task refresh, which is equivalent to gaining 1 more day's worth of task contribution points than other players. I've gotten a total of 7 daily task refresh cards. I used 1 last time, so now I have 6 left. That means I have 6 more days worth of task contribution points than other players. Of course, daily tasks are just one way to gain contribution points. If I want to significantly increase my contribution points, I still need to focus on side quests. He opened the personal information panel. Below the realm rankings, an additional task contribution rankings list was added. Currently, the list is blank, with no players ranked. He had no idea that at this moment, many players in the region chat were staring at the leaderboard. They wanted to see who would be the first to appear on the leaderboard. I bet it's deity Wang Nan who gets on the board first. Not necessarily. Wang Nan is strong, but that doesn't mean he'll be the first to complete a task. That's right, if someone happens to be slaying demons just before the game refreshes, they might complete a task as soon as the game refreshes. Sunan ignored the leaderboard and instead looked to the side of it. There was a mall icon there. When he opened the mall, a plethora of items appeared before him. At a glance, there were various categories, from demons' bloodline to weapons and elixirs. There are quite a few types of merchandise, but none seems particularly valuable. He found that the highest priced item for exchange here was only 499 points of contribution. And he just happened to have that item. It was a Deathmark cleansing card. A single Deathmark cleansing card is the highest priced item, so that means the other items aren't much better. Sunan shook his head, disappointed, as he had initially thought the game's mall would have good items. While casually browsing through the mall, a prompt popped up. Reminder: contribution mall items are divided into 4 tiers, 0, 500, 1000, and 1500. You can only access the corresponding tier's mall once your available contribution reaches that tier. 4 higher tiers. So that's how it is. I was wondering why the game mall was so mediocre. It seems that perfect resurrection cards and daily task refresh cards, if available, should be in higher tier malls. I just don't know if there are technique seeds, divine ability seeds, or similar items. Sunan's eyes shone with eagerness. If there were such items, he would do anything to exchange for them. He closed the mall. Instead of checking the daily tasks right away, he opened his personal space. He wanted to see what was required to exchange game items for real items. The personal space consisted of a 10×10 grid, where each item had a different number displayed beneath them. Beneath the Beast Bone Dagger, the number was 30. Below Immortal Level Demon Sutra, it was 3, and beneath the Bloodline, it was 5. Sunan's gaze fell on the Beast Bone Dagger, and a game prompt popped up. Would you like to spend 30 demon points to exchange the Beast Bone Dagger for a real item? Note: items exchanged for real items cannot be brought back into the game. Please proceed with caution. As expected, it requires spending demon points. Sunan nodded to himself. Looking around, his eyes landed on the storage ring he was about to exchange, and his expression suddenly darkened. The number below that storage ring was 1560. 1560 demon points? That's way too many. Sunan's face fell, he had been counting on exchanging the ring to make his escape. When would he ever accumulate 1560 demon points? However, when he saw the prices for the other rings, he let out a sigh of relief. The cosmic ring holding the Great Princess was 4,500, the ring holding the demonic source pearl was 3,050, and Han Fu's ring was 3,800. The prices of these 3 rings were at least 3,000. The items inside the rings are also included in the price. Sunan instantly understood what was going on. That ring with the demonic source pearl and his own ring were both ordinary storage rings, there was no reason for such a huge difference in price. Earlier, for the sake of convenience, I put the demon corpses and demon essence and blood inside. It contains 1 king-level demonic beast corpse, 2 Xian-level demonic beast corpses, and some diluted life essence. The price of 1560 demon points is likely mostly the price of the contents. He took out all the items from the ring, then put the ring back into his personal space. Instantly, the price of the storage ring changed to 50, a stark contrast to before. 50 points I can handle. Would you like to use 50 demon points to exchange the storage ring for a real item? Yes. Storage ring successfully exchanged. Current available demonic power, 10 points. As the prompt appeared, the storage ring suddenly disappeared from his personal space. Seeing this, Sunan sighed with relief and decisively quit the game. In reality, he opened the game warehouse and found the storage ring lying quietly beside his hand. Good, now I can run away with peace of mind. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, now was not the time to leave. He needed to deal with the matters in the game first. He put on the ring, tried using it, and found it to be working perfectly. He then logged into the game again. Once more, he opened his personal space and looked at the remaining items. The Black Cloud Pig Demon Corpse was 350, Dragon Turtle Eggs were 580 each, Demon King Corpse was 740, Lee Fire Essence was 1020, Green Gold Stone was 5240, and Feather Shatter Demon Sword was 23,210. It takes over 23,000 demon power to exchange for a magic sword. That's absurd. Sunan gasped. Without thinking, he knew he would never exchange for it. Besides these exchangeable items, under the game props like Daily Task Refresh cards and Perfect Resurrection cards, there were no marked prices, obviously, they couldn't be exchanged. This function is pretty good. In the future, as soon as I put the items I get into my personal space, I'll immediately know their value. Sunan closed his personal space. Only then did he examine the daily tasks of his 3 characters. Due to their arrival in Tianyun City, today's tasks for all 3 characters have changed a lot. First, there is Wang Nan's task. Daily Task 1, Hunt a Spirit Level Monster. Task Difficulty, 2 stars. Task Reward, 15 Demon Points. Daily Task 2, Hunt a Xian Level Monster. Task Difficulty, 3 stars. Task Reward, 30 Demon Points. Daily Task 3, Explore the City God Temple. Task Difficulty, 4 stars. Task Reward, 45 Demon Points. Explore the City God Temple. Sunan frowned. Just by looking at the task difficulty, he knew there must be a king-level great demon in there. This task is very likely to be one of those tasks that can't be completed in 1 or 2 days. He sighed, activated the life wheel scripture, and switched roles to Zhang Yang. Compared to Wang Nan's tasks, Zhang Yang's task changed a lot, obviously because Zhang became the chief of the Demon Hunting Bureau. Daily Task 1, Clear the Shimo Mill of Demons. Task Difficulty, 2 stars. Task Reward, 15 Demon Points. Daily Task 2, Hunt the Mastermind behind the disappearance of Liuquan River's boatman. Task Difficulty, 2 stars. Task Reward, 15 Demon Points. Daily Task 3, Avenge the Former Director. Task Difficulty, 3 stars. Task Reward, 30 Demon Points. Revenge. It's another difficult task. Sunan shook his head. The former director was at the mid-stage Xian level, and the demon that could kill a mid-stage Xian level martial artist was likely to be at the mid-stage or even late-stage Xian level. Neither mid-stage nor late-stage Xian level was something he could deal with temporarily. He continued to look at Lang 13's tasks. Daily Task 1, Hunt 5 Outsiders. Task Difficulty, 1 star. Task Reward, 5 Demon Power Points. Daily Task 2, Hunt 30 Outsiders. Task Difficulty, 2 stars. Task Reward, 15 Demon Points. Daily Task 3, Take the Place of the Great Demon Xiong Yan. Task Difficulty, 3 stars. Task Reward, 30 Demon Points. The first 2 tasks were nothing surprising, but the last task caught Sunan's attention. Take the place of Xiong Yan? This task is absurd, how do I replace Xiong Yan? Sunan frowned. Xiong Yan was the great king of Yinggao and Old Goat, one of the 9 great demons under the Green Wolf Demon King, and had the strength of mid-stage Xian level. If the task was to kill Xiong Yan, after some time and his strength improved, he might still have a chance to complete it. But to take his place, the difficulty would be much greater. After all, he was only a spirit level, and even if he killed Xiong Yan, whether the Green Wolf Demon King would let him go was a question, let alone let him succeed Xiong Yan's position. No, it's not impossible to complete. Suddenly, Sunan thought of the cheap big brother, Hu Xiaotian, he had acknowledged as Lang 13. If he asked Hu Xiaotian to intervene, the Green Wolf Demon King probably wouldn't say anything, even if he killed Xiong Yan. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. Let's not think about this for now, I'll finish the tasks I can complete first. After examining the daily tasks of the 3 characters, Sunan switched to Wang Nan's role and went straight to LV Mansion. He planned to hunt the Xian level demon in LV Mansion first. Of course, before that, he had to kill the demon that might ruin his plan in the end. A few minutes later, he arrived at the street where LV Mansion was located. At midnight in the real world, the demon world was in the daytime. A cacophony of hawkers filled the street. After using the foreknowledge opportunity twice, he confirmed that there would be no accidents, and he began to take action. 2 minutes later, he found the demon named Longtail and killed it. 5 minutes later, using all 3 racial talents combined, he finally killed the Xian level demon named LV Ear in LV Mansion. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Hunt a spirit level monster and 15 demon points have been issued. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Hunt a Xian level monster and 30 demon points have been issued. Current available demon points, 55 points. Both tasks belong to Wang Nan. With the completion of the first task, Wang Nan's name suddenly appeared on the blank contribution leaderboard. Someone noticed the change in the leaderboard at the first moment. Wang Nan. Wang Nan has completed a task. 15 demon power points, deity Wang Nan hunted a spirit-level monster. The story didn't end there. Before long, the number behind Wang Nan's name jumped from 15 to 45. Has deity Wang Nan completed another task? He gained 30 demon power points at once. How did he do that? 4-star mainline. Deity Wang Nan must have completed a 4-star mainline task. Only a 4-star mainline task can give so many demon power points at once. Deity Wang Nan is truly amazing. Everyone else is far behind. Seeing Sunan gaining 30 demon power points at once, everyone thought he completed a 4-star mainline task. But no one thought it was a Xian level demon. Because that was too exaggerated, and no one believed it. In the Dianxing sect, Zhou Cheng walked out of a grand hall, and he noticed the change in the task contribution rankings, and his face darkened. But followed closely by the mission he had just received, he revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Humph! What's the big deal with being temporarily number 1? I've already received a side quest. I want to see how you're going to compete with me this time. With his status as the highest disciple of Dianxing sect, he effortlessly obtained a side quest. Moreover, it's not just any side quest. As long as he completed one part of it, he could easily surpass the current Wang Nan. At the same time, in reality, news regarding Wang Nan in the game was sent out immediately. In Donglan City, on the top floor of a building, several people dressed in black looked at the incoming news with somber expressions. We can't delay any longer. His growth rate is too fast. If we wait any longer, even if we find him, we won't be able to match him. Take action in 1 hour. What about the night patrol? They will definitely intervene. I'll deal with them. In the game. After putting away the demon corpses, Sunan swiftly took out a bottle of diluted life essence. He had already bought more than 10 jade bottles when he went to Tiangong Pavilion before, and he had separately packed all the remaining liquid that had soaked the dragon turtle egg. He filled a total of 12 bottles. Downing a bottle of liquid, he restored his spent strength while blending into the crowd as an ordinary pedestrian and swiftly disappeared into the street. Not long after his departure, a white-furred demon appeared in LV Mansion. LV Ear was killed? Who dares to be so bold? Looking at the chaotic battlefield, the white-furred demon was both shocked and furious. Then it saw the fire that still hadn't been extinguished all around and the lingering traces of lightning power, and the demon immediately understood the system of the person who had attacked. A spellcaster warrior. Who could it be? The old Chen from the county magistrate's office is a law enforcer. Did he do this? To the demons, the killing of a Xian-level demon in broad daylight was nothing short of shocking. Not long after, more than 10 mortal-level demons arrived at LV Mansion. Seeing the situation at the scene, they were all frightened. Soon, the news of LV Ear, the Xian-level demon's death, quickly spread. All the demons were guessing who could have done this. Inside an inn, Sunan sat cross-legged. In his body, the life essence unceasingly transformed into essence energy. Then, the essence energy unceasingly transformed into the abilities of the law-controlling class and the physique series. About 5 minutes later, feeling half of his strength restored, he finally exhaled. Now, he wouldn't be afraid even if he came across a peak spirit-level demon. Still, this isn't safe enough. Looking at the remaining demon power, he took out the physique series demon path and bloodline which he had bought at Tiangong Pavilion. He planned to recover his strength by fusing the bloodline. This was a bloodline known as Mang Kang Serpent that primarily focused on strength. In the early stages, the primary risk of fusing bloodlines lies in breaking through the realm, at the time of unifying the 4 types of bloodlines. Fusing bloodlines ordinarily has no risks. Sunan did not hesitate and directly used the bloodline and the demon path. 1 to 2 minutes later, Wang Nan's second spirit-grade bloodline fusion was complete. Enhance. Consumed 4 points of demon power, elementary Mang Kang scriptures attained. Consumed 8 points of demon power, lesser accomplishment Mang Kang scriptures attained. Consumed 16 points of demonic power, Mang Kang snake developed. Remaining usable demonic power is 27 points. The powerful strength spread throughout his whole body, and the physique series strength, which had originally only recovered by half, finally recovered by 80 to 90%. Feeling once again the surge of strength, Sunan finally completely relaxed and then transformed into Zhongyang to go to the Demon Hunting Bureau. Director Sir, I heard that you killed Fish Hag on Shuangliu Street last night. Is it true? As soon as Sunan arrived at the Demon Hunting Bureau, he was greeted by the 3 team leaders of Spirit Level Peak of the Demon Hunting Bureau. Chapter 140, Side Quest. Seeing Sunan again and comparing him to yesterday, the 3 of them seemed like completely different people, and their attitude towards him had clearly become a lot more respectful. Even their address had changed from Director Zhang to Director Sir. And behind the 3, more than 20 members of the Demon Hunting Bureau looked on with complicated expressions. It wasn't their fault. Who could have imagined that an early-stage spirit-level martial artist could actually have the strength to kill a peak spirit-level demon? Early in the morning, they had received news. Last night, their newly appointed director single-handedly fought from Wutong Road to Shuangliu Street. A mid-stage spirit-level demon and a peak spirit-level demon had both died at his hands. Moreover, both were killed with a single blow. Initially they had not believed the news. Their first thought was that it was a mistake. After all, in their eyes, their new director was only an early-stage spirit-level martial artist, and it was a question whether he could survive the night. How could he have possibly killed a peak spirit-level demon? But soon, more information came in, and they had no choice but to start believing. Yes, I killed them. Sunan nodded. At his words, the 3 of them, even if they had been well prepared, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. An early-stage spirit-leveling strength, slaying a peak spirit-level demon? Wasn't that being invincible among his peers? Where did this monster come from? And behind the 3 of them, the other members of the Demon Hunting Bureau, upon hearing Sunan's words, also looked somewhat astonished. Director Sir, may we take a look at the bodies of the demons you've killed? Among the 3, a female martial artist named Chen Su asked. As she spoke, she seemed to think of something, and hurriedly said, Please don't misunderstand, Lord, we just need to follow the usual procedure and register the kills. All demons killed by our Demon Hunting Bureau have to be registered, and afterwards demon slaying points are issued based on their level. Demon slaying points? What are they used for? Sunan asked. Lord, you don't know? Chen Su asked in surprise. Sunan shook his head. He had been temporarily appointed, and the governor had not mentioned anything, nor did he ask any questions about it himself. He joined the Demon Hunting Bureau for a game's regional task and might quit as soon as the task was over. He didn't care about these things. Among the three of them, the only young man named Ma Qiang explained, demon slaying points are a kind of welfare in our Demon Hunting Bureau. With them, we can exchange for various treasures from the Bureau's treasure vault. Your points earned from killing demons can even be exchanged for treasures in the Governor Mansion's treasure vault. To attract martial artists to join us, we established this system when the Demon Hunting Bureau was first established. Apart from the fixed amount of demon essence and blood we receive every month, the bodies of the demons we kill can be dealt with by ourselves, and we can also gain additional demon slaying points. Sunan nodded in understanding, saying, since you all have benefits, what benefits do I as director have? The three exchanged glances and Zhu Chen shook his head, saying, we have no knowledge of that. He paused and then added, I once heard the former director mention that, besides the basic rewards we receive, there seems to be an opportunity to go to the imperial court once a year to receive a bloodline baptism. Bloodline baptism. Sunan made a mental note of it. Seeing the ignorant expressions on their faces, it was clear they didn't know what a bloodline baptism was. He didn't ask any further. He then brought out the bodies of the two demons he had killed the previous night. It's really Pig Bai and Fish Hag. These two have been on the demon hunting list for a long time, but we have never been able to kill them. Looking at the shock and fear that remained on the faces of the two demons even after death, the hearts of the three were filled with tumultuous emotions. Now that the demon corpses were laid out before their eyes, they had completely surrendered in heart and mouth. What they did not know was that at this moment, Sunan was also carrying the corpse of a Xian-level demon. If they knew that, they might have been even more astonished. Pig Bai is a mid-stage spirit-level demon, worth 24 demon-slaying points, and Fish Hag is a peak spirit-level demon, worth 96 points, so you have earned a total of 120 points, Lord. Zhu Chen took out a palm-sized bronze mirror and shimmered it over the bodies of the two demons. Then, a number appeared on the mirror, and in front of the number was Sunan's current role name, Zhang Yang. 120 points. Thinking about something, Sunan asked, how many demon-slaying points would a Xian-level demon be worth? Zhu Chen didn't think much about it and explained, early-stage mortal-level demons are worth 1 point, mid-stage 2 points, late-stage 4 points, and peak-stage 8 points. Early-stage spirit-level demons are worth 16 points, mid-stage 24 points, late-stage 48 points, and peak-stage 96 points. Early-stage Xian-level demons are worth 192 points, mid-stage 384 points, late-stage 768 points, and peak-stage 1536 points. At these words, Sunan nodded his head and said, I see, as the demon's level increases by 1 stage, the demon-slaying points rewarded are doubled. That's right, Zhu Chen nodded, then handed the mirror in his hand to Sunan and said, this is the spirit mirror used by our Demon Hunting Bureau to record demon-slaying points. In the past, it was kept by the director. But since the death of the former director, I've been temporarily taking care of it. Now that you're here, Director Sir, it's for you to look after. Sunan took it, glanced at the mirror curiously, and then handed it back to Zhu Chen, saying, no need, you can keep it. The mirror was related to the Demon Hunting Bureau's reward system and would be frequently used. As a player, he wouldn't always be at the Demon Hunting Bureau, nor would he be constantly logged into the game. By the way, which demon killed the former director? Sunan asked. Ma Qiang replied, it was a mid-Xian-level demon called Purple Armor, who serves the White Water Demon King. 2 years ago, the former director fought a fierce battle with another powerful demon. Just when he was about to return after winning, he was ambushed by Purple Armor and ultimately died. Mid-stage Xian level. Sunan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it were late Xian stage, he might not be able to hunt it down for a long time, but the mid-stage Xian level was still possible. Knowing Sunan's strength, the three obviously didn't want Sunan to die in vain and reminded him. Director Sir, you must be careful. Although our governor has an agreement with the 2 demon kings that higher-level demons cannot attack low-level martial artists, Demons are not a race that will honestly abide by agreements. Sunan nodded, this had already happened in his foreknowledge. As they were talking, a member of the Demon Hunting Bureau ran in to report, "Director sir, there are 3 outsiders outside looking for you. Let them come in." Without thinking, Sunan knew who the 3 were. "God Zhongyang, we've done almost everything you asked us to do. There are more than 200 players who want to join us, and they are all waiting outside." Upon entering the Demon Hunting Bureau, the Huang brothers first looked around curiously like babies before finally spotting Sunan and quickly reporting their achievements. "More than 200? Not bad." Sunan nodded. More than 200 might not seem like much, but these were just the people who had come to join during the second public test. There would certainly be more as time went on. At the entrance of the Demon Hunting Bureau, a large group of people were scattered around. When they saw Sunan, they immediately became excited. "Zhongyang? Is he God Zhongyang?" "Yes, it's him. I saw him on the forum." Zhu Chen and the other 2 saw these outsiders, frowned, then suddenly thought of something, and asked, "Are they all outsiders?" "Yes," Sunan said, "you guys register them, and from now on, they are part of us." Hearing this, Zhu Chen and the other 2 were surprised. "What? Director sir, you want them to join our Demon Hunting Bureau?" Sunan said, "The Demon Hunting Bureau is short of hands, and they can provide some help." Suddenly, Zhu Chen thought of something and exclaimed, "Director sir, are you also an outsider?" "Yes." Sunan nodded. "How is that possible? Haven't the outsiders just arrived for a month?" It was shocking to hear that within a month, someone could easily hunt down peak spirit level demons. The 3 of them looked at Sunan and then at the 200+ players, secretly taking a deep breath of cold air. "They are like me, with great potential. As long as they are trained for a month, it won't be a problem to hunt down spirit level demons. From now on, let these people follow the other members of the Demon Hunting Bureau and complete the novice tasks first." Sunan looked at Zhu Chen and said, "Captain Zhu, you'll be in charge of this. It's great that we can do tasks with the Demon Hunting Bureau. We don't have to worry about the novice tasks anymore." Upon hearing the news, the players were excited. At this time, Sunan suddenly saw a middle-aged man in armor walking in the distance. It was Tianhe, the guard leader who had brought him to the Demon Hunting Bureau yesterday. "Director Zhang, Captain Zhu, Captain Ma, Captain Chen, the governor has asked for you to come, there are important matters to discuss." Tianhe quickly relayed the message and looked at Sunan with a different look in his eyes. Important matters to discuss? Sunan felt a surge in his heart, and the first thing that came to his mind was the game's tasks. "Okay." Without time to think, he quickly followed Tianhe to the governor's mansion. Over 10 minutes later, it was still the same grand hall in the governor's mansion. "Director Zhang, your performance really surprised me." The county magistrate sat on the high platform, looking at Sunan with a smile in his eyes. Below the old man, Tianhe didn't leave, standing to the side, waiting for the old man's instructions. "Governor, you're joking. I just killed 2 little demons." Sunan naturally knew what the old man was referring to. "Perhaps more than just 2 little demons? Weren't you the one who killed Lv as well?" Hearing this, Sunan didn't react. When he hunted down Lv, he had already guessed that this matter could not be concealed. Perhaps the demons might wonder which martial artist had done it, but as the county magistrate of Tianyun County, he didn't have to guess. Behind Sunan, upon hearing the old man's words, Zhu Chen and the other 2 immediately became unsettled. "What? Director Sir killed Lv as well? How could it be? Lv is a Xian level demon, the gap between the Xian level and spirit level is huge, how could it be killed by the director? Governor, are you mistaken? Lv is extremely fast, it would run away if it couldn't win. The previous director had failed to catch it several times." The 3 people doubted subconsciously. As the news of Lv's death had caused quite a stir among the demon clan, they naturally knew about it as soon as possible. As a notorious demon of the Demon Hunting Bureau, Lv had committed countless misdeeds and was a demon they had always wanted to hunt and kill. The previous director had tried several times to kill Lv, but unfortunately, all attempts ended in failure. Now that they heard that Lv was killed by someone, they were naturally excited. At the same time, they also speculated about who had killed Lv. They concluded that Lv's recent actions had angered the county magistrate, and that the county magistrate had sent someone to kill Lv. They never thought it would be their new director. At the same time, all three stared at Sunan, hoping to see him shake his head. However, to their surprise, Sunan nodded and said, "It's true. I can't hide it from you. I killed Lv." As he spoke, he took out the corpse of Lv. He hadn't planned to tell Zhu Chen and the others about this. After all, if people knew that he had the ability to kill a Xian-level demon, then he would face Xian-level demons in the future, instead of the spirit-level ones. But now that the old man asked, he could not avoid answering. "This is really Lv." Looking at the body Sunan took out, the three people felt as if they were dreaming. Even Tianhe, who had already heard some news from the old man, was somewhat short of breath when he saw the body of Lv. Spirit-level early-stage killing Xian-level demon? It is well known that the gap between each realm is like a chasm. If Sunan killed a peak spirit-level demon, they could still accept it, but now Sunan killed a Xian-level demon, which was completely beyond their imagination. Although they wanted to doubt, the facts were before their eyes and they had no choice but to believe it. "Ha ha ha, good, I knew I was not wrong about you," the old man laughed. Then, as if recalling something, he looked at Zhu Chen and the other two, and ordered, "Don't mention this to anyone." The three nodded blankly, still immersed in the shock of Sunan killing Lv. The old man continued, "The reason I called you here is that there is an important matter to discuss with you." Zhu Chen and the other two quickly came to their senses, waiting for the old man's next words attentively. It should be known that after the ancient times, our human race would not have been able to hold on to Dongchen state, with our greatly reduced strength, without the heavenly dome divine prohibition left by the ancient powerful. As expected, it has something to do with the heavenly dome divine prohibition. From Sunan's heart, he could sense a side quest coming. The heavenly dome divine prohibition can suppress the demon clan, but over the years, the demon clan has never stopped trying to destroy the heavenly dome divine prohibition. Now, the heavenly dome divine prohibition array in our Dongchen state is riddled with holes. Not long ago, His Majesty Emperor Yu invited the three sects and the six religions to discuss the restoration of the heavenly dome divine prohibition, and things were going smoothly, with all the three sects and the six religions agreeing to make every effort to repair the array. But the demon clan will not let us repair it and will definitely try to destroy it. The old man roughly explained the situation of the heavenly dome divine prohibition, which was the same information given by the game. Sunan knew that the key point was coming. There are 9 districts in Dongchen state, and each district is home to a power from among the 3 sects and the 6 religions. Over the years, most of the array nodes in the 9 districts have been destroyed, and each district now has only 2 main array nodes left intact. According to the agreement between Emperor Yu and the 3 sects and the 6 religions, each of the 2 main nodes in a district will be guarded by us and the 3 sects and the 6 religions. Both of the nodes in Tianyun County are near Tianyun City, one at the Golden Rosy Clouds Tower in the east and the other at the Martial King Temple in the west. Upon hearing this, even Zhu Chen, who had been listening quietly to the old man, showed surprise. Golden Rosy Clouds Tower? Martial King Temple? I never expected it to be there. Obviously, they were hearing this news for the first time. The array node at the Golden Rosy Clouds Tower is guarded by the Dianxing sect, while the array node at the Martial King Temple is guarded by our Demon Hunting Bureau. The reason I called you here is to have you and the city guard led by Tianhe, jointly defend the Martial King Temple. Congratulations! You have obtained the side quest Human Crisis. Please check your mission panel. As the old man finished speaking, Sunan's mission prompt popped up on the panel. Chapter 141, The Actions of the Destiny Association. Guarding Martial King Temple. Zhu Chen and the others were surprised, not expecting the old man to give them this task. Having a few spiritual-grade martial artists guarding such an important place seemed like a joke to them. Their gazes fell on Tianhe, whose expression remained calm, clearly having known about the task beforehand. Sunan was also puzzled and didn't check the task immediately, quickly asking. Governor, does this mean that the ones guarding the Martial King Temple will be just us and Commander Tian? Correct. The old man nodded. Receiving an affirmative response, Sunan furrowed his brows further, saying, there are quite a few Xian-level demons in the city, and relying on our spiritual-grade martial artists will not be enough to protect it, right? The old man grinned. Initially, I did not have much confidence that you could protect the nodes, but your arrival has made me fully confident. Golden Rosy Clouds Tower and the Martial King's Temple are important nodes of the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition. They naturally suppress the power of demons far more than other places. In those locations, the strength of the monsters above spirit level will be greatly affected, making it impossible for them to display strength beyond that of the spirit level. This implies that even if the demon clan plans to destroy the nodes, they can only send a spirit level monster at the most. In ancient times, our human race practiced the ancient scriptures and would not be affected by the presence of the divine prohibition nodes. But now, both humans and demons practice the bloodline. They carry the aura of the demon clan in their bodies and will also be suppressed upon close proximity to the array nodes. Thus, your group of spiritual grade martial artists is the most suitable. Understanding dawned on Sunan, finally realizing why the old man entrusted them with such an important task. I have received information that most of the mortal level and spiritual level monsters in Tianyun County are now heading towards Tianyun City. They are expected to launch their first wave of attacks 2 days later, at night time. 2 days later. The news was startling, as they didn't expect the situation to be so urgent. The old man looked at Sunan and said, "Director Zhang, the old man and the others have other important tasks to do. The mission of guarding the Martial King Temple will be given to you." "All right." Sunan nodded. Concerning the task, even if the old man didn't mention it, he would still take it upon himself to complete it. Leaving the governor mansion, he then looked at the task panel. Under the Human Crisis task, there was an additional branch task. Branch Task 1, Guard the Martial King Temple. Task Difficulty, 3 stars. Task Reward, a large number of task contribution points, determined by the number and level of the demons killed. First Wave Mission Countdown, 59 hours. Isn't this just asking me to guard the tower? Brightness shone in Sunan's eyes. If it were really as the old man said, the demons could only display spiritual level strength at most. And for him, isn't it the same as asking him to kill however many come his way? What's the difference between ordinary demons and delivering vegetables to him? The only thing he needed to be concerned about was how to ensure sufficient strength. Although his strength was indeed formidable, he couldn't withstand long-term consumption. Vitality. It seems that before the first wave of attacks arrives, I need to stock up on items containing a large amount of vitality. Sunan had an idea. Before the mission began, he planned to use all available resources to exchange for vitality-restoring items, striving to obtain a large number of task contribution points during the first wave of attacks. Leaving the governor mansion. Instead of returning to the Demon Hunting Bureau, Sunan, along with Tianhe and others, headed towards the Martial King Temple in West City. The Martial King Temple and Golden Rosy Clouds Tower are not in the city. The Golden Rosy Clouds Tower is 5 miles to the east of the city, while the Martial King Temple is 3 miles to the west. The Martial King Temple and Golden Rosy Clouds Temple used to be bustling with incense offerings, but as the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition was destroyed, the number of monsters outside the city gradually increased, causing their decline. Unexpectedly, these two places would turn out to be one of the primary nodes of the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition. Zhu Chen and the others were very surprised. They never thought that these two seemingly mundane places would be the locations of 2 array nodes in Tianyun County. Tianhe said, "It's normal for you not to know. These 2 places have always been secretly guarded by our city guard. Originally, our city guard was supposed to handle this mission, but Director Zhang's arrival made the governor change his mind." At this point, Tianhe looked at Sunan and laughed, "Whether we can complete this task or not will depend entirely on you, Director Zhang." Sunan shook his head, "Commander Tian, you flatter me. No matter how strong I am still just one person, and I will need your help in the end." The group arrived at Martial King Temple. It was a temple built on a small hill, constructed entirely of huge rocks, making it grand and spectacular. At this time, there were numerous guards around the ancient temple, all of them spiritual grade. A total of 40 or 50 people. "Commander." Seeing Tianhe, the stationed soldiers immediately made way. Sunan entered Martial King Temple. Inside the massive temple, there was a stone sculpture of a burly middle-aged man holding a long halberd. He looked very domineering. The array node is under this Martial King statue. As long as the statue is not destroyed, the array node will be safe. In the next 2 days, I will guard this place personally. Director Zhang, if there is an issue, there is no need for you to always remain here. Sunan laughed, in that case, thank you for your hard work, Commander Tian. After familiarizing himself with the Martial King Temple's situation, Sunan left the temple. Since the first wave of demon attacks would begin in 2 days, he naturally wanted to improve his strength as much as possible beforehand. Zhang Yang's mission panel appeared in front of his eyes. Chapter 141, Destiny Society's Actions. Looking at the 3 tasks, Sunan took out the map of Tianyun City and headed towards South City. Zhang Yang's missions today include 2 2-star tasks and 1 3-star task. The 2 2-star tasks were to clean up the demons at Shimo Mill and to hunt down the mastermind behind the disappearance of the fishermen in Liuquan River. More than 10 minutes later, he arrived at Shimo Mill. Foreknowledge. He didn't dare to take it lightly. The tasks were only 2-star difficulty, but the demons behind them were all backed by Xian-level demons. If he inadvertently attracted them, it would cause trouble. You arrive at Shimo Mill, where several disappearances have occurred recently. All clues point to the owner, a demon named Stone Scorpion. You search the mill for 1 minute, but you find nothing and do not detect the trace of any demon. What you don't know is that, after hearing about your strength, the demon at Shimo Mill realized you might come looking for it and hid with its minions as soon as it could. 2 minutes later, you have searched most of Shimo Mill but have still not found any demons. 3 minutes later, having searched the entire mill, you still come up empty-handed. First prediction ends. Do you wish to predict again? Hiding. Sunan was surprised. This was the first time he had encountered a demon hiding from him. Do you think I can't find you just because you're hiding? Sunan sneered. If he couldn't find them in 1 attempt, he'd try twice. If he couldn't find them in 2 attempts, he'd try 3 times. As long as the demons were still in Shimo Mill, he believed he could find them eventually. Continue. The second prediction began and quickly ended. Just like before, he still found nothing, not even a shadow of a demon. Now Sunan became more interested and predicted again. This time, he finally found the demons. 2 minutes later, over a dozen demons were killed in a large underground cave in Shimo Mill. Next, Sunan went on to exterminate the demon responsible for the disappearance of fishermen at Liuquan River using the same method. Completing both tasks, he received a total of 30 points of demon power. He checked the task contribution rankings. There were already hundreds of players on the leaderboard at this point. Of course, most players only had 5 contribution points and many even had just 1. Completing both tasks, Zhang Yang quickly climbed to 2nd place on the leaderboard, right below Wang Nan. I now have 57 usable demon power points, enough to upgrade the vast wilderness scripture to great perfection. He didn't intend to save the points, and used them right away. Switching to the character Wang Nan, the personal information panel appeared. With 32 points of demon power consumed, the great accomplishment vast wilderness scripture was upgraded to perfection. Another 20 points of demon power were spent, and the vast wilderness scripture reached great perfection. Now, this character Wang Nan had reached the mid-stage spirit level. From merging bloodlines to great perfection, it took him less than half an hour. This speed was nothing short of astonishing. He then looked at the tasks for his 3 characters. Wang Nan's only remaining mission was to explore the city god temple. As for Zhang Yang's mission, all that was left was to avenge the former chief of the Demon Hunting Bureau. Since these 2 tasks couldn't be completed in a short time, Sunan wasn't in a hurry. Besides Lang 13's 3 tasks, all other tasks that can be completed today are basically done. Quit game. He crawled out of the game warehouse. Checking the time, it was already 1 in the morning. I can't stay in Donglan City any longer. I'll leave early this morning. He packed the necessary items and stored the game warehouse in his ring. Both game bracelets were also put away. Although not everyone may be able to recognize the storage ring, just in case, it's better to be careful. Looking at the ring on his hand, he decided to find a red string, tie the ring to it as a pendant, and hang it around his neck under his clothing. After doing all this, he finally went to bed. Under the night sky, more than a dozen people in black gathered at a park square. The person in black who led them was holding an ancient oil lamp. We've gone through great lengths to bring this here, it's invaluable, we must find him this time. Don't worry, as long as he's still in Donglan City, we'll definitely find him. We can't wait any longer. We just received news that he has already upgraded the second spirit level demon technique to perfection. Then let's begin. The oil lamp was lit. As the flames grew, a faint mist spread at an extremely fast pace from the center of the oil lamp. 10 meters, 100 meters, a kilometer. A faint mist had already spread out several miles around him. In the places the fog passed over, more than a dozen people in black clothing began to change first. Red light rose from their bodies, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into pillars of light soaring into the sky. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. The speed of the fog's spread showed no signs of slowing down, and in a short period, it had already covered most of Donglan City. In his sleep, Sunan suddenly felt the two bloodlines within his body uncontrollably boiling. This belonged to Wang Nan's great strength ape bloodline and the newly fused Mangkang serpent bloodline. What is this? Sunan woke up abruptly, immediately noticing the changes in his body. Before he could understand what was happening, a red light began to radiate from his body. The brilliant light seemed to pierce the heavens. Not good. Sunan's face changed. Even if he didn't understand what was causing this situation, he knew that once the light from his body soared into the sky, his position would be locked in. At that time, the exposure of his true identity wouldn't be far off. Get out of here! Without even thinking, his figure changed in his mind, and he immediately used his across the heavens shift. The next moment, he appeared in an uninhabited area a kilometer away. This is not enough. Without waiting to think further, Sunan used the across the heavens shift again. When he reappeared, he was in a residential area. Now, he was a full 2 kilometers away from his residence in a straight line. Once he arrived here, the crimson light on his body soared completely into the sky. At the same moment Sunan's light soared into the sky, the people in black at the park had locked onto Sunan's light pillar. There was no way around it, the pillar of light was just too dazzling. It was even more dazzling than most of them, and only the leader of the people in black could slightly surpass it. But only slightly. There's no mistake, that's the pillar of light that can only be emitted by someone at the middle stage of spirit level. In the game, only Wang Nan is currently at the middle stage of the spirit level. We finally found you. Let's see where you run this time. Let's go. No matter what, we must catch him this time. Over a dozen people in black reacted quickly, heading in Sunan's direction without hesitation. On the other side, there were also more than a dozen light pillars converging in this area. What's going on? It's the blood shadow lamp, someone seemed to remember something. The blood shadow lamp was originally used to find demons. It's said that the oil that burns in it, is made from a very rare king-level demon essence and blood. As long as it's lit, demons within a 50-kilometer radius will reveal their tracks. I didn't expect the Destiny Society to have brought this thing. Hurry! Destiny Society is already taking action. We must not let the people or the things fall into their hands. Seeing the soaring light pillar on his body, Sunan's face darkened slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. His gaze swept around. At this moment, hundreds of light pillars were soaring into the sky within Donglan City's boundaries. The light pillars ignored any obstacles, reflecting directly in the sky in a spectacular display. There were thick and thin light pillars. The thickest one was more than 10 kilometers north of Sunan. Around that light pillar, there were more than 10 other light pillars. Although these light pillars were somewhat inferior to the thickest one, they were much thicker compared to the scattered light pillars. Apart from that, there were also more than a dozen light pillars shooting skyward, more than 10 kilometers west of Sunan. The thickness of those light pillars was not inferior to the ones in the north. It could be seen that at this moment, these light pillars were quickly approaching him. With just a little thought, Sunan understood the meaning behind these light pillars. At this moment, within his body, the 4 spirit-grade bloodlines, only the 2 bloodlines from Wang Nan were boiling. It was obvious that this was because he was now using Wang Nan's destiny. Yet with just these 2 bloodlines, the light pillar emitted was on par with the thickest pillar. That was enough to prove that the strength of the enemy was only at the mid-stage of the spirit level, at most at the late stage of spirit level. They were far from reaching the spirit level peak. With just this level of strength, they dare to come after me. Sunan felt surprised. He originally thought that if the opponents went out of their way to find him, they must have been absolutely sure of capturing him. Now it seemed that they wanted to rely on their numerical advantage to capture him. Well, if I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think I'm a pushover. A cold gleam flashed in Sunan's eyes. Since it had come to this, there was no need for him to hide his strength any longer. Today, he would teach those people a lesson. Chapter 142, Leaving Donglan City. For Donglan City, this was bound to be an uneasy night. What are those light pillars? What's going on? Why are these light pillars appearing on my body? Why is the light pillar on my body so thin? Why are those light pillars so thick? Red light pillars shot up into the sky, painting the sky of Donglan City a crimson hue. In a moment, countless people were awakened, and many quickly took out their phones to capture this scene. Over 100 light pillars represented the players in Donglan City who had awakened their bloodline combat skills. Look, those light pillars are all converging on another light pillar. Let's go check it out, too. Sunan left the residential area and waited on a street. Soon, a light pillar closest to him arrived first. It was a female player, 16 or 17 years old, dressed entirely as a loli. The young girl looked at the light pillar on her body, then looked at the light pillar on Sunan's body, seemingly understanding the difference between the two and couldn't help but open her eyes wide. The young girl suddenly thought of something and excitedly said, "Are you Wang Nan?" Sunan glanced at her and said, "It's going to be dangerous here soon, you'd better leave now." The girl looked at the dozens of huge light pillars rapidly approaching from the north and west. "Are those people looking for you?" Sunan ignored the girl and continued to look at the remaining light pillars that had yet to arrive, his expression calm. The girl sensed the danger and quickly said, "Good luck, I believe you can definitely defeat them." As she spoke, she took out her phone and snapped a photo of Sunan. Sunan didn't mind, his current appearance was completely false, so even if it was posted on the internet, it wouldn't matter. In a sense, it was even a good thing for him. It could make many people mistakenly believe that Wang Nan looked just like this and not connect him with his real self. 2 minutes later, several light pillars finally arrived first, surrounding Su Nan from several directions. Sunan's expression remained unchanged as he noticed an oil lamp burning in the hand of one of the persons in black, and instantly understood that his current transformation was related to the oil lamp. "Wang Nan, we've finally found you." The leading person in black made a move towards Sunan at the fastest speed, clearly trying to capture Sunan before the night patrol arrived. However, although his movement was fast, a water arrow was even faster, shooting at him and forcing the person in black to dodge to the side. The water arrow was not released by Sunan but by a young man. The night patrol had arrived. The young man stared at the leader of the men in black and said, "Hong Yin, I didn't expect you guys to bring the blood shadow lamp into this world. If we weren't just close by, you might have really succeeded this time." The young man was both relieved and apprehensive. None of them had expected the Destiny Society to do this in the middle of the night. A flash of annoyance appeared in the eyes of the man named Hong Yin, but he quickly sneered. "Luoping, what can you do even if you're here? I have more people than you." As he spoke, several more figures arrived, surrounding Sunan and the young man called Luoping. Luoping's expression was calm. "What's the use of having more people? A bunch of misfits are no match for us." "That's right, we don't grab just anyone like you to make up the numbers." A voice echoed as a handsome young man approached, not far from Sunan. Sunan recognized him. He was Zhang Wen, who had been chased and beaten by Olda last time. At that time, Zhang Wen was only at the peak of mortal level, but now he had reached the spirit level early stage. Zhang Wen stared at Sunan, quite dissatisfied. "Wang Nan, we meet again. You really caused me a lot of trouble last time." After separating from Sunan last time, he was captured by the people from the Destiny Society the same night, trying to force Sunan out. If it wasn't for the other night patrol members rescuing him later, he would be dead by now. Sunan ignored him and continued watching the remaining light pillars that hadn't arrived yet, silently waiting. Since he planned to make a move, he naturally wanted to take care of all the people in black at once. "Humph. What's the point of talking about this? Since everyone is here, let's see who has the better skills." The black-clothed leader didn't want to waste any more time and made a move once more. The other persons in black also moved in unison. Instantly, a fierce battle erupted, centering on Sunan, with the Destiny Society and the Night Patrol clashing head-on. Based on strength, both sides were evenly matched, with no one overpowering the other. This was normal, as both the Night Patrol and the Destiny Society were mainly relying on time to increase their strength in this world. As time went on, their strength would slowly recover. Since everyone arrived in this world at the same time, naturally no one was stronger than the other. However, as the battle began, variables emerged. Clearly prepared in advance, the black-clothed leader directly pulled out a piece of black stone and swallowed it. That is. Sunan noticed the black-clothed leader's action, and as soon as the stone was taken out, he felt a familiar aura. It was demonic qi. Demonic stone. Hong Yin, you're insane. You dare to swallow a demonic stone? Do you know what you're doing? Luo Ping was horrified. He didn't expect the black-clothed leader to take out a demonic stone, let alone see him swallow it without hesitation. Instantly, the face of the black-clothed leader who had swallowed the demonic stone became distorted, and a faint, malevolent energy emanated from his body. At the same time, the leader's strength skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, he had the aura of a spirit-level peak. Black feathers like birds grew rapidly on his exposed skin. He was not far from losing control and transforming into a monster. These people are really going all out. Sunan sighed. As the strength of the leader in black increased, the Night Patrol was in trouble. Originally, Luo Ping could rely on the advantage of the law-controlling class to restrain the leader in black from a distance. At this moment, the leader in black's speed soared, and in just a breath, he appeared in front of Luo Ping, hitting him with a single blow, causing him to fall to the ground, coughing up blood. The other Night Patrol members were shocked and panicked, but they had no solution. After severely injuring Luo Ping with one blow, the leader in black attacked Sunan again. Wang Nan, get away! You're no match for him! Luo Ping shouted desperately. It's too late to run now, the leader in black sneered, seeing Sunan as a fish on the chopping board. He had paid such a heavy price and couldn't let Sunan escape. Sunan remained calm, and seeing that all the men in black had arrived, he stopped waiting. He made his move. Without any fancy tricks, he simply threw a punch to meet the leader in black's attack. Thump! With a muffled sound, the leader's expression distorted as the sound of shattered bones echoed in their collision. His arm bones were crushed. Under Sunan's immense power, they were shattered in one strike. Ah! The leader in black screamed. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone, as no one expected this scene. What? Luo Ping was stunned, unable to react for a moment. How could you possibly have such great power? The leader in black asked incredulously. Soon after, rage and murderous intent took over his reason, and he roared. Kill! Kill him! However, there was actually no need for him to roar. Seeing that he couldn't take down Sunan, the remaining dozen or so men in black had already given up on the Night Patrol and attacked Sunan together. Unfortunately, if the leader in black was no match for Sunan, how could the others possibly withstand him? Sunan didn't use his law-controlling class power or the power of the Divine Soul. He only relied on his physical strength to fight. However, it was the physical strength empowered by the power of primordial qi and essence energy. Due to the influence of various bloodlines, his physical strength was already his strongest power, surpassing the law-controlling class and the secret power system. Now, with the support of the power of primordial qi and essence energy, Nan even felt that his strength was getting close to that of an early Xian stage demon. I wonder if I, in this state, can seriously injure that powerful black bear monster with a single heaven-breaking strike. After achieving the great perfection of the second bloodline focused on power, his strength increased significantly. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had unfinished business at hand, he would have really wanted to enter the game and test his foreknowledge. Sunan showed no mercy, aiming for critical points with each punch. In just a moment, 3 men in black died by his hands. Not far away, dozens of players nearby were attracted by the commotion. Seeing the situation in the field, they all gasped in surprise. Spirit level. They're all spirit level experts. When did Donglan City have so many powerful people? As expected, the rumors are true. In this world, there really are other beings with extraordinary powers besides us players. This was the first time that the Night Patrol and the Destiny Society had appeared in the public eye. Seeing so many martial artists in real life for the first time, everyone was shocked. If they're all at the spirit level, who's that guy taking action? He's so powerful. Wang Nan. It must be deity Wang Nan. Who else in Donglan City could be this powerful? Is he Wang Nan? Didn't he just reach the mid-stage spirit level? He's incredibly strong. The players were taken aback by Sunan's strength. Sunan's attacks were fierce, and in just a moment, several more men in black died. Witnessing his terrifying power, the remaining men in black finally panicked and wanted to flee. However, Sunan showed no intention of letting any of them go, as he pushed his speed to the limit. Finally, as the last black-clothed man fell, only the man known as Hong Yin, the leader of the black-clothed men, remained. Impossible! Impossible! How can you be this powerful with just the mid-stage of the spirit level? The man in black's expression became somewhat abnormal. Because of the demonic stone, his body became further demonized, already reaching the edge of losing control. Sunan said solemnly, "You dare to come looking for me with such strength? You're courting death." At his words, a bitter expression appeared in the eyes of the leader of the men in black. It wasn't that they didn't want to wait for their strength to recover more, but they couldn't afford to wait. Sunan's rate of improvement was too fast, even faster than their rate of strength recovery in this world. If they continued waiting, not only would they not be able to suppress Sunan, but they would also gradually fall behind. "Your companions are all dead, now follow them." Sunan naturally wouldn't let the leader of the men in black off, killing him with one punch. From the start to the end of the battle, it only took 2 or 3 breaths. However, in these 2 or 3 breaths of time, more than 10 spirit-level men in black were all killed. The night patrol looked dumbfounded at this scene, unable to react even now. "Are you really Wang Nan?" With the support of a night patrol, Luo Ping had already stood up, but looking at Sunan, he became doubtful. Sunan glanced at them and said, "I'll let you off this time, but if you come looking for me again, don't blame me for being ruthless." After saying that, he picked up the oil lamp that the black man had dropped on the ground and turned around to leave. The flame of the oil lamp had been extinguished during the battle, and the red light on everyone gradually faded away. When the red light completely disappeared, Sunan changed several appearances, and after numerous twists and turns, he returned home. The next day, Sunan packed his luggage and set out from his home, heading to the train station. Although the Destiny Society in Donglan City had been resolved, he still planned to leave for the time being. He didn't believe that those who died this time represented the entire Heavenly Destiny Club, nor did he believe that the other party would give up so easily. He could imagine that once the Destiny Society had the power to deal with him, they would surely make a comeback. And the next attack might be even more terrifying. Unfortunately, the other party wasn't from this world, otherwise, he would like to go and wipe out their lair now. Upon arriving at the train station, unexpectedly for Sunan, the inspection for players, which was apparently due to his actions last night, had been cancelled. After a simple security check, he boarded the train to another city. Since it was a trip, he needed to look like a tourist. He decided that the first stop would be Mount Tai, one of the 5 sacred mountains. Is Wang Nan really that powerful? He killed so many spirit-level experts. Isn't this normal? God Zhongyang can hunt peak spirit-level demons, and Wang Nan, as the first player, can casually kill some ordinary spirit-level martial artists. It's such a pity, by the time I arrived yesterday, the battle was already over. On the train, many people were still discussing the events in Donglan City last night. There was no helping it, the events of last night were too shocking for them. For the first time, they learned that players weren't the only ones in this world with bloodline powers. With nothing to do, Sunan opened the forum and started browsing. Due to the public beta test last night, today's forum was even more lively. At a glance, he saw posts about the events in Donglan City last night. Clicking on one of the most heated posts, it turned out to be a video of him killing several men in black. After a casual look, he continued to browse other posts. Among the newly released posts, apart from the ones about Donglan City last night, the highest heat was about the Human Crisis side mission. He found that many players had received the task of guarding the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition nodes. These players were mostly from the 3 sects and 6 religions, and the nodes they guarded were all different. However, unlike him, all these players were confined to the outer periphery of the nodes without exception. But Sunan's task had no restrictions. It should be because I'm the Demon Hunting Bureau Chief. In the afternoon, After traveling for half a day, Sunan finally arrived at his destination. He chose not to stay in a hotel, but to stay in a homestay instead. Once settled in, he entered the game using the game warehouse as soon as possible. He wanted to try if his current strength was enough to deal with the Xian level bear monster now. Chapter 143, Terrifying City God Temple. Once again arriving at Sky Corner Academy, you know there is an early stage Xian level demon hidden here. Entering the academy, you see dozens of little demons studying late into the night with the guidance of a teacher who is a black bear HKE demon. The demon sees you and suddenly slaps at you. You seize the opportunity to strengthen your power of primordial chi and essence power, and perform heaven-breaking strike. The demon's huge body is knocked back, and with this strike, you successfully dealt him a heavy blow and greatly reducing his strength. In the previous foreknowledge, he used heaven-breaking strike without any boosts and couldn't deal severe damage to the demon. This time, he used essence energy to amplify his primordial chi, performed heaven-breaking strike, and successfully dealt a heavy blow to the demon. Including the increase provided by his bloodline, this time, his attack was nearly half stronger than last time. If I use Berserk Netherworld body and double my primordial chi and essence energy to boost my physical body, can I further heavily damage or even kill it? He had an idea. Unfortunately, today, he had already used Berserk Netherworld body once to hunt the demon named LV Ear, so he couldn't use it again now. I can take advantage of the midnight game refresh, he thought. With gleaming eyes, Sunan thought he could plan something, maybe even have the chance to kill the bear demon. The next part of the foreknowledge wasn't very interesting. Although the demon was heavily injured, his most powerful move had been consumed. Helpless against the demon's astonishing physique, he eventually exhausted his strength, and the demon found an opportunity to counterattack and kill him. Leaving Sky Corner Academy, Sunan took out the map again and headed towards a building called Dust Gazing Tower. There was a mid-stage Xian level demon there. It was the purple armor demon that had killed the former bureau chief. He still had many chances to foresee today, so he decided to give it a try to test the demon's strength and weakness. The Dust Gazing Tower was a 12-story building, one of the highest structures in the entire Tianyun city. You arrive at the Dust Gazing Tower. Unfortunately, your arrival was noticed by a group of mortal little demons. The demons shouted, and in an instant, 2 spirit-level early-stage demons were drawn. Led by the 2 demons and the little demons, they tried to capture you, but you didn't hold back and killed them all in an instant. Your slaughter successfully enraged the master of the Dust Gazing Tower, and a bolt of electric light from the top of the tower struck you. Despite your quick reaction, you couldn't dodge it. But it wasn't over yet. Dozens of electric lights rained down on you like a storm, and even though you tried your best to avoid them, you couldn't escape the fate of being heavily injured. The master of the Gazing Tower was very cautious. Despite being much stronger than you, he didn't directly confront you. With no other option, you had to use the fire serpent technique to set the building on fire. The fire burned fiercely, swallowing the building in an instant. Your behavior infuriated the demon, and a double-armed purple scale-armored monster leaped down from the building, appearing a kilometer away from you. You rushed towards the demon, trying to get close, but the demon didn't plan to let you get near. Using lightning power to attack and kill you, it widened the distance between you two. The distance was too great. Whichever power you tried to use, you couldn't reach the demon, but the demon's power could easily hit you. The demon's lightning power was so powerful that you, who were struck by several lightning bolts in a row, couldn't hold on any longer. You died. This guy is too cautious, isn't he? It's one thing for the demon to be stronger than him, but it also played it safe. No wonder he was discovered the moment he got close to the Dust Gazing Tower. Those little demons were probably arranged on purpose. No wonder this demon chose to ambush the former bureau chief when he was severely injured. If it didn't have absolute certainty, the demon would never act rashly. Lightning power is immensely powerful and extremely fast. Even martial artists who rely on speed can't be sure they can dodge lightning power's attacks. This demon is so afraid of people getting close that it shows that its physique is its weak point, which is consistent with the law-controlling class's traits. It seems that compared to the bear demon, the chance to farm this demon is even greater. He didn't even touch the demon in his foreknowledge, but it didn't depress him. On the contrary, he saw the opportunity to hunt it down. I have the Across the Heavens shift. I can instantly shift next to the demon. Others couldn't get close under the demon's nearly perfect attacks, but he could. His across the heavens shift, combined with his powerful physique power and the power of divine soul, made him the perfect counter to the law-controlling class demons. Unfortunately, since across the heavens shift had been used in reality, the in-game uses were also depleted, and he couldn't use it now. I've decided. As soon as the game refreshes, I will farm you. Glancing at the towering dust-gazing tower, Sunan turned to leave. Taking out the map once more, he confirmed his direction and headed east. He planned to explore the city god temple this time. The exploration of the city god temple is a 4-star task, and a demon king must be present. There are 2 demon kings in Tianyun City on the surface and 3 hidden demon kings, but no one knows where these 3 demon kings are. Sunan's map didn't have their locations, but he could almost be sure that the city god temple was the hiding place for one of the demon kings. Upon coming to such a place, the natural thing to do was to turn into a demon. This time, instead of getting close before foretelling, he started foreseeing from a distance. You head towards the city god temple, eager to explore this most prosperous place of worship in Tianyun City. A minute later, you arrive at the city god temple. You see that the city god temple is not a standalone structure, but consists of 2 side halls and a main hall surrounded by a large courtyard. The 3 gilded characters City God Temple on the courtyard plaque are eye-catching. The temple doors are closed but not locked, and you can faintly see the glow of firelight seeping through the cracks. You hold your breath and cautiously approach the courtyard doors, peering through the cracks. You see several figures standing around a ritual incense burner in the courtyard, appearing to worship. However, to your horror, those figures are not humans nor demons, but paper men made of white paper. The paper men detect your spying, their rigid heads twisting to look at you. You're dead. Paper men. Ghosts. A thought emerges in Sunan's mind, shaking his spirit. He has been in the game for nearly a month, and he has already gained a preliminary understanding of this world. This world has demons and devils, but he has never heard of ghosts. Last time he suspected he encountered a ghost was at the Turtle King Lake, but it turned out to be just a resentful demon. It was somewhat similar but not a ghost. No, this time it shouldn't be a ghost either, most likely a kind of demon I've never heard of. After the initial shock, he becomes even more interested. All he has encountered other than the invisible resentful demon last time were tangible beings. This is the first time he has encountered something so bizarre. I have plenty of foreknowledge times left, let's see what peculiar thing you are. He glances at his remaining foreknowledge times. After achieving the great perfection of the Mangkang serpent bloodline, his foreknowledge times increased by 3 more, reaching 36 times. He has used 9 times today, leaving 27 times left. Even if he used 20 times to predict, he believes he could definitely discover something to some degree. The cooldown of foreknowledge ends, and he immediately predicts again. 1 minute later, you come to the gate of the city god temple. You know that at this moment, several bizarre paper men are worshipping inside the courtyard. You peer through the crack in the gate and observe the complete appearance of one of the paper men. You react swiftly, using bone shifting to try and transform into the paper man's shape. You fail, bone shifting cannot turn you into the bloodless paper puppet demon. You've been discovered. You're dead. Paper puppet demon. At the end of the second prediction, Sunan's eyes brighten up. Although the prediction remains simple, he has learned the name of the paper puppet demon. Continuing with the prediction. Arriving at the city god temple, you know that several paper puppet demons inside are worshipping. Paper puppet demons possess bizarre abilities, able to detect your gaze. Instead of peering through the crack, you choose to take action boldly. You launch a divine soul attack on the paper puppet demons, but unfortunately, their power of divine soul is much stronger than yours. You're dead. Their power of divine soul is much stronger than mine? Seems I was killed by their power of divine soul. Realizing this, Sunan also understands that only the power of divine soul could silently kill him. Since the divine soul doesn't work, let's try another method. Since they're made of paper, they should be afraid of fire. Sunan continues to experiment. He wants to see just how peculiar these paper puppet demons are. You use the fire serpent to attack the paper puppet demons. Sensing the heat, the paper puppet demons can't help but step back. Unfortunately, your flame is too weak, causing the paper puppet demons to fear but not threatening them much. You're dead. As expected, fire is effective. Finally, a method to deal with the paper puppet demons has been found. Sunan's eyes light up. Though the fire wasn't tangibly effective, there is hope. He continues to experiment. You use lightning power. Electric light bursts on the paper puppet demon, but it remains unscathed. You're dead. Using the power of water, you shot a water arrow through the body of the paper puppet demon, but unfortunately, it did not have any effect on it. You died. You unleashed the racial talent destruction snake dance, gathering the mana of your whole body to explode a fire serpent in the city god temple. You died. These paper puppet demons are too strong. He had already tried the power of divine soul and control law system power, so there was no need to try the physique power. He couldn't even get close to the enemy, how could he use his physical power? I wonder if I can get in using a human identity. Sunan didn't give up. He still had 24 knowledge attempts, which was still more than enough. As the life wheel scripture revolved, he switched roles back to Wang Nan and used Wang Nan's appearance to start predicting. Exploring the city god temple was Wang Nan's task, so using Wang Nan's role was naturally the best choice. If not, in case he used Zhang Yang's role and tomorrow Zhang Yang also had a difficult task related to the city god temple, it wouldn't be good. Coming to the city god temple, you know that at this moment, a group of strange paper puppet demons is worshipping inside the city guardian hall. You don't conceal anything and pretend to be an ordinary incense guest at the courtyard gate. However, to your surprise, the courtyard door is opened, and the courtyard inside is pitch black, without any light, and there are no paper puppet demons. Did the paper puppet demons leave? Is it because I am human? Or is it just a coincidence? Sunan was puzzled and could not be sure. Each foreknowledge attempt required a 1-minute wait, and now 6 or 7 minutes had passed. It wasn't impossible that the paper puppet demons had just finished worshipping and left. With doubt in your heart, you try to walk into the courtyard. Nothing unexpected happens, and you quickly come to the incense burner for worship in the middle of the courtyard. The incense ash in the burner is quite thick, but after careful observation, you don't find any clues. Helplessly, you give up on the incense burner and head straight for the main hall. The door of the main hall is also unlocked. You push it open, and a divine statue is seen in the darkness. The divine statue has green-faced fangs and a fierce appearance, with a pair of blood-red eyes. It is completely different from the city god statues you have seen before. You know that this is not a city god statue, but you don't know what kind of divine statue it is. Under the city god statue, there is a dark red divine case, on which fruit incense burners and other offerings are placed. After observing for a moment, you explore the left side of the main hall. You have just walked 2 steps when an ancient voice suddenly rings out, questioning you, why don't you bow when you see the city god? You were attacked and then lost consciousness. 2 minutes later, you were awakened by severe pain. Astonishingly, you are lying on that dark red divine case. A green-faced fanged monster is devouring your internal organs, and your fresh blood is flowing down from the divine case. You died. Hiss. This is so horrible. Sunan's face was gloomy. As an outsider, he would leave nothing behind after death. This time it was different. The opposing party did not kill him, but only made him lose consciousness. This made Sunan very suspicious that the other party knew he was an outsider. No wonder the divine case is dark red. I'm afraid it's stained by blood. Waiting for the end of the foreknowledge cooldown, he predicted again. This time he tried to switch back to the demon identity. Coming to the city god temple, you vaguely saw firelight coming through the door. You opened the courtyard door, and several paper puppet demons entered your sight. You died. The paper puppet demons appeared again. It was clear that in the previous foreknowledge, he could enter the main hall because he had used a human identity. So the monster let me in just to eat me. Life wheel scripture operated, switching his role back to Wang Nan and starting to predict again. Without hiding anything, you pretend to be an ordinary incense guest and come to the city god temple. The courtyard door of the city god temple is unlocked, and you push it open, walking into the courtyard and heading straight to the main hall. Arriving at the main hall, you immediately bow to the city god statue 3 times. After the bowing, you walk to the left side of the main hall to explore the temple. Just as you take 2 steps, an ancient voice suddenly rings out, questioning you, why do you not offer incense after bowing to the city god? You were attacked and then lost consciousness. 2 minutes later, you were awakened by severe pain. Astonishingly, you are lying on that dark red divine case. A green-faced fanged monster is devouring your internal organs, and your fresh blood is flowing down from the divine case. You died. Chapter 144, The Method of Freeriding on Information. If I can't provoke them, can't I avoid them? I'll explore the side halls. Sunan decisively decided not to explore the main hall for now and instead focused on the 2 side halls. You have no disguise and pose as an ordinary incense guest at the entrance of the city god temple. The gates of the temple courtyard are not locked. You push open the gates and enter the courtyard, heading straight for the east side hall. The east side hall is also not locked. Pushing open the door, you find that the deity enshrined within is not a familiar city god statue, but rather a bull-headed humanoid demon. Below the divine statue on the dark red altar, there are various ritual items. You enter the main hall full of vigilance. Suddenly, you are attacked and instantly lose consciousness. 2 minutes later, you are startled awake by severe pain. Astonishingly, you find yourself lying on the dark red altar. A demon with a bull's head is devouring your limbs in large mouthfuls, and your fresh blood flows down the altar. You are dead. Well, that's even more straightforward. They don't even bother making up an excuse. Sunan's expression darkened. Unfortunately, the opponent's strength was too great, and he had no ability to resist. Let's try the west side hall. He still had many foreknowledge times remaining, so he used another one without hesitation. 2 minutes later, you are startled awake by severe pain. Astonishingly, you find yourself lying on the dark red altar. A demon with a horse face stands in front of your skull, holding a lump of white substance and greedily tasting it. You are dead. Bull-headed and horse-faced. Seeing a third demon, Sunan was a little surprised. One of the demons ate his entrails, another ate his limbs, and the last one ate his brain even more brutally. Fortunately, it was foreknowledge. Otherwise, it would be hard to avoid having psychological trauma if he had to watch himself being eaten alive. Is it because those 3 demons are all demon kings that I don't even have a chance to fight back? He thought of a possibility. If it were true, then this city god temple would undoubtedly be the most dangerous place in Tianyun City. It seems that I can't refresh the tasks in Tianyun City next time. If I continue to refresh tasks in Tianyun City, Wang Nan's task will most likely refresh again with the exploration of city god temple. If that's the case, it will always occupy a task spot, which will not be conducive to me acquiring demon power. Since he already knew about the danger here, Sunan didn't waste any more foreknowledge times and turned to leave. As he could not complete Zhang Yang and Wang Nan's tasks for the time being, he could only do Lang 13's task. He transformed into the appearance of a wolf demon and arrived at Wuyatong Road. This place was Old Goat's territory. Obviously, Old Goat had instructed other demons to report to him as soon as Sunan arrived. Not long after Sunan entered Wuyatong Road, Old Goat and Eagle High approached him, accompanied by Niu Dadan and Old Eight Jia. "Master, you're here!" The demons greeted in unison. 2 peak of spirit level and 2 mid-stage spirit level demons all called an early stage spirit level demon their master. If other demons saw this, they would definitely be shocked. "Master, as we have found out, according to the demon monarch's command, most of the spirit level demons from Tianyun County are heading towards Tianyun City. Outside Tianyun City, 2 places Little Elephant Mountain and Treasure Bottle Peak have already gathered dozens of spirit level demons. Now, with just one order from the 2 demon kings, they will attack the 2 heavenly dome divine prohibition nodes of the human race." The information the demons had gathered in the daytime was reported. Little Elephant Mountain? Treasure Bottle Peak? Even if he didn't know where these 2 places were, Sunan could guess that they must not be far from the formation nodes. Only then would it be convenient to attack. "Is there any other news?" Old Goat said, "Yes, Master, you really have divine foresight. The new Demon Hunting Bureau Chief is truly amazing. Yesterday evening, as soon as he arrived, he killed a spirit level peak and a mid-stage spirit level demon under King Go Lien. During the daytime today, he killed 2 other demons from Shimo Mill and Liuquan River. Now, many of those who were put on the demon hunting list are scared, and some are even considering whether to temporarily leave Tianyun City. Fortunately, I, Old Goat, have been law-abiding and have not ended up on the Demon Hunting Bureau's list. Otherwise, I might have been killed by the bureau chief one day." Old Goat chattered incessantly, looking relieved. Sunan's eyes flickered and he asked, "So, the demon kings don't react at all?" "Of course not. King Golian has already sent One Eye and Double Ears to hunt down the bureau chief, both are spirit-level peak demons." One Eye, Double Ears. Sunan nodded and mentally noted the two names. "Is there any more news?" Eagle High said, "I heard that tomorrow at noon, all of the Xian-level demon kings in the city will gather at Whitewater Lake, apparently to discuss the specifics of attacking the human race's heavenly dome god prohibition." "Oh? Are you sure all Xian-level demons will go?" Sunan's eyes lit up, and he immediately thought of the demon at Lotus Flower Street, who was obviously at the peak of Xian level but hid his strength. There might be treasure at that place. If that demon also left, wouldn't he be able to take advantage of the situation and check it out? Eagle High nodded, "I believe so, it's said that the two great demon kings will also go there." "Very well, keep a close eye on their movements." Sunan's eyes flashed with joy as he finally got some useful information. Pausing briefly, he asked again, "How much do you two know about the city god temple?" "Master, have you been to the city god temple?" The two demons changed their expressions slightly upon hearing his question. "We don't know much about the city god temple. Both the Green Wolf Demon King and the White Water Demon King have warned us not to go there, so we haven't been." "Both great demon kings have warned them?" Sunan's heart sank a bit, making him increasingly suspicious that the three monsters might be king-level great demons. "How much do you know about Xiongyan?" He changed the subject. Xiongyan was precisely the king of these two demons. Perhaps because he used the bloodline servant imprint on Old Goat and Eagle High, Lang 13's daily life now included the task of replacing Xiongyan's position. If that mission hadn't appeared, he would not have thought to reveal Lang 13's identity for the time being. But since the mission had come up, he didn't mind making an appearance now and revealing himself in front of other demons. If he could truly replace Xiongyan's position and become one of the Green Wolf Demon King's top subordinates, it would provide many conveniences for him to use Lang 13's identity later on. "Xiongyan? Master, why are you asking about him?" Old Goat was curious. Sunan spoke solemnly, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Old Goat retracted his neck, as if he had realized that he had asked an inappropriate question, and quickly said, "King Xiongyan is at the mid-stage Xian level, with great physical strength and a strong body. Among the few kings at mid-stage Xian level, he is considered top-notch. Does he have any weaknesses?" "Weaknesses?" The two demons thought for a moment, and Eagle High said, "Xiongyan doesn't have any weaknesses, but he has a bad habit, he is addicted to alcohol and often gets drunk." "Addicted to alcohol?" Sunan's eyes flashed, and he suddenly thought of an idea. Perhaps he could spike the guy's drink. Back in 9 Pavilion County's Tiangong Pavilion, he had bought a drug that could make Xian-level demons fall asleep for 3 days. If he could get Xiongyan to take the drug, would it have any effect? Sunan's thoughts raced, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. Others might have a hard time tampering with a Xian-level demon's drink, but he could do it easily. Not to mention, he had already controlled Old Goat and Eagle High. Even if he transformed into the appearance of a demon himself to do the deed, it wouldn't be impossible. If this method worked, he could even use the same method to deal with the monster in North City Prison who had control of the power of Divine Soul. "I wonder if Tiangong Pavilion has any better drugs." Sunan couldn't wait. He let the two demons continue to gather information while he left Wutong Road and headed straight for Tiangong Pavilion. More than 10 minutes later, he arrived at Tiangong Pavilion, having changed his appearance. The same young girl who had attended to him last time was there, and Sunan didn't waste words, directly stating his requirement. "Do you have any drugs capable of making king-level great demons fall asleep or go unconscious, and the effects must be as good as possible?" Hearing this, the young girl shook her head, "Young master, making king-level great demons fall asleep isn't that easy, and we don't have such a thing here." "Nothing." Sunan was somewhat disappointed. His purchase of medicine wasn't just for 2 Xian-level demons, but also for the Great Princess. It had been 5 days since the Great Princess had passed out. In just 5 more days, the Great Princess might wake up, which was not what he wanted to see. With no other options, he could only look for the next best thing. "Then, do you have anything that can make Xian-level demons fall asleep?" "Yes, young master, we have 3 things here that are effective for Xian-level experts, and the best of them is the soul-breaking water." Soul-breaking water is colorless and tasteless. Whether it's a Xian-level martial artist or a Xian-level demon, consuming just one drop will make them sleep for a day. How much essence and blood is needed? 30 drops of spirit-level demonic beast essence and blood for one bottle. That expensive? Sunan frowned. The medicine he had bought last time had only cost 5 peak spirit-level demon corpses. That's equivalent to 20 drops of spirit-level monster essence and blood. The better the effect, the higher the price, the young girl said with a smile. How many drops are in one bottle? 5 drops. 5 drops, that is, only 5 days. Sunan nodded. In comparison to the medicine he had bought before, this wasn't much more expensive. Till buy it. Sunan hesitated no more. He has only 9 peak spirit-level demon corpses left on him, 2 late-stage spirit-level demon corpses, and 2 mid-stage spirit-level ones. Some of them were hunted in Tianyun City, and he doesn't plan to bring them out now. If he takes them out now, it would be clear to everyone that he is the Demon Hunting Bureau Chief, Zhang Yang. He could only wait until he changes back to Zhang Yang's identity before selling them. In that case, he can only use 8 peak spirit-level demon corpses on him. Just enough to buy a bottle of soul-breaking water. Is it worth trading 8 peak spirit-level demon corpses for 2 Xian-level demons? This question doesn't need to be asked, it's definitely worth it. 2 demons, one in the early stage and one in the middle stage, are worth a total of 3 drops of Xian stage demon beast essence blood, just equal to the price of the soul-breaking water. But he's a player, he can also gain demon power. A moment later, he leaves the Tiangong Pavilion. With a bottle of soul-breaking water in hand, he only has a few demon corpses left on him. There is only 1 peak spirit-level corpse among them, and that is the fish hag he hunted yesterday. It seems like I need to find an opportunity to sell that king-level demon corpse. Sunan murmured, he still plans to prepare a batch of items to replenish vitality before the guarding the Martial King Temple task begins. The bigger the investment now, the greater the returns later. How can he do without essence and blood? As for the Black Cloud Pig Demon's corpse, he doesn't plan to bring it out for now. The Black Cloud Pig Demon is related to the Green Gold Stone, and if someone recognizes it, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Even the king-level demon corpse, if not for running out of essence and blood, he wouldn't have planned to take it out. After all, the Green Wolf Demon King is also from the Sky Wolf clan. I originally planned to buy information on where the water power is the strongest, but now I don't have any essence and blood left. Sunan shook his head. The dragon turtle egg hatching task takes 7 days, and while he has replenished the vitality of the dragon turtle egg, the task time hasn't increased, and he still needs to hatch it within 7 days. Now he has only 5 days left, and time is running short. No, it seems that I don't need to buy it, I can get the corresponding information. Suddenly, Sunan had a bright idea. But then, he was frustrated. I have foreknowledge, I could have bought it in the foreknowledge, why did I have to go and buy it for real? When he thought of this, he remembered buying the dragon turtle egg information before and buying the Lee Fire Essence information and couldn't help but slap himself. Thankfully, the information I bought twice didn't cost me much essence and blood. Sunan reassured himself. Without hesitation, he tried to use his foreknowledge. If it works, it means he can freeload Tiangong Pavilion's information in the future. You come to the Tiangong Pavilion and want to know where the water power is the strongest near Tianyun City. The young girl at the reception leaves after learning your needs. A minute later, the young girl returns and tells you that the corresponding information is worth 4 drops of spirit-level monster essence blood. You pay with a peak spirit-level demon corpse as a reward, and get the information you want. As you walk out of the Tiangong Pavilion, you open the note the girl gave you and see a place written on it. Whitewater Lake's Underwater Spring. Whitewater Lake. Sunan's heart sank as the joy of finding out he could freeload information disappeared in an instant. Whitewater Lake is the territory of the Whitewater Demon King. Ask him to hatch the dragon turtle egg in the Whitewater Demon King's territory? Isn't that seeking death? Whitewater Lake is definitely a no-go, I can only search for it across the entire Tianyun County. Tianyun City is located in the center of Tianyun County. From here to any part of Tianyun County, it is no more than a day's journey, which is acceptable. You come to the Tiangong Pavilion and want to know where the water power is the strongest in the entire Tianyun County. The young girl at the reception leaves after learning your needs. A minute later, the young girl returns and tells you that the corresponding information is worth 30 drops of spirit-level monster essence blood. You pay with a late-stage Xian-level demon corpse as a reward, and get the information you want. As you walk out of the Tiangong Pavilion, you open the note the girl gave you and see a place written on it. Pingyan County, Dragon Burial River. 30 drops of spirit-level essence blood, is it that expensive? Sunan was astonished, and he couldn't help but wonder what kind of place this so-called Dragon Burial River is. Chapter 145, The Divine Way of Incense. Tiangong Pavilion was undoubtedly a colossal enterprise that could spread its business across the 12 states, possessing means beyond ordinary people's imagination. It could know the places with the most abundant water power within a county. Dragon Burial River, does it have anything to do with dragons? Unable to resist speculating, Sunan had not heard of anyone encountering dragons in this world. But one thing was certain, dragons must exist. If not, there wouldn't be the word dragon, and the dragon turtle egg he had was somewhat related to dragons. Being the place with the most abundant water power in Tianyun County, it was evident that the Dragon Burial River was extraordinary. Not believing that no great monsters existed there, Sunan was skeptical. If it had been before, he might have had some difficulty learning about the inside story or even had to investigate it personally. But now, to him, it was nothing more than a waste of a foresight opportunity. Foreknowledge. You come to Tiangong Pavilion and want to know the specific information about Pingyan County's Dragon Burial River. Upon hearing your request, the young girl who greeted you turns and leaves. You wait quietly. A minute later, the girl who received you has not returned, you wait patiently. 2 minutes later, the girl finally returns and tells you that the corresponding information is worth 10 drops of spirit-level monster essence blood. In exchange for an early Xian stage demon's corpse, you finally obtain the information you wanted. Walking out of Tiangong Pavilion, you open the note the girl gave you and learn that Dragon Burial River in Pingyan County was indeed related to dragons. It was rumored that 1,000 years ago, the river was still an ordinary river until one day a dragon demon in the Emperor realm fell and severely injured. The bloody water dyed the entire river red, causing the once ordinary river to change, and eventually, the dragon demon died in the river. The dragon demon's resentment soared to the sky, and its divine soul did not disperse after death but instead condensed into a resentful demon seeking revenge. However, Dragon Burial River was the place where the dragon demon died, and the resentful demon could not leave, making it even more resentful. To vent its resentment, anyone who comes near the Dragon Burial River within a kilometer, whether it be a martial artist or a demon, would be killed by the resentful demon. There's a resentful demon formed by an emperor-level dragon demon. After reading the foreknowledge, Sunan felt even more disheartened. He had experienced the weirdness of demonic intent, an existence he couldn't resist. If not for foreknowledge, he might have not even known how he died. The demonic intent of the dragon demon was different from that of the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle attacked passing monsters and martial artists for its children. However, the resentful demon formed by the dragon demon was solely for venting its hatred. The two were entirely different. It seems I can't go to the Dragon Burial River either, Sunan shook his head. From the current information, the Dragon Burial River was even more dangerous than Whitewater Lake, going there would be suicidal. If I cannot go to the most abundant water power sites in Tianyun County, I'll have to settle for the second best option. Foreknowledge again. Next, Sunan foresaw 6 times in a row. But the results disappointed him. Whitewater Lake happened to be the second most abundant water power site in Tianyun County. The third most abundant site also had the presence of a great monster. Though not a demon king, it was at the peak of Xian level, and there were 2 of them, neither of which he could deal with. The 4th and 5th ranked locations did not have any powerful demon beasts. However, the abundance of water power was incomparably worse than the top 3, making it inadequate for hatching the dragon turtle egg. It seems that I still have to find a way through Whitewater Lake. Sunan murmured. He planned to find an opportunity to explore Whitewater Lake thoroughly. Not in a hurry to leave, he recalled the city god temple he had encountered not long ago and decided to continue predicting. Glancing at the foresight times, a series of predictions consumed a large number of chances, leaving him with only 8 times left. 8 times is not a small number. It's enough for today. Foreknowledge. You come to Tiangong Pavilion and want to know the information about the city god temple in Tianyun City. Upon hearing your request, the young girl who greeted you turns and leaves. A minute later, the girl returns again and tells you that the corresponding information is worth 20 drops of spirit-level monster blood essence. After paying for the late Xian stage demon's corpse as compensation, you finally get the information you want. Walking out of Tiangong Pavilion, you open the note the girl gave you and feel disappointed, as the information is woefully scant, consisting of only 2 brief sentences. You learn that the demon within the city god temple is mysterious, and even Tiangong Pavilion knows little about it. It is suspected to be related to the Great Jade Empire, a product of the Great Jade Empire's divine way. This information is too scarce, 20 drops of spirit-grade essence blood for this. It seems Tiangong Pavilion doesn't know everything. Sunan shook his head, but upon further thought, it seemed normal. Even if Tiangong Pavilion had eyes and ears everywhere, it couldn't possibly know everything in the world. Perhaps Tiangong Pavilion could easily obtain low-end information, but they couldn't handle matters involving powerful entities. What kind of power is the Great Jade Empire? Looking at the information in foreknowledge, Sunan was curious, as this was the first time he had heard of this power. Suddenly, he thought of the game introduction that appeared when he first logged in. He remembered that the introduction started with a time, Duxuan year 1785. Duxuan calendar, Great Jade Empire. It seems there was an even larger imperial power before the Yu dynasty in this world. What is the divine way of the Great Jade Empire? Sunan became interested. He had never known or even heard about this information before. Without hesitation, he used foreknowledge again. Foreknowledge. After you pay with the corpse of an early-stage king-level demon as compensation, you will obtain the desired information. Just as you imagined, before the Great Yu dynasty, this world once had an even more powerful empire named the Great Jade Empire. In just 100 years, the Great Jade Empire was born and controlled the 12 states, marking a significant rise of the human race in ancient times. However, the Great Jade Empire took just 100 years from its birth to destruction, and the cause was the Fragrant Fire Spiritual Path. Fragrant Fire Spiritual Path. Sunan's breath paused for an instant. S-E-C-H-U-O-E/O-G-O-O-L. He understood that he might have learned about a cultivation system he had never heard before. It is rumored that the Emperor Sun Huangx of the Great Jade Empire discovered the incomplete cultivation method of the Fragrant Fire Spiritual Path from an ancient forbidden land. This cultivation method does not rely on bloodlines, and even after the changes in heaven and earth in ancient times, it can still be practiced. Emperor Sun Huangx rose quickly with the help of the Fragrant Fire Spiritual Path, and his strength was far superior to that of martial artists of the same level. However, this cultivation method is not as perfect as it seems on the surface, and it has unimaginable drawbacks. Initially, only the core members of the Great Jade Empire were qualified to cultivate the Fragrant Fire Spiritual Path, and no one discovered this drawback. Not until the Great Jade Empire controlled the 12 states and the Fragrant Fire Spiritual Path was widely spread, the drawbacks became apparent. It was found that the people who cultivated Fragrant Fire Spiritual Path, once they had negative emotions, would be temporarily dominated by these emotions. As the occurrences of negative emotions increased, the cultivators of the Fragrant Fire Spiritual Path eventually became strange beings controlled by emotions. When the news spread, fear prevailed, and all cultivators of the Fragrant Fire Spiritual Path felt insecure, afraid that their emotions would control them. The more afraid they were, the easier they were to be controlled by their emotions. Under such a vicious cycle, countless cultivators of the Fragrant Fire Spiritual Path turned into strange beings controlled by emotions, causing the Great Jade Empire to collapse in just 1 month. Strange beings controlled by negative emotions. Could the 3 demons in the city god temple also be strange beings? Sunan thought of a possibility. Unfortunately, Tiangong Pavilion provided too little related information, so he could not analyze anything from it. If I knew the cultivation method of the Fragrant Fire Spiritual Path, maybe I could figure something out. Sunan had another idea. Once this idea appeared, he quickly could not suppress his curiosity. Eventually, he still couldn't help using foreknowledge. However, it let him down. Tiangong Pavilion didn't have it. How can it not be there? I think they just don't want to sell it. Sunan was suspicious. Tiangong Pavilion could even produce some extinct ancient scrolls of the demon clan. He didn't believe that they wouldn't have the Fragrant Fire Spiritual Path cultivation method that flourished more than 1,000 years ago. The biggest possibility is that the fragrant fire spiritual path is taboo, and Tiangong Pavilion doesn't sell it. Forget it, it's good enough to get so much information without spending a drop of essence blood, I should be content. Sunan comforted himself. As for the information related to the Great Jade Empire, he had spent a king-level demon corpse to obtain it in foreknowledge. These pieces of information are obviously not something ordinary people can access. And he can access them at will. This is just the beginning. As long as I have foreknowledge times, Tiangong Pavilion is an inexhaustible information vault for me. Sunan had a taste of the benefits. He even wanted to try buying demon sutras and ancient scriptures in foreknowledge. However, this idea was doomed to be impossible. Whether it's demon sutras or ancient scriptures, they are not just as simple as the recorded text. They also include many things that can only be understood but not explained. Moreover, the demon sutras and ancient scriptures have extremely complicated roots, which cannot be described by text. There's no use knowing this now, the main priority still matters. I have already got a potion that can make Xian-level medicines fall asleep, now it's time to test its actual effect. He took out the jade bottle containing 5 drops of soul-breaking water and prepared to test the effect in foreknowledge. Although soul-breaking water can make demons fall asleep, it is by no means possible to let them act like corpses and be attacked at will. Under attack, the demon has a high probability of waking up. In his plan, the effect of the soul-breaking water could give him the opportunity to strike with full force once, and that would be enough. His gaze fell on Lang 13's task. Now among the 3 roles, besides the 2 tasks that couldn't be completed for now, Lang 13's task hadn't been done yet. If possible, he naturally hoped to replace Xiangyan as soon as possible. Wutong Road. Sunan transformed into Lang 13 again and came back here. Old Goat and Eagle High were a bit surprised. They didn't understand why Sunan left and came back so quickly. Besides you two, where are the other 3 underlings of Xiangyan? Sunan asked. Since he was planning to replace Xiangyan, he naturally wouldn't let go of Xiangyan's few underlings. The 2 demons were first startled, and then they thought of Sunan inquiring about Xiangyan's weaknesses earlier. They finally seemed to understand Sunan's purpose, and they couldn't help being horrified. Old Goat tentatively said, "Master, you're not planning to make a move on King Xiangyan, are you?" Eagle High hurriedly said, "Master, don't do that. King Xiangyan is at the mid-stage Xian level, and you're no match for him." Both demons were in a panic. In their view, if Sunan really wanted to attack Xiangyan, it would be like seeking death. Their bodies contained the bloodline servant imprint that Sunan imprinted on them. If Sunan died, they wouldn't be able to live either. Sunan said, "Who told you I planned to attack Xiangyan?" As long as he knew about this, there was no need to tell the 2 demons. Although the 2 demons couldn't betray him, to be on the safe side, he didn't plan to reveal it before the matter was successful. "Are you really not going to take down King Xiangyan?" The 2 demons still doubted. "Are you stupid or am I stupid?" Sunan looked at the 2 demons as if they were fools. After making sure Sunan wouldn't attack Xiangyan, the 2 demons looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief, then they started to enjoy the misfortune of others even more. If Sunan's real goal was to enslave the other demons, they would not only not object, but even give their full support. It wasn't enough that only they were under his control, everyone else had to be as well. Eagle High said quickly, "Master, I'll lead the way for you." Old River Street. This was the territory of a peak spirit-level demon named Black Tiger, who was under Xiangyan's command. As soon as Eagle High and Old Goat arrived with Sunan, a stout demon with a tiger head and face appeared in front of them. Black Tiger stared at Eagle High and Old Goat and said discontentedly, "Eagle High, Old Goat, why did you leave your territory and come to mine?" Eagle High sneered, making way for Sunan and said, "Black Tiger, let me introduce you to our master." "Your master?" Black Tiger was stunned, thinking he had heard wrong. It took him a while to recover, and then he laughed. "Ha ha ha, have you two gone crazy? You actually chose a spirit-level early-stage brat to be your master? If King Xiangyan knew, he would definitely skin you alive." Then, his tone changed again, "If you really want to find a master, I could reluctantly accept you." Despite Black Tiger's ridicule, Old Black and Eagle High didn't get angry. Instead, they looked even more amused and delighted by their misfortune. They even had anticipation in their eyes, looking forward to Black Tiger's upcoming downfall. The two demons volunteered, "Master, this guy dares to look down on you. Do you want us to teach him a lesson?" "All right, you both go ahead." Sunan nodded. Hearing this, Old Goat quickly attacked Black Tiger, while Eagle High helped Old Goat with his magic. "How dare you two really attack me? Aren't you afraid that King Xiangyan will punish you after he finds out?" Black Tiger's face changed slightly, and he had to put forth his full effort to fend off the attacks of the two demons. Although Black Tiger was also at peak spirit level, he couldn't withstand the combined attacks of the two opponents. In just a moment, he was already struggling to defend himself. He said furiously, "You two stop it, or I won't be polite to that kid." Hearing this, the two demons exchanged glances, and their attacks became even more vicious. Now, Black Tiger was completely infuriated. "You're forcing me to do this." Before his words fell, he stopped resisting the attacks of the two demons and went straight for Sunan. Black Tiger looked at Sunan with a cruel expression, "Don't blame me, kid. They forced me." Seeing this, Old Goat and Eagle High both laughed. That's the effect they wanted. Chapter 146, The Person Who Comes to the Door. The Black Tiger demon, cornered by Eagle High and Old Goat, had no choice but to attack Sunan. However, just as he was closing in on the wolf demon before him, the Black Tiger suddenly noticed a bizarre problem. The wolf demon before him seemed too calm. Facing his attack, there wasn't a hint of panic. Something was off. Piecing together Eagle High and Old Goat's actions, a thought suddenly dawned upon the Black Tiger. Could the brat before him really be the master of Eagle High and Old Goat? As soon as this thought sprang up, he didn't even have time to think about it any further. He saw the composed wolf demon raised his hand towards him. In an instant, the Black Tiger's skin tingled in fear. Even before fighting Sunan, he already felt an oppressive force that seemed to suffocate him. This was no early stage spirit level. This kid definitely was not at the early stage spirit level. The Black Tiger screamed in his mind. Without thinking, he turned to retreat. But, it was too late. Thud. As the palm landed on his chest, the Black Tiger felt like all his internal organs were about to explode, and his entire body was thrown backward. "Ha ha ha, Black Tiger, you dare to underestimate our master. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Upon seeing Black Tiger being taught a lesson, both Eagle High and Old Goat laughed heartily, their faces full of petty triumph. "You, who on earth are you?" Black Tiger exclaimed in a lost voice. Sunan ignored Black Tiger, and with a flick of his hand, a servant's imprint began to form. Seeing the mark in Sunan's hand, Black Tiger was greatly shocked. "Bloodline servant imprint? How dare you?" The bloodline servant imprint is a forbidden secret technique. If the two demon kings found out, you will undoubtedly die. At that moment, Black Tiger finally understood why Eagle High and Old Goat were calling Sunan their master. Being controlled by the servant imprint, weren't they just servants? Eagle High walked up to Black Tiger and sneered, "Black Tiger, if you want to live, just obediently let the imprint into your body, or else if you upset the master, ha ha." Black Tiger didn't even need to think before saying, "Impossible. Even if I die, one won't let anyone control me." Old Goat tried to persuade him, "Don't be stubborn. It's better to live with humiliation than to die with honor. You just have to cooperate with our master, and he won't treat you badly." Eagle High and Old Goat alternated in their attempts to persuade him. Eventually, under the threat of death from Sunan, Black Tiger gave in. He begrudgingly let the bloodline servant imprint into his body. Afterward, Sunan replicated the same process. In just over 10 minutes, the 5 creatures under Bear Rock had all been subjugated by him. 4 of the creatures were at the peak of the spirit level, and 1 creature was at the late-stage spirit level. As he planted a few more bloodline servant imprints into the creatures, Sunan noticed a problem. He faintly sensed that the number of bloodline servant imprints he could form was nearing its limit. "Master, you can only form up to 9 bloodline servant imprints. After that, you won't be able to form any more," Eagle High explained. 9. Sunan furrowed his eyebrows. This wasn't written in his method of forming bloodline servant imprints. Counting the 5 creatures he had just subjugated, he had already formed 7 servant imprints. This meant that he could control, at most, only 2 more creatures. "It seems I need to find another method to control creatures," Sunan mumbled to himself. Then he took a look at the creatures. At this time, the three creatures that he had just enslaved were looking at Eagle High and Old Goat with murderous intent, the fury in their eyes undisguised. Eagle High and Old Goat, however, didn't care at all and were all smiles. They had been somewhat unwilling when only the two of them were controlled by Sunan before. Now, with three more unlucky creatures joining them, they felt much better. You all continue doing what you should be doing. Don't show any abnormal behavior, and don't disclose my existence for now, ordered Sunan. Yes, master. Sunan didn't intend for the creatures to participate in his next plan. He planned to act alone. The Drunken Wind Pavilion. This was a renowned tavern in Tianyun City, famous for a wine called Drunken Wind. Very few martial artists knew that the wine cellar of this tavern was the lair of a mid-Xian level creature. In the real world, it was now 6 in the evening, the night was about to fall. In the game, the east was beginning to turn red, a new day was about to start. The Drunken Wind Pavilion was still closed, with not a single light on in the tavern. Sunan headed straight to the backyard of the Drunken Wind Pavilion to use his premonition. After climbing over the wall, you arrive in the backyard. No one and no creatures are here. On both the left and right are rows of houses, which look no different from normal courtyards. You know that there is a mid-level Xian creature hidden in this mundane-looking courtyard. You search through the row of rooms on the left side of the courtyard. 1 minute later, you get nothing and move to the rooms on the right-hand side. 2 minutes later, you find the entrance to the underground wine cellar in the last room on the right side of the courtyard. After entering the cellar, you hear a heavy snoring sound coming from the depths of the cellar. Following the sound, you finally reach a stone room at the end of the cellar. You see a huge brown-haired bear sleeping soundly on a stone bed in the room, with a jug of unfinished wine beside it. Seeing this, an idea arises in your mind. You abandon your original plan and attempt to directly attack the creature. Unfortunately, the mid-level Xian creature has acute senses. As soon as you approach it and prepare to make a move, it instantly wakes up and strikes at you with its palm. This creature is not only enormous but also has amazing strength. Furthermore, it's fast. Even when you resist with all your strength, you can barely defend yourself and have no chance of counter-attacking. 3 minutes later, you lose to the creature. You have died. Before you died, you realized that you were far from being able to kill the demon head-on with your current strength. It's indeed mid-stage Xian level. Sunan said with a heavy expression. The demon he encountered in the last dungeon, which was in the early stage of the Xian level, didn't awake until he made his move. But this demon detected him the moment he was about to make a move. The mere perception of danger was much stronger than that of the early stage Xian level demon. There's no chance of winning in a direct fight, the plan must be followed. You jumped over the fence and came to the backyard, directly heading for the wine cellar in the last room on the right. A minute later, you arrived at the stone house at the end of the wine cellar, where you saw a demon snoring and a pot of unfinished wine not far from it. You dared not be careless, held your breath, came to the stone bed. Instead of taking this opportunity to hunt the demon, you dripped 2 drops of soul-breaking water into the pot of unfinished wine. You acted carefully without waking up the demon. After everything was done, you exited the stone house and quietly waited. 2 minutes later, the demon had not awakened. 3 minutes later, the demon remained in slumber. End of the first prediction. Do you want to continue? No. Seeing the number of predictive chances left, Sunan chose not to continue. There are only 4 times of foreknowledge left. The demon doesn't know when it will awake. To continue predicting is a complete waste of the number of tries. As long as that demon drinks the drugged wine, it certainly won't wake up in a short while. I can wait until the game refreshes to take a look. Sunan wasn't in a hurry. If the demon wakes up and drinks the drugged wine, it wouldn't be late if he comes tomorrow. If the demon doesn't drink, waiting wouldn't do any good either. With a decision made, Sunan quickly took action. A few minutes later, he left the Drunken Wind Pavilion. He had dripped a full 3 drops of soul-breaking water into the demon's wine pot. This amount should be enough to put the demon to sleep for 3 days. He decided to save the remaining 2 drops of soul-breaking water for the demon in the abandoned dungeon in the North City. However, the demon in the dungeon is different from Bear Rock, it definitely couldn't wait for it to consume on its own. There are demons guarding in the dungeon. If I want to get in, I must take care of all the guarding demons. In that case, when the demon wakes up, it is likely to find problems. So, I want to try if I can actively feed the wine to the demon. As Sunan thought, he went toward the abandoned dungeon. More than 10 minutes later, he arrived at the abandoned dungeon. You once again arrive at the front of the abandoned dungeon, preparing to hunt the demons within. You entered the dungeon, the two mortal-level demons immediately noticed you, but your quick reaction allowed you to kill them with the power of the divine soul before they could react. You transformed into one of the demons and continued deeper into the dungeon. After a minute, you arrived at the entrance of the dungeon's second floor. After silently killing the demon who was guarding the entrance, you entered the second floor. You saw a yellow-haired demon deeply sleeping, and next to it were two female demons lying on either side. You carefully came to the side of the yellow-haired demon, used the power of divine soul to kill one of the female demons, transformed into its appearance and replaced it. Your action did not wake up the yellow-haired demon. You then found the pot of leftover wine from the demon and dripped the last 2 drops of soul-breaking water into it. After doing these, you tried to wake up the yellow-haired demon and have it drink the wine. The yellow-haired demon woke up in a daze and was very dissatisfied with you for waking it up. However, when you handed the wine to the yellow-haired demon, it took it out of habit, drank the remaining wine in big gulps and immediately fell back into deep sleep. You didn't rush to make a move, but waited quietly, waiting for the effect of soul-breaking water. 3 minutes later, the demon's snoring was thunderous, and nothing unexpected had happened. The first prediction has ended, do you want to continue? Did it really succeed this easily? Sunan was astonished. He had been fully prepared for failure, because this plan was way too risky. Whether it was killing the female demon or getting the demon to drink the wine voluntarily, it was very likely to alert the demon. But in the end, his plan went surprisingly smoothly. If that's the case, don't blame me then. He didn't predict again. If he could successfully make the demon drink the wine, then the rest didn't matter anymore. 2 minutes later. By following the method from the prediction, he successfully made the demon drink the wine. After waiting for a moment, he predicted again. However, to his disappointment, the demon had consumed the potion too recently, and the soul-breaking water had just started to take effect, and the effect was not yet obvious. Having no other options, Sunan could only temporarily leave the dungeon after dealing with the other female demon. He planned to return in a few hours to check the effect. After leaving the dungeon, looking at the time, Sunan wandered around the city. There's only 5 hours left until the game refreshes. Lang 13 hasn't done a single task yet, it seems like he needs to find a few unlucky players to hunt. There were 1 million players in this public beta test, and over 800,000 players descended upon Dongchen State. The 800,000 players were scattered over the 9 districts, and there are over 90,000 players in each district. Sunan did not know exactly how many players arrived in Tianyun City, but he conservatively estimated that there were several thousand. It didn't take long for him to encounter a dozen players roaming around in search of demons to hunt. This team was not entirely composed of new players but had 2 veteran players who had merged the 3rd bloodline as guides. In the conversations of everyone, Sunan learns that this player is a member from a guild called the Arson Guild. Since he's not part of my Demon Hunting Bureau Guild, I won't be polite. Sunan didn't hesitate, transforming into a wolf demon and taking action. A moment later, a task completion notification pops up. He didn't stop there, continuing to search. Over 10 minutes later, he found 2 more groups of players. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Hunt 5 outsiders, and 5 demon power points have been granted. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Hunt 30 outsiders, and 15 demon power points have been granted. Currently usable demon power, 25 points. In total, he hunted down 37 players, completing 2 daily tasks and significantly progressing the mainline task. Now, he needs to hunt only 30 more players to complete the 120-player requirement. However, in order to complete the main task Wrath of the Demon Monarch, he still needs to hunt down 10 players among the top 100 Destiny players. So far, he has only hunted 2 of them. Hunting 10 top 100 Destiny players is a bit difficult. He finishes all the tasks he can and logs out of the game. At the homestay. After leaving the game warehouse to avoid being discovered by others, Sunan takes the game warehouse back into his storage ring. He goes out to have a light meal, and then takes a short run. 2 hours later, he returns to his homestay. He logs into the game again. Inside the game, the sun shines brightly, and the streets are bustling. At the Demon Hunting Bureau, Sunan takes out the 2 demons he killed at Shimo Mill and Liuquan River so that Chen Su can log the information. Although he doesn't know what treasures there are in the treasure vault of the Governor Mansion, he doesn't want to waste the demon-slaying points from the 2 demons he killed. Lord, both of these demons are in the late-stage spirit level, totaling 96 demon-slaying points, Chen Su says. Sunan nods, and with the addition of the early Xian stage demon from LV his demon-slaying points reach a total of 408. Lord, if you have no use for the demon corpses, you can also exchange them for an equal amount of demon-slaying points. The Demon Hunting Bureau also takes demon corpses. Sunan asks in surprise. The value of a late-stage spirit-level corpse is 48 demon-slaying points, which means the same amount of points are worth 3 drops of spirit-level demon essence blood. Chen Su nods, yes, our Great Yu dynasty has several treasures for extracting demon essence and blood, so naturally, we also take demon corpses. Can I exchange them for essence blood? Of course. Chen Su nods. Sunan's eyes light up. This would be much more convenient. For now, he doesn't want anyone to know that he can hunt Xian-level demons, as bringing the LV corpse to the Tiangong Pavilion might easily cause trouble. But it's different in the Demon Hunting Bureau. Chen Su and his 2 colleagues already know that he can hunt Xian-level demons, so even if he continues to hunt Xian-level great monsters in the future, there should be no issues. In that case, help me exchange these corpses for essence blood. Sunan takes out all the demon corpses from his body except for the king-level demon corpse and the black cloud pig demon corpse. A moment later, he receives the essence blood. There are over 10 drops of mortal-level essence blood, 8 drops of spirit-level essence blood, and 1 drop of Xian-level essence blood. This amount of essence blood is a bit low. Sunan sighs, he still wanted to accumulate more vitality replenishing items before the branch tasks started. It seems like he'll have to find a way to hunt more demons in these 2 days. Putting away the essence blood. At this moment, a member of the Demon Hunting Bureau enters to report, Bureau Chief, 3 outsiders have come to see you. The Huang brothers? Let them in. Sunan says. Soon, 3 players enter the Demon Hunting Bureau. To Sunan's surprise, they aren't the Huang brothers. However, he recognizes 2 of the 3 people. One of them is Meng Feng, someone he killed just yesterday, and the other one is even more familiar to him. Zhou Cheng. Chapter 147, Targeted by the Demon King. A subtle change flashed in Sunan's eyes. He didn't expect Zhou Cheng to have already arrived in Tianyun City and even took the initiative to find him. After a brief thought, he understood, Zhou Cheng must have received the task to guard the Golden Rosy Clouds Tower. Beside Zhou Cheng, there was a player in their early 20s, dressed in a black robe with a cold expression. Zhou Cheng smiled and said, I've heard of Brother Zhang Yang for a long time, it's finally nice to meet you in person today. You are Zhou Cheng. Sunan pretended to be very surprised. Zhou Cheng nodded, it's me. Immediately after, he looked at the black-robed youth next to him and introduced, this is Lin Hao, ranked 31st on the realm rankings. This is Meng Feng, previously ranked 83rd, they are both members of my deification guild. When introducing Meng Feng, Zhou Cheng used the word previously but didn't mention his current ranking. Clearly, he didn't want Sunan to underestimate Meng Feng. Sunan glanced at the 2, feeling a little surprised. He remembered that Meng Feng was not a member of the deification guild, but was now one. What's the reason you've come to find me? Zhou Cheng straightforwardly said, I wonder if Brother Zhang encountered the wolf demon who can snatch Chi Luck in Sky Wolf Valley last time. Wolf demon. Sunan's face remained unchanged, but his heart suddenly understood that the 3 of them came to find him to deal with the wolf demon he had transformed. Looking at Meng Feng, he knew that Meng Feng had joined the deification guild just to deal with the transformed wolf demon. Are you referring to the wolf demon on the forum who killed many players in Sky Wolf Valley? That's right, it's him. Zhou Cheng nodded. No, although I went to Whitewater Town last time, I was chased by a peak spirit level demon later, as you should know. When I went back to Sky Wolf Valley, there was nothing left. Sadly, I made a wasted trip last time. Sunan shook his head. You didn't. Zhou Cheng was somewhat disappointed. He thought that if Sunan had encountered the wolf demon would have definitely chased him. In that case, the possibility of involving Sunan in dealing with the wolf demon this time would be even greater. Zhou Cheng thought for a moment and said, "Brother Zhang, do you know that the wolf demon has also come to Tianyun City? In the past 2 days, he has killed many players. Just 2 hours ago, more than 30 players were killed. Brother Zhang, as the head of the Demon Hunting Bureau, are you just going to sit idly by and let that wolf demon run wild?" Sunan frowned, deliberately asking, "What do you mean, you want me to deal with that wolf demon?" "Exactly, we'd like to invite Brother Zhang to hunt down that wolf demon. Most of the players from my deification guild have arrived in Tianyun City. Apart from the 3 of us, there are 12 other players in my guild who rank in the top 100. Zhou Cheng said this with proud eyes. In his opinion, although Sunan was the head of the Demon Hunting Bureau, his status at the Dianxing sect still fell slightly short. Furthermore, Sunan's rank as the 3rd player held no threat to him. As long as he had time, returning to the top 3 wouldn't be a problem. At present, as a spirit level player, and ranking right below Qian Yu at 5th place, he had the best proof. Compared to these 2 points, his deification guild was even more of a source of pride. Now, his guild ranked among the top in the entire Dongchen state, and there were many powerful players, something Sunan couldn't come close to. 12 players ranked within the top 100. Sunan was surprised, not expecting Zhou Cheng to gather the main strength of the entire guild for this task. 12 players, that's enough. No one noticed the subtle delight that flashed through Sunan's eyes. He was previously worried about where to gather the 10 players with great luck required for Lang 13's mainline task, but now they had come just in time. Sunan didn't even have to think about it and directly said, "I've heard that the demon is very powerful, and once killed, our luck will be taken away, greatly reducing our strength. I don't want to take that risk." What a joke, asking him to deal with himself. Hearing this, Zhou Cheng's face darkened slightly. Sunan could mobilize the power of the Demon Hunting Bureau and was rumored to have the means to kill peak spirit level demons, which was why he had come to invite Sunan. He originally thought that with his personal invitation, the other party would definitely give him face. But the current situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. Meng Feng was equally secretly angry, as he had suggested bringing Sunan in to deal with the wolf demon. At this moment, Sunan's relentless refusal was undoubtedly a slap in his face. After a moment of silence, Zhou Cheng continued, "Brother Zhang, you must have received the task to guard Martial King Temple. You should be aware that during that time, most of the spirit-level demons will attack both array nodes. If the wolf demon attacked during that process, it would be an absolute disaster for both of us." Zhou Cheng changed his approach, trying to change Sunan's stubbornness with the branch task. "You don't have to worry about that," Sunan remained unmoved, showing no intention of agreeing. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng's heart was filled with concealed anger, but his face did not reveal his feelings. Instead, he said, "Since Brother Zhang has no intention of taking action, then we will not bother you any further. Farewell." Zhou Cheng held back his displeasure and left with Meng Feng. After leaving the Demon Hunting Bureau, Meng Feng could no longer suppress his anger, exclaiming without any restraint, "Humph, he's clearly powerful but afraid of death. What kind of third-ranked player is he? Nothing special. It would be best if that wolf demon attacked Martial King Temple the day after tomorrow. I want to see what he can come up with to defend it. If he gets killed by the wolf demon, even better." Having his chi luck taken twice, Meng Feng had become obsessed. Now, all he could think about was how to get rid of the wolf demon. Now that Sunan had rejected their invitation, he couldn't help but hate Sunan as well. Meng Feng looked towards Zhou Cheng and asked, "What should we do? Without that Zhang Yang, even if we can deal with the wolf demon, we might suffer heavy losses." Zhou Cheng was silent for a moment, then said, "He doesn't want to cooperate now because he hasn't been killed by the wolf demon yet. In that case, let's arrange for the wolf demon to kill him once. Send someone to find the demon, have someone keep an eye on it, and when the mission starts, lead him to the Martial King Temple." Hearing this, Meng Feng's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but laugh. This is a good method. Zhou Cheng quickly devised a plan targeted at Sunan. What he didn't know was that at this moment, Sunan was also targeting him. Within the Demon Hunting Bureau. Watching Zhou Cheng and the others leave, Chen Su, who had been silently listening, spoke up, "Director Sir, it seems you don't like them. Do you want me to help you deal with them? Sunan waved his hand, not saying anything. Looking at the direction where the others had left, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Time passed. And it was 11:30 at midnight. There was only half an hour left before the game refreshed. Sunan left the demon hunting bureau and headed towards the prison. Now it's time to see how that yellow-haired demon is doing. 4 hours had already passed since the demon drank the soul-breaking water. Even if the medicine's effect was slow, it should have had full effect by now. 7 or 8 minutes later, he arrived at the abandoned dungeon once more. You return to the abandoned dungeon, the demon guarding here has already been killed by you, and you easily reach the second floor of the prison. The yellow-haired demon has fallen into a deep sleep after drinking the wine you spiked with soul-breaking water. You know this is a good opportunity to take action. You enhance your strength with essence energy and primordial chi, launch a heaven-breaking strike and violently hit the demon's weakness. This is a secret power-type monster. While its divine soul is powerful, its body is average. As you strike with full force, its skull shatters, and a bloody mess splatters. The demon awakens with a start, its eyes wide open. It wants to fight you, but it's too late. Congratulations for successfully killing the demon. Success. Sunan's eyes showed joy. This would be his third Xian level demon slain. The foreknowledge had not finished, it was still continuing. You know that as the demon is killed, stronger demons will surely notice. You don't hesitate and quickly leave. But compared to some demons, your speed is still too slow. You've just arrived at the dungeon exit, a woman in a white dress appears before you. You don't recognize the woman, but you can guess that she is probably the younger sister of the Sky Wolf clan princess, the Green Wolf Demon King. You don't know that because you killed another Xian level demon last time, you have already caught the attention of the two demon kings. From now on, no matter which Xian level demon you kill, one of the two demon kings will show up. The woman attacks you. You are dead. Green Wolf Demon King. This time it's actually the Green Wolf Demon King. Sunan's joy disappeared from his face in an instant. Especially after reading the last part of Premonition, his heart sank to the bottom. If I attract a Demon King every time I kill an Xian level demon, how am I supposed to hunt them in the future? Facing a Demon King, even if he had the Across the Heavens shift, he would probably be unable to escape. After all, the distance covered by Across the Heavens shift was only 2 kilometers. And the strength of a Demon King was unimaginable to him. What should I do now? Sunan frowned, not knowing what to do for a while. If he chose to kill, chances were he wouldn't be able to escape. If he chose not to kill, all his efforts would be in vain. Moreover, it would be difficult for him to hunt other Xian level demons in Tianyun City in the future. Sunan's thoughts ran quickly. Kill. I have to kill, or how can I improve my strength? Without too much hesitation, Sunan made a decisive choice. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to take action in the prison anymore. He would take the demon away and take it to another place to take action. Both demon kings can know about the life or death of their Xian level demons, but they probably don't know where they died. He couldn't believe that taking the demons out of the city would allow the two demon kings to find him. If they could still find him, then he would have to accept defeat. With that thought, Sunan quickly took action. Due to the effect of soul-breaking water, the yellow-haired demon slept soundly. Sunan directly put it into his cosmic ring and swiftly headed towards the Drunken Wind Pavilion. Arriving at the Drunken Wind Pavilion. At this time, there were endless guests coming to the Drunken Wind Pavilion, and a strong smell of wine could be clearly smelled from afar. Once again, he arrived at the backyard and began using his foreknowledge. Leap over the wall, you come to the backyard, and head straight to the wine cellar in the last room on the right. A minute later, you arrive at a stone house in the back of the wine cellar and see a demon snoring, and the empty wine jar beside the demon that has been finished. The wine has been drunk. Overjoyed, Sunan realized his plan was already halfway successful. You realize that the demon has drunk the wine into which you've dripped soul-breaking water, and now is the perfect opportunity to act as the drug takes effect. Without hesitation, you amplify your strength with primordial chi and essence energy, and suddenly use the racial talent heaven-breaking strike on the demon. Seemingly sensing danger, the demon struggles on its face, trying to wake up from its deep sleep. Sadly, under the influence of soul-breaking water, the demon cannot wake up, and your strike lands solidly on its head. However, this demon's body is very powerful, and with this strike, you only crack its skull, causing no fatal damage. Wounded, the demon finally wakes up from sleep, enraged, and attacks you like a madman as it realizes it was ambushed. Facing the demon's attack, you strike it with everything you've got, damaging it, but you can barely hold it at bay. 3 minutes later, your power of law control system is exhausted. You're dead. Just before your death, you realize that perhaps if you fused another bloodline and utilized your other racial talent, Berserk Netherworld body, you might have a chance to kill the demon. I can't even kill it like this. A mid-stage Xian level is truly stronger than the early stage by more than just a little. With such thorough preparation, Sunan was still unable to kill it, which left him somewhat disappointed. He sighed, feeling that he had overestimated himself. One more bloodline isn't a big issue. I may not be able to kill you at the mid-level Xian stage, but I can take you away. There were 3 drops of soul-breaking water in Xiong Yan's wine, so it'll still take some time for him to wake up, giving Sunan the opportunity. Sunan quickly took action, and put the sleeping Xiong Yan into the cosmic ring as well. At this point, there was already a Demon King and 2 Xian-level great demons sleeping in his cosmic ring. With no time to lose, he quickly headed outside of Tianyun City. A few minutes later, he left Tianyun City. Without slowing down, more than 10 minutes later, he was already more than 20 miles away from Tianyun City. Upon his arrival, the time had just reached midnight. The game refreshed, and his consumed strength was fully restored. Without much thinking, he immediately looked at the daily tasks. First was Wang Nan's task. Daily Task 1, Hunt a mortal level monster. Daily Task 2, Hunt a spirit level monster. Daily Task 3, Hunt a Xian level monster. Because he had left Tianyun City, the task of exploring the city god temple disappeared, which was within Sunan's expectations. Zhang Yang's mission was also the same, with 3 different levels of hunting monster tasks. Only Lang 13's task remained unchanged. It seemed that because he had put Xiong Yan into the cosmic ring, the task of replacing Xiong Yan's position was still there. At a glance, Sunan took out the yellow-haired monster and prepared to take action. Of course, before that, he couldn't do without using his foreknowledge again. In order to test whether the 2 demon kings could locate his position after killing the yellow-haired demon outside the city, he used the foreknowledge twice in succession. The result satisfied him. As he had thought earlier, the 2 demon kings did not come. It seems that in the future, if I want to hunt Xian-level great demons in the city, I can only figure out a way to lure them out. Relieved, he began to take action. Chapter 148 Exploring Whitewater Lake. The yellow-haired demon still slept soundly, showing no signs of waking up. Having no more hesitation, Sunan switched his role to Wang Nan and acted immediately. He didn't use Berserk Netherworld body, as it was overkill against a secret power type monster. Using only the power of primordial chi and essence energy was enough. He used the heaven-breaking strike and punched the monster's head. The yellow-haired demon died. Until its death, it never understood how it had been mysteriously killed outside the prison. Congratulations, you've completed the daily task Hunt a Xian-level demon, 30 demon power points have been issued. Currently usable demon power, 55 points. 55 demon power points, enough to raise a demon skill to great accomplishment. However, now was not the time for bloodline fusion. Although the foreknowledge showed that the Green Wolf Demon King wouldn't come in the next 6 minutes, it was better to leave this place as soon as possible just in case. After taking the monster's corpse and discerning the direction, he headed south. Sunan didn't intend to return to the city just yet. With the yellow-haired demon just dead, and the Green Wolf Demon King unable to find the murderer, it wouldn't be safe to return now since the Demon King might still be searching. As he had thought, his hunting of the demon caused uproar in Tianyun City once again. At the abandoned prison, a beautiful woman in a white dress slowly walked out of the prison. If an ordinary person saw her, they would think she was a well-bred young lady. Who could have thought that such a beautiful woman would be the terrifying Green Wolf Demon King? Outside the prison, an old man with a wolf's tail dressed as a housekeeper couldn't help asking upon seeing her, "Miss, what happened?" The old man knew very well that their Demon King rarely ventured out of her territory, let alone to someone else's turf. Even if there was something, she would only instruct him to take care of it. Her sudden appearance here clearly was extraordinary. Yellow leopard is dead. The woman's eyes were calm, her voice indifferent, but the old man could feel a chill emanating from her words. Dead? Who dared to do it? The old man was shocked and then thought of something. Could it be the same person who killed Elvire yesterday? The woman shook her head without elaborating further. The news of the yellow-haired demon's death spread quickly, causing a ripple effect in Tianyun City. If Elvire's death yesterday was just a single big wave in the calm waters, then Yellow Leopard's death today was like a small earthquake. It wasn't because the two demons were particularly important. It was because their deaths were too strange, and no one even knew who killed them. News spread quickly. At the Demon Hunting Bureau, Chen Su, Ma Qiang, and Zhu Chen received the news at the first moment. Zhu Chen couldn't help but wonder, do you think this was also done by Bureau Chief? Hearing this, the others remained silent for a moment before Ma Qiang nodded with a serious expression. It's not impossible. Yesterday, Elvire was also killed at this time, and today Yellow Leopard was killed at this time. It's too much of a coincidence. If it's really him, then it's terrifying. He's only at the spirit level early stage. Chen Su shuddered. Zhu Chen said, no matter if it is or not, we absolutely cannot let this information out, or else the governor will be the first to not let us off. The other two nodded, fully understanding the stakes involved. At the edge of Tianyun City, more than 10 miles south, Sunan stopped in a small grove of trees. Looking ahead, a rippling lake appeared in front of him. Whitewater Lake. The territory of Whitewater Demon King. He came here, of course, to prepare for hatching the dragon turtle egg and investigate the situation beforehand. Let's fuse the bloodline first. He took out a spirit-level demon bloodline of the secret power system that he bought at Tiangong Pavilion earlier. This was the bloodline of a monster called Spirit Crown Bird, which mainly controlled the power of primordial qi. He switched his role to Lang 13 and began to fuse the bloodline. 2 or 3 minutes later, the fusion of the Spirit Crown Bird's bloodline was completed. A second bloodline appeared in Lang 13's personal information. Upgrade. A total of 28 demon power points were consumed to upgrade the Spirit Crown Bird monster technique to great accomplishment. With 27 usable demon power points remaining, he only needed 25 more points to achieve great demon art perfection. Soon, once this technique reaches great perfection, I can try to kill Bear Rock as well. Sunan was full of confidence. Only 25 demon power points equivalent to killing 2 spirit-level monsters were left. It's a pity that another Xian-level demon is dead now. It will only be more difficult to hunt the other few demons. He had originally planned to kill the Black Bear demon at the Sky Corner Academy and the Purple Armor demon that ambushed the previous bureau chief. Now, it seemed that he needed to rethink his plan. Let's check out the situation at Whitewater Lake first. Sunan stopped thinking and focused on Whitewater Lake instead. Foreknowledge. You arrived at Whitewater Lake, which is the territory of Whitewater Demon King and extremely dangerous for you. However, there is a lake heart spring here, the second most potent source of water power in Tianyun County. For you, it's a crucial place to hatch the dragon turtle egg. You dived into the water and quickly headed towards the center of the lake. 1 minute later, your speed remains unchanged, and you continue to move forward. 2 minutes later, you encounter a school of fish that surrounds you. 3 minutes later, you haven't encountered any danger and continue advancing. End of first prediction. Do you want to continue? Continue. As you continue deeper into Whitewater Lake, you know it isn't too big, and with your speed, you'll quickly approach the center of the lake. 1 minute later, you start to slow down, while carefully observing the surroundings. 2 minutes later, you suddenly see a demon patrol approaching from a far distance to your left. With a swift reaction, you use bone shifting to shrink your size as much as possible and hide behind a nearby rock covered in algae. The patrolling demons are only mortal level, far away from you, and they haven't noticed your presence. They continue to approach at a leisurely pace. 3 minutes later, the patrolling demons are still several hundred meters away from you. End of the second foresighting. Do you wish to continue? Continue. The moment you see the patrolling demons, you already have a plan in mind to blend in with them. The demons slowly come closer to you, and after a minute, they finally arrive near you. You hide well enough that they don't notice your presence, and you're prepared to strike at any moment. Finally, the demon patrol with 5 members carrying long spears arrives near your hiding spot. but you wait patiently instead of attacking immediately. As the last demon passes by your hiding spot, you suddenly launch a divine soul attack on it. Unable to withstand your attack, the last demon in the line is silently killed. You quickly shift into the appearance of the demon, take the spear from its hand, hide its corpse, and take its place, following the team from behind. The leader of the patrol seems to notice something and unconsciously glances back, but fortunately, you've blended into the group, and the leader doesn't discover anything. Congratulations, you've successfully infiltrated the patrolling demons and follow them as they continue to move forward. 2 minutes later, the patrolling team encounters no abnormalities and continues to advance at a leisurely pace. 3 minutes later, the patrolling team encounters another team, and none of the demons notice anything unusual about you. You continue to follow the team. End of the second foresighting. Do you wish to continue? Continue. The patrolling team moves slowly, and you're patient, knowing that you're not far from the lake's center now. 1 minute later, you finally see a cluster of underwater buildings in the depths of the distant lake. From time to time, patrolling demon teams leave the buildings and patrol in different directions, as well as those that return after completing their patrols. 2 minutes later, you finally approach the massive building complex, which consists of more than 100 large and small buildings. At the center of the complex is a huge palace, surrounded by countless structures, making it even more conspicuous. This is the heart of Whitewater Lake, and the entrance to the lake heart spring you're looking for is somewhere in that palace. As you continue to approach the buildings with your team, suddenly, a demon emerging from the huge palace in the distance catches your attention. You see a large demon, covered in scales and armor rushing towards the surface of the lake. The moment you see the demon, you recognize it as the one that tried to capture you back in Whitewater Town. The demon disappears into the lake's surface, and you continue to follow your team towards another palace on the left side of the central palace. End of the third foresighting. Do you wish to continue? So it's that demon from before. It seems that this Whitewater Demon King is the same one from the Whitewater River. Sunan's heart sinks slightly, but he isn't too surprised. He had suspected that the Whitewater Demon King might be the same one from the Whitewater River in Whitewater Town when he first heard about it. Back then in Whitewater Town, his daily task refreshed to explore the Whitewater River. It was a 4-star task, so he knew there must be a Demon King in the Whitewater River. Moreover, he had hunted a group of small demons in the Chen Ancestral Hall and was pursued by a demon sent by the Demon King, which is the same demon that appeared in his foresight now. What a coincidence to meet here. Sunan gazes into the distance at the center of Whitewater Lake. The pursuing demon had caused him quite a bit of trouble back then, and if possible, he wouldn't mind hunting it down after it leaves Whitewater Lake. Continue the foresight. You follow your team into a palace where many patrolling demons live. You take advantage of their inattentiveness to leave the team and venture towards the central palace in the guise of the scaled burly man. 1 minute later, you encounter several demons who don't notice anything unusual about you. 2 minutes later, you arrive in front of the giant palace at the center of the lake. You notice that there's a demon guarding the entrance to the palace, looking very similar to your current demon disguise. The guard notices you and looks puzzled. Knowing you can't show any abnormalities now, you brace yourself and approach the guard. The other party asks you, didn't you go to invite Nine-Tailed King according to the Demon King's orders? How did you return so quickly? 1. You react quickly and tell the other party that you found the outsiders the Demon King wanted to capture and report it to him. After speaking, you don't pay attention to the demon anymore and quickly enter the palace. However, the moment you enter the palace, a young man appears in front of you and grabs your throat. Your bone-shifting technique has been detected by the Whitewater Demon King as abnormal. You died. The Whitewater Demon King is indeed in the palace. Sunan frowns. This is within his expectations, as it is the Demon King's lair, so the chances of running into him are high. He just didn't expect to be discovered as soon as he entered the palace. With this, he can no longer continue his foreknowledge. It seems I need to find a way to lure the Whitewater Demon King away. Sunan ponders. As long as the Demon King is around, no matter how many times he foresees, he cannot succeed. He must lure the Demon King away if he wants to enter the Lake Heart Palace. What could I do to lure him away? Sunan muses. Suddenly, he recalls the scene of being killed by the Green Wolf Demon King in his earlier premonition, and his eyes light up. Maybe I can lure away the Whitewater Demon King by killing one of his subordinates. Both demon kings are already targeting him. As soon as a Xuan level demon under them is killed, they will rush over immediately. This would originally be a bad thing for him, but now it might also be an opportunity. If he hunts a Xuan level demon who is a subordinate of the White Water Demon King, he could lure him away. As long as he can grasp the right timing, he could sneak into the Lake Heart Palace. Thinking of this, he also recalls the Sky Corner Academy and the 2 demon creatures from the Dust-Gazing Tower. Both demons were under the White Water Demon King. Regardless of success or not, he needs to try. After glancing at White Water Lake, Sunan turns to leave. He doesn't plan to hunt the demon about to leave the lake. Now is not the time to alert the snake by hitting the grass. About 10 minutes later, Sunan, disguised as Zhang Yang, returns to the Demon Hunting Bureau. Bureau Chief Sir, a Xuan-level demon named Yellow Leopard under Green Wolf Demon King was killed by someone. Zhu Chen quickly reports. He stares intently at Sunan's expression as he speaks. Ma Qiang and Chen Su also focus on Sunan, trying to read something from his face. Sunan looks at the 3 of them, nods and says, "It seems you have guessed it." "Yes, it was me." He doesn't hide it and admits it directly. The 3 of them had already guessed, so even if he didn't admit it, they wouldn't believe him. Anyway, they already knew about Sunan killing LV Ear, so admitting it now doesn't matter. He even pulls out the corpse and says, "Help me turn this demon corpse into essence and blood, too." It really is Yellow Leopard. Although they already knew that Sunan could kill Xuan-level demons, they were still shocked to see him taking out another Xuan-level demon corpse. In their memory, even the previous Xuan-level bureau chiefs could not kill a Xuan-level demon in a day. But Sunan did it. Chen Su comes to her senses quickly and takes out the mirror that records demon slaying points. "Sir, you have accumulated 500 demon slaying points now," she says, both amazed and envious. She might not be able to accumulate this many points even if she saved for a year, while Sunan took less than 3 days. 500 points, hey. Sunan nods, thinks for a moment, and asks, "Are there any items in the Demon Hunting Bureau's treasure vault that can replenish vitality?" Chapter 149, Consecutive Hunting. There were still 36 hours left before the Martial King Temple would be guarded. 24 hours had already passed. He would need to prepare to replenish his vitality soon. Zhu Chen said, "There are items to replenish vitality, and even spirit medicines that can restore strength and mana, but they are all very expensive." "As long as there are." Sunan's eyes lit up. If some of the vitality replenishing treasures could be exchanged with his demon slaying points and bought with essence and blood, he might not have to worry about replenishing his vitality. He wasn't in a hurry to exchange. The task wouldn't start until tomorrow night, and before that, he could still hunt down a batch of demons. After exchanging the demon corpses for essence and blood, Sunan looked at the time and logged out of the game. It was nearly 1 in the morning in reality, and it was time for him to sleep. A peaceful night passed. The next day, Sunan slept until 8 o'clock before he got up. After washing up and having a quick breakfast, he took a taxi to the Taishan tourist area. Since he was here under the guise of tourism, he had to look the part. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at the foot of Taishan. Taishan was majestic and towering, with the ladder leading from the foot to the peak spanning 9 kilometers. For ordinary people, climbing such a mountain would pose quite a challenge, testing their stamina. But for Sunan, such difficulty was child's play. However, in order not to draw attention, he didn't climb too quickly. Even so, it only took him 2 hours to reach the summit. "Young man, you wouldn't happen to be a player from the demon world, would you?" A middle-aged man in his 40s panted as he looked at Sunan, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had met Sunan at a spot just a few hundred meters from the summit. At first, he just noticed that Sunan was faster than the average person and wanted to keep up with him to the top. As a result, he was soon left far behind by Sunan. If it weren't for the fact that they were already quite close to the summit, he would have been left in the dust. What astonished him the most was that Sunan still looked relaxed after reaching the top, unlike him who was exhausted. This made him suspect that Sunan was a player. Sunan smiled and shook his head, "No, I used to be a soldier, and I still exercise regularly." "So that's it." The man looked enlightened and stopped suspecting. "I heard that yesterday, a top player who ranked in the top 100 in the game came to climb the mountain and only took 15 minutes to reach the top." That speed is terrifying. The man seemed to remember something, his eyes filled with envy and anticipation. Don't worry, there will be more spots available in the next public beta, and we might be able to join in, Sunan said with a smile. I hope so. At 2 in the afternoon, Sunan returned to his lodging, took a hot bath, and immediately logged into the game. The night was hazy. Tianyun City was deathly silent. Walking on the empty streets, watching the information from his foreknowledge, Sunan smiled. You walk alone on the empty streets, looking for targets to hunt. Unknown to you, when you pass the first intersection, you have already been spotted by 2 demons hiding at the end of the road. They are 2 peak spirit level demons, one specializing in speed and the other in the power of divine soul. Under the command of an Xian level demon, they are preparing to attack you. A minute later, as you are about to reach the end of the road, the hidden demons can no longer contain themselves and lead more than a dozen mortal level demons to surround you. You show no mercy, and in a moment, most of the demons are killed by you, while the 2 spirit level demons are severely wounded. Seeing the situation turn bad, the 2 spirit level demons want to escape, but you don't let them go. You kill one of them. You know that if you kill both demons at the same time, it will likely attract the Xian level demon. You don't immediately kill the other demon, but quickly take it away. 2 minutes later, you arrive at another street. Your guess is correct, the death of a single spirit level demon didn't attract the Xian level demon. 3 minutes later, you're still not in danger, and only then do you kill the second demon. I don't come looking for you, but you come straight to me instead. Even without seeing the demons, Sunan could guess the identity of the 2 demons. Old Goat had told him yesterday that the Xian level demon named Golian that worked under the Green Wolf Demon King sent 2 demons called One Eye and Double Ears to kill him, so it must be them. Just as he thought. At the end of the road several hundred meters away from him, 2 demons were hiding in the dark, spying on Sunan. One of these demons had only one eye, while the other had 2 pairs of ears. One Eye spoke in a low voice, "What should we do? Do we really want to attack him?" Double Ears was annoyed, "What else can we do if we don't? Tonight is the deadline King Golian gave us. You know King Golian's methods, he always keeps his word. If we can't kill this kid, I'm afraid we won't be able to live either." One Eye couldn't help but say, "I heard that Lver King was killed by a law enforcer yesterday. Do you think this kid did it? Don't scare yourself, you know the gap between spirit level and Xian level. Even if this kid is an early stage spirit level, or even late stage, a peak spirit level would not be able to kill an Xian level. Although this kid managed to kill Fishhag in one blow the day before yesterday, it's said that he used some kind of racial talent that consumed a lot of energy, and he probably wouldn't be able to execute a second blow after that. The 2 of us working together, there's a chance we can succeed." Double Ears analyzed in a low voice, as if he had already seen through Sunan's strength. Hearing his analysis, One Eye's anxiety eased a bit. Double Ears continued, "This kid is from a spellcaster class, his physical body is his weak point. When the time comes, I'll use my power of divine soul to attack him first, and you can take advantage of the situation and kill him. All right." One Eye nodded, thinking of the effect the 2 would produce together, his heart became even more confident. The 2 monsters silently waited. Finally, when Sunan was about to reach the end, Double Ears quickly said, "Quick, it's time for us to take action." Upon hearing this, One Eye reacted swiftly, leading more than a dozen mortal-level monsters to charge forward. "Die, kid!" Double Ears roared as he rapidly launched a divine soul attack against Sunan. However, in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. As the power of divine soul was aimed at Sunan, he felt his own power of divine soul being blocked by another force. Divine soul power? Isn't he a spellcaster warrior? A thought flashed across his mind, but before he could react, he saw a 2-colored fire serpent shooting towards him. Boom! With a muffled sound, the flames erupted, and Double Ears had turned into a corpse. Double Ears! One Eye's face turned pale in horror. At this moment, he had no intention of killing Sunan. Instead, he turned around and fled. Ignorant. Sunan's expression remained calm. As for the remaining demons, he didn't waste time and quickly took action. These mortal-level demons were no match for him. Even his ordinary fireball attack was too powerful for them to withstand. Within a few breaths, all the demons either fell dead or fled. At last, he followed his foresight's method and captured the one-eyed monster before leaving with it. It was not until more than 10 minutes later, when he arrived at South City, that he killed it. Congratulations, you've completed the daily task Hunt Immortal Level Demon. 5 demon points have been issued. Congratulations, you've completed the daily task Hunt a Spirit Level Monster. 15 demon points have been issued. Currently available demon power, 67 points. 2 1-star level tasks for hunting mortal level demons. 2 2-star level tasks for hunting spirit level monsters. A total of 40 demon points credited. Upgrade. 32 demon points consumed, Spirit Crown Bird Monster Technique reaches perfection. 20 demon points consumed, Spirit Crown Bird Monster Technique reaches great perfection. The 5th Spirit Level Bloodline Combat Skill awakens. The number of foresight uses increases by 3 again, reaching 39. This is my second mid-stage spirit level character. Feeling the powerful force within his body, Sunan's mouth curled into a smile. The realm rankings appeared before his eyes. The top 3 naturally still belonged to his 3 characters. Although the 4th-ranked Qian Yu had also reached the spirit level, his first spirit level demon technique was only at perfection, and the gap between him and Sunan was vast. As for the 5th-ranked Zhou Cheng, his first spirit level demon technique had achieved great success, and it wouldn't be long before he could catch up to Qian Yu. This Zhou Cheng is really amazing. Unable to help himself, Sunan couldn't help but praise and wasn't too surprised. He had already seen Zhou Cheng's ability. If it weren't for his presence, the first place would definitely belong to Zhou Cheng. I should have the strength to deal with Xiongyan now. Without hesitation, he quickly headed towards the outside of Tianyun City. He didn't know that shortly after he left, a middle-aged man in a black robe appeared at the location where Double Ears had been killed. A few mortal little monsters wailed. King Go Lien, it was the head of the Demon Hunting Bureau who killed Double Ears and one of our 2 bosses. Your Majesty, you must avenge our 2 bosses. Hearing this, the middle-aged man in black robe had an extremely gloomy expression, and coldly said, those 2 wastes couldn't even kill a spirit-level early-stage crawler, they deserve to die. The middle-aged man in the black robe was very angry, but as he was enraged, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Together with Fish Hag, 3 of his peak spirit-level monster subordinates had already died at the hands of Sunan. As expected of the head of the Demon's Hunting Bureau, daring to kill 3 of my subordinates in succession. If I, Go Lien, don't peel off your skin and extract your tendons, I'd be looking down on you. Just in case, this time, Sunan prepared to take action only after he had left Tianyun City for about 20 or 30 li. He had dripped 3 drops of soul-breaking water into Xiongyan's wine, making his slumber much longer than Yellow Leopard's, and he was still fast asleep at this moment. Upon reaching the 5th spirit grade bloodline completion, you are confident in your ability to kill a mid-stage Xian level creature, and you are ready to try hunting monsters again. Facing the still unconscious monster, you didn't underestimate the situation and directly used the Berserk Netherworld body, after which you boosted all the surging power of your physical strength. Your physical strength has increased significantly, and your strength has reached the level of an early-stage Xian level creature. You are not overly excited because you know that you still can't kill the monster in this state, and you use another racial talent, Heaven-Breaking Strike. Gathering the strength of your whole body, your strength reaches an unprecedented height, and you suddenly throw a punch at the monster. As the danger of death enveloped the monster, the sleeping monster sensed the threat of death, and suddenly woke up at the moment your strike was about to fall on its body. The monster roared in anger, trying to dodge your attack, but your reaction was swift, and at this critical moment, you launched a Divine Soul attack on the monster. Your Divine Soul power has minimal effect on mid-stage Xian level creatures, only making their actions slightly sluggish. Yet it was during this brief sluggish moment that you seized the opportunity, and your full force hit the monster's body. With this attack, half of the monster's skull exploded, but the Xian level monster's life is tenacious. Even after suffering a fatal blow, it still did not die, instead launching a counter-attack on you. Having consumed all your physical strength, your abilities declined sharply, and there is no way to escape, so you can only use another racial talent, Destructive Snake Dance, with all your strength. The strike that converged all your mana landed on the monster. The severely wounded monster finally couldn't hold on any longer. In the monster's anger and unwillingness, you successfully killed the monster. I did it! Sunan was overjoyed. This wasn't an early-stage Xian level creature, but rather a mid-stage one. At this realm, every step of growth is an enormous leap, as could be seen from Xiongyan's tenacious vitality. The foreknowledge has not ended yet and is still in progress. After killing the monster, your power is completely exhausted, and you can only take out the diluted life essence to replenish your vitality. 3 minutes later, a small part of your essence has recovered. End of the first foreknowledge. Do you want to continue foreknowledge? Continue. Although it has been confirmed earlier that the two demon kings can only know that their subordinates had died, they can't directly find the location of the monster's death. But just in case, he still wanted to see if he would be found by the Green Wolf Demon King after killing Xiongyan. Fortunately, he sighed in relief. As last time, he foresaw twice in succession, and no monsters appeared. Since there's no issue, let's do it. Can't wait to switch his role to Zhang Yang. Lang 13's mission is to replace Xiongyan's position. In order to achieve this, he must first eliminate Xiongyan. Who killed Xiongyan, though, wasn't important. Of the 3 roles, only Zhang Yang currently has the task of killing Xian-level monsters. Following the steps in the foreknowledge, he took action. There were no surprises. 2 minutes later, Xiongyan was executed. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Hunt a Xian-level creature, and 30 demon points have been issued. Current available demon points, 45 points. Not having any time to look further, he immediately drank a diluted bottle of life essence. After the exhaustion of the 3 system power, at this moment, even the early-stage spirit-level creatures were tough opponents. As soon as his essence recovered a little, he immediately burst out his essence power, using it to recover his physical strength. Feeling that his body finally had the strength to move, Sunan quickly gathered the monster corpses and left. Now that Xiongyan is dead, it's time for Lang 13's role to come into play. However, if I were to make a simple appearance, even if I become the Green Wolf Demon King's subordinate, I would never be able to replace Xiongyan. So, to replace Xiongyan, I have to ask for help from Lang 13's cheap big brother. Sunan's eyes flickered. Last time he left, Hu Xiaotian asked him to come to Tianyun City if he needed anything. However, Sunan hadn't heard any news about Hu Xiaotian these past 2 days. Go to Tiangong Pavilion and see if there's any news. If not, I'll have to ask Old Goat and those other monsters to investigate. Chapter 150, The 3 Forbidden Areas. Once again, he consumed a bottle of diluted life essence. It took him half an hour to do so. When he felt that the energy levels of the physique series and law controlling class within his body had more or less returned to normal, Sunan headed back to Tianyun City. Wutong Road. In a small courtyard that seemed to be vacated year-round but was exceptionally well kept. Sunan sat on a stone stool, having transformed himself into the figure of Lang 13. Standing before him were not just Old Goat, Ying Jianyu, and the fearless Old 8 Jia. There were 7 of them. The other 3 demons that had recently submitted to Sunan had also arrived. Master, the demons chorused. All of King Xiongyan's most powerful demons were gathered, yet they were addressing another demon as their master. If other beings had witnessed this spectacle, their jaws would have surely fallen off at the sight. Master, there's been a major incident. Yesterday, LV Ear King was killed, today Yellow Leopard King died, and just a while ago, King Xiongyan was killed. 2 demon kings, Green Wolf and White Water, have rallied all other demons in the city to find the murderer. The demons looked worried as if they feared they might be the next victims. Really? Isn't it better for them to die? Sunan questioned with an indifferent tone. He had anticipated the move of the 2 demon kings, and it wouldn't have surprised him if they sought out the county magistrate to make a scene. Seeing Sunan's cool composure, the other demons didn't seem to notice anything amiss. However, when Old Goat and Eagle High looked at each other, considering Sunan's previous actions, they couldn't help but form a daring thought. Could it have been the master who was behind all this? But how could that be? The 2 demons felt conflicted. They were suspecting Sunan while simultaneously denying it. Sunan glanced at the 2 demons, and without further ado, he asked, apart from this, has anything else happened? Old Goat thought for a moment and said, there was another incident. Just before King Xiongyan was killed, One Eye and Double Ears, 2 of King Golian's underlings, were killed by the bureau chief of the Demon Hunting Bureau. King Golian has announced that he will personally catch that bureau chief. Golian is going to act personally. Decided to give in after all, huh? A chill ran through Sunan's heart. Despite having predicted such an event, he was still worried. While it was true that he could already face off against early-stage Xian-level demons full force, he was still far from capable of directly confronting mid-stage Xian-level creatures. My strength is still increasing at too slow a pace. Sunan felt an urgent need to advance his abilities. Despite his rapid increase in strength for the past 2 days, it was all thanks to the hunting of several Xian-level great demons. Given the current situation in the city, if he wanted to continue hunting Xian-level demons, the difficulty would certainly skyrocket. I guess I should use Zhang Yang's identity less in the next few days. Sunan murmured to himself. Looking at the several demons, he asked directly, have any of you heard of a demon king named Hu Xiaotian appearing in the city in these 2 days? Hu Xiaotian? Master, are you referring to the demon king of Tiger Roar Town? Wasn't it said that the demon king couldn't leave Tiger Roar Town? How would he come to the city? Has the demon king finally broken free and can freely move around? The several demons had indeed heard about Hu Xiaotian, but they didn't know that Hu Xiaotian was already free. Seeing this, Sunan understood that it was virtually impossible to find out where Hu Xiaotian was from these demons. Has Hu Xiaotian not come to Tianyun City? Sunan frowned. These demons were, after all, at the peak of the spirit level. If Hu Xiaotian had come to Tianyun City, they couldn't possibly be unaware of it. With no other options left, after sending the demons away, Sunan had to go to the Tiangong Pavilion. Over 10 minutes later, he arrived outside the Tiangong Pavilion. He began to predict. You come to Tiangong Pavilion and wish to know information related to Hu Xiaotian. The receptionist leaves upon hearing your request. A minute later, the young girl returns and tells you that the information you want is worth 10 drops of spirit-level monster essence blood. After paying the price, you receive the information you want. You learn that Hu Xiaotian was spotted at Bone Slope 50 miles north of Tianyun City 3 days ago. After Hu Xiaotian killed a king-level demon at Bone Slope, he entered the bone cave underneath the slope and has presumably not come out since then. There really are related updates. Sunan was happy about finding information related to Hu Xiaotian, but then he became confused. Bone Slope, Bone Cave. What places are these? Could it be that Hu Xiaotian has encountered danger again? He had a bad feeling. Even though he didn't know what Bone Slope was, the fact that a demon king was guarding the place indicated that it was no ordinary region. Demon kings weren't Xian-level demons. There were only 5 of them in the whole of Tianyun City. More importantly, a place attracting a powerful demon like Hu Xiaotian would undoubtedly not be a peaceful location. Continue to predict. After paying the price, you receive the information you want. It turns out that Bone Slope is similar to the Sky Wolf Valley where you were previously. They are both ancient battlefields. The difference is, at Sky Wolf Valley, both sides of the battle were from the Demon Clan, while at Bone Slope, it was humans against the Demon Clan. Bone Cave is a vast underground space beneath Bone Slope filled with malevolent and deathly energies and fraught with danger. Due to the countless powerhouses who died here in battles, including numerous king-level powerhouses, numerous resentful demons and various bizarre demonic creatures were born, including the rare bone demons that are unique to this place. Such a demon is powerful but influenced by evil energy, it's a monster that only fights. Even if a demon king enters, there is a risk of falling. It is one of the 3 famous forbidden lands in Tianyun County. The 3 forbidden lands of Tianyun County. Sunan was secretly shocked, this was the first time he heard about the 3 forbidden lands in Tianyun County. However, from the information provided by Tiangong Pavilion, it was reasonable for Bone Cave to be one of the 3 big banned places in Tianyun County. What is Hu Xiaotian going to that place for? Could it be to resolve the demonic thought issue? Sunan guessed. Hu Xiaotian had entered the Bone Cave 3 days ago, and with his strength, he should have come out by now if he wanted to. Now that he hasn't come out, it made him doubt whether Hu Xiaotian was in danger and couldn't leave. Should I go and check it out? He hesitated. Bone Slope is more than 40 miles away from Tianyun City, not too far away. With his current speed, it only took half an hour to get there. And he still had 26 foreknowledge times today. Hu Xiaotian is the key to whether I can complete the replacing Bear Rock mission. He is currently very useful to me, I can't let him be trapped again. After giving it some thought, he decided to go and have a look. Today's tasks have been completed for the other 2 roles, except for Lang 13's hunting player's task. If there are no accidents, the remaining 26 foreknowledge times will basically not be used. Instead of wasting them, it's better to go and have a look at the so-called Bone Cave. Of course. Before that, he still needs to complete Lang 13's hunting player's task. Demon Hunting Bureau. Seeing Sunan again, Zhu Chen, Ma Qiang, and Chen Su were filled with anticipation. Director Sir, was Bear Rock also killed by you? Yes, I killed it. Sunan nodded. Even if he didn't say it, the 3 of them already had the answer, and there was no need to hide it. Hearing this, the 3 looked at each other, then at Sunan with admiration. How long has it been? Less than 1 day. An early-stage Xian level and a mid-stage Xian level great monster were hunted down quietly. And the other party is only a spirit level, which is simply shocking. At this moment, a member of the Demon Hunting Bureau entered and reported, Director Sir, Huang Mingfeng, Huang Minjiayun and Huang Minjiao want to see you. Let them in. Director Sir, today people from Zhoucheng came to find us, inviting us to hunt the wolf demon in Sky Wolf Valley. Shall we agree? As soon as the Huang brothers saw Sunan, the eldest Huang Mingfeng immediately asked. The 3 had already joined the Demon Hunting Bureau, and naturally, their way of addressing Sunan was changed to Bureau Chief. Oh? So he went to find you. Sunan was surprised. Now, the Huang brothers were players who had merged 3 bloodlines. Although they were in the first echelon, they had not made it into the top 100. Since Zhoucheng even invited them, it only shows that Zhoucheng is inviting a large number of players. Thinking of this, Sunan asked, did Zhoucheng only invite you, or did he invite all the players in Tianyun City? Huang Mingfeng replied, yes, Zhoucheng is trying to rope in all the players in Tianyun City, planning to take action after the guarding mission is over. Sunan nodded, understanding what Zhoucheng was trying to do. It was obvious that he wanted to exhaust him to death using the players. He really didn't care much for ordinary players' lives. Sunan asked, how many people agreed? Huang Mingfeng replied, apart from the old players from the Deification Guild, Zhoucheng has also roped in more than 100 players from the last public beta test, and more than 400 new players. In addition, it is said that Zhoucheng has also reached cooperation with the Arson Guild and the Club of World Suppression. Arson Guild? Club of World Suppression? Sunan's heart stirred, thinking of the groups of players he hunted down yesterday. He remembered that one group of players belonged to the Arson Guild. What's the background of those 2 guilds? The Arson Guild is an old guild that was established before the public beta test. Its president is ranked 27th on the ranking list and is called Ma Hua. They used to be the 2nd guild in Tianyun County. As for the Club of World Suppression, they were originally a small guild with only a dozen members. Until recently, their president, Li Ye, suddenly gained some kind of opportunity, and his strength surged, leaping into the top 10 of the ranking list. The Club of World Suppression has thus become famous and attracted many players. They have now replaced the Arson Guild as the 2nd largest guild in Tianyun County. Li Ye? Sunan nodded calmly. He had already learned about Li Ye in Whitewater Town last time. The fact that he could obtain a 4-star mainline task was enough to show that he had great luck. He even suspected that Li Ye's other task was also a 4-star. Sunan continued, where are their 3 guilds now? They are all in Little Wu village in the east of the city, said Huang Mingfeng. Because of Zhoucheng, the 2 guilds have obtained the task of guarding the Golden Rosy Clouds Tower. Little Wu village happens to be the closest to the tower. After a pause, he added, only the players from our Demon Hunting Bureau have received the task of guarding the Martial King Temple. Little Wu village. Sunan noted down the place. He had already decided to go there next and hunt players. Not only would he complete the daily tasks, but he would also complete the mainline tasks. You guys stay out of this. The wolf demon is not something you can handle. Little Wu village. It was 8 miles away from Tianyun City and only 3 miles away from the Golden Rosy Clouds Tower. This place used to be a prosperous village until 20 years ago when the number of demons outside the city increased, forcing the villagers to move into Tianyun City. At this moment, the village had been reformed and had become the temporary base of the 3 guilds. Everyone, judging by the current number of demons, dozens of spirit-level demons may attack the Golden Rosy Clouds Tower tomorrow night. My Dian-seeing sect is already prepared. As soon as those demons come, they'll surely have no way to escape. In a relatively spacious room, more than 20 players were sitting around a large table. Leading them was none other than Zhou Cheng. Below Zhou Cheng was Li Ye, and next to Li Ye was a bald man in his 30s. He was the president of the Arson Guild, Ma Hua. Ma Hua laughed, ha ha ha, whether we can take off in one go depends entirely on President Zhou's support. Li Ye also nodded, if we can really get a lot of task contribution points at once, our two guilds really have to thank President Zhou. Zhou Cheng smiled, President Ma and President Li are too polite. Your help in guarding the Golden Rosy Clouds Tower means a lot to me, and I should be the one thanking you. After this, our strength will surely be closer, and we'll have a better chance of hunting the wolf demon. Helping you is helping myself. Ma Hua said, President Zhou, rest assured, my brothers were killed by that demon last time. Even if you don't say it, I will make that demon pay. Li Ye shook his head, it's a pity that we can't invite Zhang Yang here. Just as Ma Hua was about to say something, suddenly, a commotion came from outside the house, accompanied by a series of shouts. What's going on? Everyone present frowned, and before they could get up to check, a player had already rushed in hurriedly. It's bad. President, it's bad. The wolf demon has appeared. The one from Sky Wolf Valley is coming towards the village. The wolf demon. Everyone was stunned for a moment when they heard the word, only reacting after the player had finished speaking. What? How did that wolf demon find us here? Wasn't that demon in the city? How did it get here? Even though the players present were all elites of the three great guilds, many of whom were in the top 100 on the ranking list, they were still shocked by this unexpected news. Ma Hua slammed the table and shouted, isn't it a good thing that the demon has come? We have everyone here, so we can test its depth. Li Ye nodded and said, indeed, this is a chance. Maybe we can kill it now. Zhou Cheng's eyes flashed coldly, let's go. If the wolf demon wants to die now, we'll send it on its way.